About to start. About to start.
Wala na? Good morning. Let's take our proper places because the hearing will start in a few moments.
Chair. Wala? Record mo po. Record mo. Record mo po. Ano, sir? Wala tayong audio. Wala ba? Idarating ng DA mamaya? Pag sinagot ko sa'yo sa akin, pati sa akin. Pero mamaya dapat para tinigil. Alamang nata ang pagdagal. Papamuha to.
Okay na yun. Sige. Good morning. On the part of the Committee on Public Order and Safety, this meeting is hereby called to order.
On behalf of the Committee on Games and Amusements, I call this meeting to order.
On behalf of the Committee on Tourism, this meeting is called to order.
Let's all rise for the invocation.
Almighty and merciful God, as we resume our inquiry today, we fervently pray for peace and comfort for those who are grieving and the recovery of those who are suffering from this tragedy. We entrust to you all our members, resource persons, witnesses, and support staff, that we may all be guided by your wisdom and grace, united by the common desire to ascertain how a similar tragedy may henceforth be precluded. Grant us discernment on the ways to help move forward this inquiry and accomplish what the House sought to do. We consecrate all of us and our undertaking to your name. Amen.
We go to the acknowledgement of members present in today's hearing.
The Chair recognizes the presence of the following members of the House of Representatives in today's hearing. First in the list is the Majority Leader from the 1st District of Ilocos Norte, the Honorable Rudy Fariñas. Good morning, sir. Kabayan Party List Deputy Minority Leader, the Honorable Harry Roque. From the 1st District of Zamboanga City, the Honorable Celso Lobregat. 2nd District of Quezon City, the Honorable Winnie Castelo. Ako Bicol Party List, the Honorable Rodel Batocabe. From the Lone District of Pasay City, the hometown of Resorts World, the Honorable Emmy Calixto Rubiano. From the 1st District of Quezon City, Deputy Majority Leader, the Honorable Bingbong Crisologo. From the 6th District of Manila, the Honorable Rosenda Ann Ocampo. My apologies. From Sibak Party List, the Honorable Sherwin Tugna. From the 3rd District of Cebu City, Deputy Speaker, the Honorable Gwen Garcia. Welcome, ma'am. From One Pac Man Party List, the Honorable Enrico Pineda. From the Lone District of Muntinlupa, the Honorable Rufy Biason. From the 5th District of Iloilo, the Honorable Raul Tupas. 2nd District of Isabela, the Honorable Ana Cristina Go. And Party List, Angkla, the Honorable Jesolito Manalo.
Thank you. Comsec, please acknowledge the resource persons present in this morning's hearing.
Good morning, Your Honors, ladies and gentlemen. The following resource persons and guests are present in today's meeting. From the Philippine National Police, we have Police Director General Ronald De La Rosa. We also have from the NCRPO, Police Director Oscar Albayalde, Regional Director of the NCRPO. We have from the Directorate for Intelligence, we have Police Director Gregorio R. Pimentel. From the Civil Security Group, we have Police Director Federico L. Dulay. From the Southern Police District, we have District Director, Police Chief Superintendent Tomas Apolinario Jr. From the Supervisory Office for Security and Investigation Agencies, we have Police Chief Superintendent Jose Mario Espino. From the PNP Crime Laboratory, we have Police Chief Superintendent Aurelio Trampe. From the Legal Service, we have Police Senior Superintendent George Almaden. From the Special Investigation Task Group of the Southern Police District, we have Police Senior Superintendent Joel Pernito. From the Firearms and Explosives Office, we have Police Senior Superintendent Valeriano De Leon. From the Law Enforcement Division of the Directorate for Operations, we have Police Senior Superintendent Florencio Ortilla. From the Pasay City Chief of Police, we have Police Senior Superintendent Dionisio Bartolome. From the Directorate for Investigation and Detective Management, we have Police Senior Inspector Mary Galliano. From the DIDM also, we have Police Senior Inspector Angeli Encot. From the Police Community Precinct 12, we have Pasay City Police Senior Inspector Vicente Barameda. From the National Police Commission, we have Vice Chairman Rogelio Casurao. From the Bureau of Fire Protection, we have Fire Director Bobby Baruelo. We also have from the BFP, Fire Senior Superintendent Wilberto Quan Chu. And Fire Chief Superintendent Leonard Banyago. And Superintendent Carlos Dueñas, Pasay City Fire Marshal. From the Philippine Economic Zone Authority, we have Brigadier General Charito Plaza, Director General. We also have Deputy Director General Mary Harriet Abordo, Deputy Director General Tereso Panga, Deputy Director General Justo Porfirio Yusinco, Mr. Elmer San Pascual, Engineer Dominador Zagada, and Attorney Ross Vincent C. From the Pasay City Local Government, we have Pasay City Engineer Edwin Havaluyas and Engineer Renato Sanchez, Building Permits Division Chief. From the Philippine Amusement and Gaming Corporation, we have Ms. Andrea D. Domingo, Chairperson. We have General Lino Kalingasan, Vice President for Security, Attorney Roderick Consolacion for the Legal, and Attorney Juanito Sanosa. For Resorts World Manila, we have Mr. Kingston Sian, President and Chief Executive Officer, Mr. Stephen James Riley, Chief Operating Officer, Attorney Georgina Alvarez, Chief Legal Officer, Mr. Armin Gomez, Chief of Security, Safety, and Surveillance, Colonel Ray Malieza, Director for Safety and Security, and Mr. Alfred Lagarde, Senior Director for Surveillance. For NC Lanting Security, we have Ms. Nympha Lanting. We also have the CCTV monitoring room personnel of Resorts World Manila. We also have the representatives of the funeral parlors and also other witnesses in the incident. That's all, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any resource persons present this morning whose name was not mentioned? Wala. Thank you. Now we go to the...
Mr. Chairman. Gusto ko lang kung malaman kung andito po yung Lanting Security Agency at yung Lady Guard na hinahanap ko hanggang kagabi, na importante po na nandito po siya dahil pag-usapan yung flow information. Andito po kayo. Pwede po ba kayo dito sa kanan? Hindi ba yata na-acknowledge yung Lady Guard na siya unang nakakita kasama ang may-ari ng Lanting Security Agency? Hanggang kagabi ko po pinapahanap. Thank you. Thank you. Esteemed colleagues, yes, the Honorable Bato Cabe.
Hello. Mr. In the last hearing, we required the Bureau Fire Chief, General Baruelo, to explain why he was absent. May I know if he has given already an explanation? Because we have a show cause order issued against General Baruelo. And is he present, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
May we know the reason?
Is he? Yeah, I think he's there.
Given by General Baruelo.
Yeah, I think that will be taken up later. Opo. Can we, Congressman Bato Cabe, pwede po nating i-take up po yung tanong ho nyo mamaya after the opening remarks?
I submit, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Esteemed colleagues, in the House of Representatives, in government, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. The Committee on Public Order and Safety, Games and Amusements, and the Tourism of the House of Representatives will continue today our investigation in aid of legislation on the Resorts World Manila incident. As I said during our first meeting, we are doing this because we cannot allow the Philippines to be a place where perpetrators can easily commit such atrocious acts. We have to learn from the lapses of this incident and not let our guard down. The safety and security situation in our country is especially important as the Philippines is on the verge of becoming one of the world's entertainment capitals. We have to make everyone, local or foreigner, feel safe in the Philippines. The first hearing brought to light the security lapses and shortcomings committed by both government and by those in the private sector. We recognize how they were able to evacuate thousands of people from the premises before more deaths could have taken place. But these efforts were not enough to prevent the loss of the life of 37 victims. Once again, we condole with the families of the victims. We pray for the souls of those who lost their lives in this incident, including the gunman. In this hearing, let us answer those questions which were left unanswered. On the part of the Committee on Games and Amusements, We must answer how we can prevent this from happening in our casinos in the future. We have to address the problem of gaming addiction. We have to ask questions like, is the responsible gaming program launched by PAGCOR and the casinos enough? How are the PAGCOR exclusion lists being cascaded and implemented? Is it time to make a proactive approach in offering psychological help in gaming addicts? And do loan sharks fuel gaming addiction? These are some of the more important questions we need to ask to help gaming addicts or so-called problem gamers, as the perpetrator of this incident was one. Thank you for coming all today. And again, let's help each other make our country, a safer place to live and enjoy.
Majority Floor Leader Rudy Fariñas, Honorable Gus Tambunting, Honorable Romeo Acop, my fellow representatives, today's resource persons, good morning. In the first hearing, we uncovered security lapses and seeming lack of leadership and coordination among Resorts World personnel, the PNP, and the third-party security agency. This initiated my curiosity and that of my esteemed colleagues, for sure, on possible alternative courses of action that could have been taken to avert the deaths of 37 people. Further, it has brought to the surface possible policy gaps that could be instituted to prevent this unfortunate event from ever happening again. As chairperson of the Tourism Committee, I would like to bring to light the negative repercussions of violence, destruction, injury, and casualties on the tourism industry. Reportedly, other major casino hotels have already sustained cancellations as a result of the Resorts World tragedy. We cannot overemphasize the importance of the tourism industry to our country. It has been a major contributor to our economic growth, delivering 8.2% of the nation's GDP last year. This is as much as the contributions of the BPO industry and OFW remittances, respectively. The industry also provided about 10% of the country's employment through establishments directly and indirectly involved with tourism. Therefore, it is of paramount national interest to protect the industry from security and terrorism threats. It is high time for us to rebuild resiliency in our tourism industry. Let us use this investigation as an opportunity to further uncover the pitfalls that led to security failures, property damage, and loss of lives. By resiliency, we mean having tourism destinations such as Resorts World and other casino hotels, beach resorts, and other attractions that are equipped to handle potentially devastating threats. The vision of a resilient tourism industry includes destinations that are able to prevent and respond to the most deleterious disasters. With changing times come high-impact threats, namely natural and climate-related calamities, terrorism, and violence. To be able to address these would require new perspectives, new policies, protocols, and procedures, and new methods of collaboration between tourism enterprises, the PNP, armed forces, LGUs, national agencies, and local communities. Today, I'm hoping to find answers that would hopefully help us create a tourism resiliency framework. If we had just begun every disaster management with a goal of zero casualties, how differently would Resorts World, the PNP, and the Bureau of Fire Protection have responded? A different sense of urgency could perhaps have led to a different set of management decisions, preparation, and response protocol. In every regrettable disaster, we all feel helpless and powerless over the outcome. No amount of investigation can bring back the loved ones lost or undo the injuries and physical damages inflicted. The next best thing to do is to learn from the mistakes and make sure it does not happen again. We owe it to the fallen and to the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The Majority Floor Leader, Honorable Rudy Fariñas, Chair Gus Tambunting, Chair Lucy Torres Gomez, my esteemed colleagues present this morning, our resource persons, guests, ladies and gentlemen. Last June 7, 2017, the Committee on Public Order and Safety, chaired by this representation, together with the Committee on Games and Amusements, chaired by Representative Gus S. Tambunting, and the Committee on Tourism, chaired by Representative Lucy Torres Gomez, conducted at the Ninoy Aquino International Airport the initial hearing on the motu proprio inquiry into the circumstances of the Resorts World Manila incident that occurred on June 2, 2017. During the interpellation period, several significant observations and information surfaced. Number one, Resort World Manila admitted that security lapses were committed because there were no guards posted in certain critical locations. Two, during the incident, the police found the main CCTV monitoring room inside the casino to be abandoned, and it took some time before RWM management disclosed to the police that there was a secondary CCTV monitoring room located at Remington Hotel. Police Director Albayalde stressed that RWM did not provide real-time information to the police. Third, Philippine Amusement and Gaming Corporation Chairperson, Madam Andrea Domingo, stressed that RWM failed to heed the security advisory on heightened awareness that PACCOR issued last May 2017. Moreover, a number of issues also crop up which need to be resolved. Whether the RWM management had a crisis management team, emergency manual, safety protocols, security plan, and evacuation plan in place. Where did the long firearms used by the security members of our WM come from, as seen in the CCTV footage? These security personnel were neither PNP members nor personnel of the private security agency. Are they properly licensed to possess and use such firearms? Which government agency, PEZA or BFP, is responsible for the enforcement of the Fire Code, Republic Act number 9514, within PEZA-owned or administered economic zones, including the issuance of fire safety inspection permits? Today, we shall continue to unearth relevant facts that will provide a clearer picture and understanding of what truly transpired during the unfortunate incident. We shall strive to discover half-hidden truths and reveal lies that hinder our quest to determine where liabilities lie and begin the process of making those responsible accountable, not only to our people, but to the loved ones of those who perished and were injured in the incident. Justice will not evade us, and this incident must never happen again. Maraming salamat po.
Honorable Bajo, you still have the floor.
Yes, thank you. For this morning's hearing, in order for us to have an orderly proceeding, in addition to our rules in the House, in inquiries in aid of legislation, the following rules shall also be observed. 1, the members will please refrain from asking questions until all the briefings are done. For an orderly conduct of the question and answer portion, we will have a list of the members, and the order of interpellation will be in accordance with your time of arrival. Each member shall be given 3 minutes to ask as many questions. We will have a timer. Only the questions shall be timed. The answers of the resource persons shall not be timed. At the 1 minute remaining mark, a bell shall be rung once. At the end of the 3 minutes, the bell shall be rung twice. May we remind you to keep your questions short and to the point. The resource persons are also reminded to directly answer the questions and to keep their answers short and clear. The speaker, majority leader have unlimited time to ask questions, and the chairpersons of the 3 committees may interject at any time. May we remind members and resource persons to wait until you have been recognized before you speak. And we remind the councils present here today for the resource persons that they are not allowed to answer questions for and behalf of their clients. They can only advise them. I hope that's clear. And may I know if there are resource persons present in this morning who have not yet taken their oath? Meron po ba?
Yes.
And may I ask those who have not taken their oath or who were not present in June 7 hearing to please stand up and take your oath? Yes, sir.
The Honorable Majority Leader is recognized.
Contingent persons who may be asked to testify, kindly let them rise already. Resorts World, Pagcor, whoever, para minsan na lang. Like I said last time, there's no harm in taking a note. If you will not testify, no damage. But it will also delay our proceedings if, sorry, I have not been sworn. So please, anybody who might be
So,
possibly
yes.
asked to testify,
So the contingent personnel na may nasa tingin nyo, posibleng tatanungin at matatanong, or you will have to rely on, tumayo na rin po at please take your oath para mabilis po ang ating proceedings.
for
Maybe-
example, Mr. Chairman, itong mga napatawag na yung nakausap ko sa CCTV monitoring room noon, Mr. Babiera, Felipe, Saldana, Cabrera, nandito yata sila. So kindly,
Tumayo na rin po lahat yun. Nasaan yung mga taga-CCTV? Taas po ang kamay. Wala dito? Yung monitoring, CCTV monitoring, ano,
Your Honour, they're in a holding room. We'll ask them now to attend the hearing so they can take an oath.
yes, please ask them. Yes, can you please ask them to proceed immediately to this hall for their oath?
Yes, we will, Your Honour.
Maupo mo muna kayo. Kompletuhin na po natin.
Mr. Chairman, may we also include all names mentioned in the chronology of events by the PNP? All names mentioned, the PNP officers mentioned in the chronology of events.
And these are,
Plenty. For example, PO1 Francisco Villamor, PCP3 of Pasay CPS. Is he here? He was the one who received the first call.
okay.
Okay, so including the head of the SWAT, anybody that is mentioned in the chronology of event, Mr.
Lahat ho ng mga men in uniform natin na hindi pa ho nag-oath nung unang hearing, tumayo at kasama po kayo lahat. Okay?
Mr. Chairman, while waiting for them, may we dispose of some administrative matters?
The Honorable Majority Floor Leader is recognized. The Honorable Fariñas, silence is requested.
Well, this morning, I received a text message from Chairman Tambunting. It says here, good AM Manong, lawyer of Armin Gomez seeks to meet with chairs at 8:30 AM. If okay with you, we will just listen to what he has to say and not argue with them. We'll give you feedback. So my reply to the chairman was, no. The lawyer may approach the chairs. In court, this is called approaching the bench during the meeting, but not outside the meeting. Such would be private, as not to be heard by the public, but within public view. It is unethical on either side to meet in private outside of the hearing. So they just gave me the letter. It turns out that it was my friend, Attorney Hines, who asked for an advance. Your letter states here, compañero, that in behalf of my client, Armin Gomez, we humbly request an advance audience with your honors. Do not do that. Even in court, you know that. That is not allowed. It's unethical. Because if somebody sees you meeting alone, the three chairs and you, the lawyer of this gentleman, what are they discussing? And it's unethical. So I'm saying this to serve as a notice to all appearing before investigations of this body. You will be given opportunity to bear. If it is sensitive, you may approach the bench, approach the chair, in our view, and present to them the matter that you want to discuss, but never meet with chairpersons or members of committee when you have interest pending before them, because it is unethical. So I'm saying this to serve as a lesson to everyone, okay? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much,
Mr. Chairman.
Majority Leader Fariñas.
Mr. Chairman,
The Honorable
May I-
Deputy Majority Leader Crisologo.
may I know if the first firemen who were able to discover the bodies are here?
Meron po ba dito, tatanong po ng ating
Yung mga unang nakakita.
responding firemen,
Yung unang nakakita.
yung mga nakita ng katawan, andito po ba?
Your Honor, the first fireman who discovered the body along the hallway is about to come, Your Honor. Is on his way yes. It's
Anong
he's
pangalan po
already-
nun?
Senior Inspector Concepcion, Your Honor.
Okay.
How about those who discovered the dead bodies in the room?
They are not informed, Your Honor.
Will you kindly try to tell them if you can communicate and ask them to come?
Yes, Your Honor.
So that we can propound questions upon them, because that's very important. We want to see the situation at the time when their bodies were found.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So kayo po ba yung sa CCTV room? Okay. So lahat po, pwede na po tayo tumayo. Lahat ang, may I ask the SecGen to, the Honorable Acop is recognized.
Since this is a continuation of the hearing held last June 7, the resource persons who were present in the last hearing and have taken their oath will be testifying under the same oath. Please be reminded of that. ComSec, please administer the oath to those who have not taken such.
Please stand and raise your right hand. I state your name. Hereby solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this inquiry. So help me God.
Maraming salamat at maupo na po kayo. Pati yung mga CCTV room personnel, dito na po kayo at wag na po kayo pumunta sa holding room. Marami pa naman mga upuan dyan.
Mr. Sian, are you prepared to present the videotapes that were subpoenaed for the people to see?
We have, Your Honor, we have submitted the videotapes. We have some that are here. If you wish, we can show. It's quite long, no? So we have some that are with us, but with respect to the, we have a video that we wish we could play, a new footage where we show the assailant.
I'm sorry, Mr. Sian.
Yes.
Ano po yun?
Yes, where we show the assailant together with side by side with the audio, kasi may audio ho dun sa may malapit sa cage.
Okay.
So we can where you can hear the gunshots, no.
I remember that the request was for you to submit videotapes from a certain date to a certain date. That was from
Yes.
May 31 to June 3.
Yes. Yes, Your Honor. Can I refer this matter
Yes.
to?
Did you? Yes.
Yes.
Attorney Alvarez.
Good morning, Your Honors. Yesterday at 3 o'clock, our office submitted to the Sergeant of Arms and the Office of the Secretaries of the respective committees the footages that were required in the subpoena that was issued to the company covering the period 8 p.m. of June 1 all the way to 12 noon of June 2. We also submitted, Your Honor, an explanation why there is difficulty in completing the coverage for May 31, June 1, and the remaining hours of June 2 and June 3. And we attached to said letter the explanation of the technical team that we have engaged, which is Empire. Our COO will explain the technicalities in relation to that. But in relation, Your Honor, to the Other documents that were required from Resorts World Manila, we likewise furnished the Office of the Secretaries of the Committees 30 copies of said documents. Our COO will explain the technical difficulty in completing May 31, June 1, and June 3. But
Okay.
the hard drive for June 2, 8 p.m., June 1, 8 p.m. to 12 noon of June 2 has already been turned over.
So we only have June 2, a certain period of June 2.
8 p.m., Your Honor, of June 1 all the way to 12 noon of June 2.
June 2.
Yes.
Okay.
Correct.
So may we ask Mr. Riley, why haven't you complied? What's the problem? What's the technical problem?
Your Honor, on the request of Congress to submit all video evidence and to ensure that the video evidence was not tampered with and continued to have a watermark of authenticity, our first engagement was with a third-party consultant, a company from Singapore which is Forensic Digital Consultant, to ensure that we did not breach any digital act in transferring the video. Our second course of action was to contact the manufacturer of the CCTV hardwares and cameras and recording equipment to ensure we are safely transferring the video data. That conference call was made in the presence of three parties: technical from the manufacturer, technical and surveillance personnel from Resorts World Manila, and 5 representatives of PACCOR monitoring team in the room who all agreed in the method of video transfer. If I can elaborate further, the surveillance recording is in a format of H.264, which is highly encrypted video format. The estimated time it will take to transfer all video files, being 3,100 cameras, which are recorded in 4 SIF, 30 frames per second, will be approximately 33 days to transfer all of that data. There is many, many thousands of terabytes of information to be transferred. What we prioritized was, as mentioned by Attorney Georgina Alvarez, was the day before up to the day of the incident itself and into the concluding day. All video footage will remain under the supervision of the PACCOR monitoring team and is being transferred to remote hard disks as we take this congressional hearing.
So when can you fully comply with the order of the committee that all videotapes, copies of those tapes be submitted? How long will it take you? 33 days?
We are now 5 days into the transfer. We estimated, based on the knowledge of the technicians from the manufacturer, 33 days originally to transfer the data. So now we're looking at a remaining 28 days to fully comply with the data transfer.
The Honorable Fariñas recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It was upon my motion that such was carried. Well, we will then, perhaps they can pause for a while. We will review what we have first and then get back to you if there would be a need for those other dates, because we may be contented already considering that it will take 33 days, taking your word for it. I just want to correct you, Mr. Riley, that it's not a request. We first made a request, but you asked for a subpoena. So it's now an order that you have to comply with. We wanted to request you, but it was you who requested that we compel you. So you're under compulsion to bring forth this paper. But please hold, I will now amend the motion for you to hold it in abeyance. We will review first what you've given us, because who knows, what you gave us might take us 2 months to view.
Your Honor, if I may speak.
Please.
The files that will be submitted to you will be in the many of thousands of individual files. I agree with your comment. It will take you months to review all that video footage with experts.
Thank you. It will take a lot of overtime pay. Well, anyway, we know where to also particularize the viewing. So thank you. I therefore move to amend my previous motion, duly approved, Mr. Chairman.
There's a motion, duly seconded. The chair hearing no objections. the motion to amend the motion to submit, the previous motion to submit videotapes will be held in abeyance till further order
Mr. Chair.
by this committee.
Mr.
Yes,
Chair.
the Honorable Akop is recognized.
Since the tapes would be available, is the Philippine National Police not asking for a copy of that because that will form part of your evidence?
Yes, Your Honor.
Magpakilala po kayo.
Sir, Your Honor, I'm Chief Superintendent Tomas Apolinar, the District Director of the Southern Police District. Yes, sir, and we would like also to manifest if we can have if we can ask for a copy of all the CCTVs of Resorts World regarding the incident.
Thank you. So we expect the Philippine National Police to review this also, to complete their investigation.
Yes, Your Honor, we will do that, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Sian, you're recognized.
Your Honor, we would like to request if we can play footage wherein we show the assailant entering the casino, but this time it shows, you can hear sound because we have audio recording in the cage, so you can hear the gunfire. It's a split screen, there are 4 screens, and we will also show discreetly the area where the VIP salon where some of the victims hid, and so it will give you a better picture of the context of the situation at the time. I think that will be helpful to contextualize the whole event.
Yes, the Honorable Fariñas is recognized.
We have no objection to that, Mr. Chairman. Another administrative matter. No?
Yes, please.
Where is your chairman of the board, Mr. Sian? I was handed a letter here from Attorney Mactal saying that he cannot appear here because he is abroad.
Your Honor,
For the record, the Speaker himself wanted Mr. Andrew Tan to be here, but upon further verification, it was found out that he is not the chairman of the corporation, and it would be unfair also because corporations have their own personalities. So we invited Mr. David Chua Ming Huat, and now we get a letter that he's abroad. When did he go abroad?
Your Honor, we received the letter on 10/20, on June 13, inviting our chairman, Mr. David Chua. He departed Manila on Sunday around 12 noon, if I'm not mistaken.
So
Which is
he
June
left
11.
already upon when he received the invitation?
No, Your Honor. He left on June 11. We received the invite on June
So
13.
he has been out of the country since June 11?
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honors, Mr. David Chua does not live in the Philippines.
Yeah, but he's the chairman
Yes,
of
yes.
a corporation where 37 people have died. He does not even find time to come here and personally condole with people or personally see what has happened. He is the chairman of the board, sir.
Your Honor, he was here at the beginning and in fact visited not only the deceased but also went to the various hospitals to visit the injured.
But sir, with this modern age where you received the invitation, where is he exactly abroad? Which part of the world is he in?
At this point, I do not know where, but he actually lives in Hong Kong.
Okay, we will not make it longer. I move that we issue a subpoena to this person. Is he Filipino?
Your Honor, he's not Filipino.
So we have a foreigner as the chairman of the board of this corporation.
Yes.
Okay, we'll I move that we issue a subpoena to this person since he might not choose to come here. So it will be up to him. If he will not appear, what comes after that is a warrant of arrest. I so move, Mr.
There's a motion to order for a subpoena to be issued to Mr. David Ming Wat Chua, the
Second.
chairman of the board of Travelers International. Duly seconded. The chair in objections. Motion is approved. So we now proceed.
Another thing,
Yes.
what is the corporate structure of Resorts World? Can you kindly brief us so that we will also appreciate it? So Resorts World is owned by Travelers. Can you kindly tell us what is Travelers International Hotel Group, what are its subsidiaries, and where is Resorts World and the other, specifically Resorts World in this table of organization or hierarchy of the corporation?
Your Honor, if I may, Travelers International Hotel Group, Inc. is the company that does business in the name and style of Resorts World Manila. So Resorts World Manila is a brand, but the company that actually owns it is Travelers International Hotel Group, Inc. Travelers International Hotel Group, Inc. is a publicly listed company with a public float of 10.03%. It is owned by foreigners up to 30.80% and Filipino-owned 69.20%. Of the shareholders, Your Honor, major shareholders would be the following companies: Adams Property Incorporated, 46.10%, Star Cruises Holdings Philippines BV, 17.47%, Alliance Global Inc., 15.36%, Asian Travelers Limited, 6.93%, Premium Travelers Limited, 4.07%, and the other companies are of smaller shareholdings, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair.
Just a follow-up question. In the last hearing, you mentioned Genting and Allied. Is that Allied the holding company of Andrew Tan?
Your Honor, we
Where,
mentioned...
where does that come into play?
Your Honor, we mentioned that the economic interest of two major shareholders through their various companies or subsidiaries are the Genting Hong Kong Group and the Alliance Global Group, Inc.
Okay.
One final note. Mr. Sian, what you will show us does not contain gory or scandalous materials or scenes? My point is it okay because all cameras are here and you're moving for the showing web video based on your sense of judgment in terms of prudence and decency, do you think it's good for public viewing?
There are no scandalous material, but I would like to caution that the place that the fatalities were hiding would show them hiding, but you would not see their faces. But that's why I would like to beg your indulgence whether you want to see this in executive session due to the sensitivity. But it's important that you see and hear it because based on the audio recording, you would hear, based on our expert estimate, around 300 rounds fired or heard, no, in the audio. It will then contextualize the whole environment and the situation of fear, and maybe partly explain why they refused or they did not come out from where they were hiding.
Mr. Chairman, in this modern age of social media, if the victims, the surviving heirs of the victims, this will be played over in social media, copied, it might traumatize relatives of those who perish. I perhaps would want to watch it if, God forbids that happens to me, but not for the public to feast on it. So maybe tell us if you know the point where it gets really that gory and very disheartening to be watching, especially for relatives. then we can move into an executive session.
Will you be able to tell us?
Your Honor, we will not reach a point of any level of goriness because at 12:33, the particular camera covering the fatalities went off because of the smoke and the soot. So we will not reach that point.
So with the assurance of the Honorable Sian and the Attorney Alvarez that there are no portions that can be classified as gory, then we will proceed with the viewing of the tapes.
Your Honor, of course, at any point in time, we can stop
Okay.
it, no? Yes.
So may we request that the video tapes be played? Pwede lang po tayo tumabi ng konti kasi ang screen po nandito. Clearan po natin. Yung mga nasa gitna, okay lang ho. Huwag lang ho natin harangin yung screen para makita ho dito. Yung lights lang ho.
Your Honor.
Pwede po ito mga TV monitors dito kung makikita rin natin. Attorney Alvarez. Okay.
Your Honor,
yes, Mr.
can we
Sian.
request for silence because yung may audio ho para marinig
Okay.
yung audio.
What silence is requested, wala hong magre-react dahil hindi ho natin maririnig yung audio kung maingay po tayo. So hindi po talaga pwede mag-ingay dahil may audio at medyo mahina po yung audio.
Mr. Chairman, please. Mr.
At
Chairman.
kung may mag-iingay po dyan, we will ask the Sergeant of Arms to bring you out of the room. Tahimik po tayo.
Mr. Chairman, please.
Yes, the Honorable Costello.
Yes, may we request the RS people if the TV monitors could also be activated because it would produce a higher resolution.
Is that possible?
Who prepared
I don't think so.
those monitors?
No. This is, I
At the
think
house?
this is ours.
Okay.
Okay. Yes. Oh, those are properties of Resorts World. But I understand, they cannot tap into it.
That serves as a backup in case it doesn't work. So
Okay.
it's not linked at this point.
Okay. Okay, so it's not linked, Honorable Costello. Okay, so are we ready? Pwede ho nating idim ng konti yung ilaw at tahimik lang po Kundi how long is the video?
It's around 20, a little
Okay.
over 20 minutes.
Okay. Silence is requested.
I would also annotate a little, please. The one on the top right screen is the cage. That's where the audio comes in from. The cage. The top left is a table where he burned. This table is right outside the VIP salon.
Do you have a pointer?
Andun yung controller. Okay, can you pause first? Can you pause? Yes.
Okay, so since Mr. Sian will annotate, may we request that the person with the control please be sensitive to the instruction of Mr. Sian.
I'll just explain the screens para malinaw ho. Yung ito ho yung cage, the cashier, the cage. We have a remote audio system there, so that it captured the gunfire. And then this is the table that he burned as he walked into the casino, second floor casino. This is outside of the VIP salon, right outside. This is also the table that after lighting the table, the gunman put a bag of bullets, or a bandolier on top of the table while it was burning. And then you can see sparks and sound of that table as the bullets were firing. And then the bottom left is the assailant, which is an active monitoring of the assailant as he walked through the second floor. Now, we blocked off the bottom right at this point due to the sensitivity for the families. Papakita na lang ho namin when they were already hiding kasi para hindi ho makita yung mga mukha nila. At some point, yung bottom right na video will come on, no?
Mr. Chairman, please. May I just know from Mr. Sian, are these being undertaken simultaneously?
Yes, Your Honor. Mahirap hong makita, but on the top is the running time, that timestamp, and they're all synchronized. So the sound, the video, they're all synchronized. Okay, please proceed.
Proceed.
You will see that the assailant left the first table that he lit a fire, and he went back and placed a bag of ammunition. Makikita ho, bumalik na ho siya ngayon eh.
Honorable Farin.
Para masundan, since I'll be the first to ask questions, siguro I can interject questions now. Yung mga nagmo-monitor, when the lady guard radioed you, hindi ba nyo nasundan kaagad itong eksena na ito? Yung mga nagmo-monitor, who were there? Are they here? Para hindi na, kasi mas madali kung mami ay turo natin, mahirap. Saan yung mga nag-oath na nasa monitor? Saan si Barbiera, Felipe Saldana, Cabrera, Fides? Are you here?
Okay. Sinong gusto sumagot ho? Ayan.
Are they here?
Your Honor,
yes, sir.
my name is Christopher Babiera.
Okay.
Nandun ka, no?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So, when the lady guard, of course, when there was a breach on the main door, the lady guard radioed, di ba, na may pumasok na may baril.
Yes, Your Honor.
Sinundan nyo kaagad sa camera yon, di ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, so you were following the gunman at this point.
Yes, Your Honor. That's why yung below camera PTC gumagalaw po yun.
Oh, so nasusundan mo na lahat ito, ah?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Proceed.
Please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, when did the bullets start erupting from the bag in the gaming table?
Wait.
Yes, Your Honor.
Where's the audio?
Alvin? If you can stop first, I'll explain. So he had to stop that all the way till 12:30 something. Eh. Then after that, wala na hong video.
On the upper right is the holding area where they hid.
That's the pantry.
Yes, that's where
Your
they
Honor.
hid. And there's no more movement there.
There are people
nakatago
there.
sila, nakatago.
Yeah,
They're covering their heads because nga right outside they hear the bullets popping.
Dito maliwanag, this lady at the bottom right is making calls. Nagtatawag sa cellphone niya. It's now 12:31:22. 22 is the split second. O, bumigay na raw yung isang camera sa bottom left, according to the technician here. And according to him, wala nang audio.
Your Honor, in the video, nakita ho namin na the assailant went back to the chip bank. Actually, he went there 3 times, no? First, our estimate is he took around 113 million. Second time he went back, he reloaded his magazine, didn't get anything. Third time he went back, he took at least another 60 million of chips, no?
Okay.
So we've only recovered 113.
Oh.
Okay.
On
So what's happening?
the bottom right are two people, and then the assailant lets them go out. Oh. Yung isa nakatago diyan, oh. And then inutos niya lumabas sila.
Yes, Your Honor.
12:33. The top right camera, according to the technician, has also or will fail momentarily. Wala na? Wala. It's now 12:33:42.
Your Honor, wala na rin ho yung camera sa the top 2 and then the bottom left.
So yung bottom right na lang ang gumagana
Yes.
sa stairwell.
Sa CCTV area na ho yan eh. So, kaya meron pang footages doon sa assailant.
So, yung mga tao nyo, nasa loob sila ng room na ito?
By that
Sabi mo,
time ho, kasi nakita hong nag-approach, they have already evacuated their CCTV room. They left the CCTV room at what time? Around 12:20 ho, they evacuated the main CCTV room.
Okay.
And
wala na daw? That ends it?
yes. So, I just want to finish by saying that we highlighted this footage with the audio to dramatize ho, the fear that was instilled upon the people who were hiding, especially dun sa area ho nung may pantry, namatay ho. Because outside ho is where the bandolier was placed, and it continued to fire until 12:30 something. And we'll submit this ho for your own review. Thank you, Your Honors.
Can we put the lights back on? So, before we go to the interpretation, the chair would like to ask the COMSEC if the data that was requested and subpoenaed, were they submitted already, and do we have the possession? Can we itemize the documents that, may I ask the COMSEC to please itemize the documents that was received from Resorts World as directed and ordered by this committee?
Your Honor, thank you, sir. The committees confirm that we received The subject matter of the subpoena ducis tecum for the CCTV footages captured by the surveillance cameras relevant to the House inquiry into the Resorts World Manila incident that occurred last June 2, 2017. The subpoena covers the dates May 31 to June 3, 2017, but the footages submitted by Resorts World Manila as contained in 4 hard disks captured by 409 surveillance cameras are only covering the dates June 8, beginning 8 p.m. of June 1, 2017 to 12 noon of June 2, 2017. We have received other documents, sir, from Resorts World Manila. They have submitted their organizational structure of the crisis management team, emergency preparedness and crisis management plan, emergency exit plan and certification of emergency drills, latest security contract between Resorts World and NC Landing Security Specialist Agency, table of organization, qualifications, job description, duties and responsibilities, and shift duties of security personnel, and list of safety and health equipment. That's from Resorts World, sir. We also received the subject of the show cause order, which is the affidavit of explanation executed by Fire Director Bobby Barwell of the Bureau of Fire Protection. Thank you, Your Honor.
This explanation, because that was requested also by the members headed by the majority leader, kung bakit nag-absent at wala yung fire chief nung first hearing. Mas importante pa ba yung dinakad niya kaysa dun sa hearing last na ginawa po namin sa NAIA 3? Ano po explanation nila? Si Fire Chief Barwelo.
Magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. Pauna po humingi ako ng pasensya sa inyo kung bakit wala po ako last time. Ako po ay nasa Davao City at may instruction po sa akin na i-check po namin yung aming proposed training center sa Compostela Valley simply because yun pong aming lacking sa training centers po natin. Yun po ang main problem ng Bureau of Fire dahil yung amin pong mahigit pong 4,000 firefighters po ang wala pang basic training. And chinek ko na rin po yung status ng ating mga firefighting equipments within the province of Davao. Nagkataon lang po na bago po napadala sa akin yung imbitasyon ay nandun na po ako sa Davao City. And immediately after na tumalaman ko kinabukasan, bumalik na po agad ako dito sa Maynila.
So,
Mr. Chairman,
the Honorable Fariñas.
Director, Davao is 1 hour 40 minutes away. You're only checking a proposed site of a training center. Here, you have the House of Representatives conducting an inquiry about the death of 37 people, mostly fire-related. And you felt that that was more important. That is poor judgment on your part as far as we are concerned.
I'm sorry, sir. Pero I see to it, sir, na I've sent my personnel who are really knowledgeable on the incident and who are the first responder during the...
oh my God, you just made a statement against your interest. So you're not knowledgeable about the incident?
I was there, sir, at the Resorts World.
Well, but you said they are more knowledgeable than you, and you are the director of the Bureau of Fire Protection. You should be the most knowledgeable in your bureau, because if you are the head of the bureau and you say that your people are more knowledgeable, then we are in serious trouble.
My apologies, sir.
And same thing, we already issued a subpoena, but kindly tell your chairman, no? Hong Kong is less than 2 hours away. The House of Representatives, which issues or the source of all franchises, well, PAGCOR grants it now because Congress delegated it to PAGCOR. I think you should have found time to be here also, sir, because we would have wanted to wrap this up already, which is not good for the public, especially our foreigners that we are still conducting inquiry. We should lay this to rest as soon as possible Congress can do its job, then back to normal na ang buhay natin. But if people like your chairman does not find the time to fly here, hindi ho maganda yun.
Yes. So, Mr. Sian.
Your Honor, makakaabot ho. We
Okay,
will
thank you.
inform him. Yes.
So, let this message be very, very clear. Pag nagpatawag pong committee, galangin po natin kasi hindi rin po kami titigil na baliwalain ang order po ng committee at ng Kongreso. So, we will now proceed to the interpellation. The first interpellation is, as per our rules, is the Honorable Majority Leader, Rudy Fariñas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. May I proceed? Good morning, the chairpersons, my colleagues, our resource persons, and the Filipino people. Nandito na po si Madeline Dumondon and Dale Requesto. Si Madeline. Ma'am, doon ka kasi nung kausap kita sa CCTV room, ayaw mo, please take one of the positions. And while she's taking her position, we are in receipt. I was given a note here, a copy of a paper, which I also read in the newspaper, order granted by the, issued by the PAGCOR, suspending, says here, in connection with the June 2 incident at Resorts World, pending, you are hereby ordered to cease and desist in all gaming operations. Pending investigation. Signed, Andrea Domingo, Alfredo Lim, Pedrosa, Claudio, and Concordia. Is this correct, Madam Chair of the PAGCOR?
Opo, sir.
Did you tell us in the last meeting that it would need martial law to do for you to do this, and that they are given 60 days before you can issue a cease and desist order, ma'am?
I think we were talking about revocation at that time.
Also, ma'am,
sir.
do you want to address the records? You stated that, have you issued a cease and desist, or have you suspended operations of the Resorts World? I asked you, and you said they voluntarily suspended operations, and I said, well, that was reactive. That was reactive under that, but for you, why did you not act proactively? And you said, sir, kailangan na po martial law pagka hindi naman po tayo naka-martial law.
Your Honor, that Wednesdays are our dates for our board meetings. So on Tuesday, I went through and inspected and had a briefing by management at Resorts World. And I was hurrying the report for the board so that we could recommend the suspension. But we were called to a meeting, so we had to postpone our board meeting until Friday, where we had more time to review all the legal aspects of it on what we should be doing. And at that time, the board, in full attendance, agreed that we can then immediately suspend the operations, gambling or gaming operations of Resorts World. I am not a lawyer, but the provisions in their provisional license provides the protective suspension shall be effective for a period of 30 days. A protective suspension exceeding 30 days shall be subject to notice and hearing. So, provided po yun, binigyan ko po kayo nung kopya ng kanilang license.
More than 30 days ang notice and hearing, but for protective suspension, less than 30 days, you can do it immediately.
Opo, we did it immediately after our board meeting on Friday afternoon.
I was correct, ma'am, that you could have ordered it.
Yes, sir, if we had the
Yes.
time.
And why did you even use martial law in the context here?
Well,
Ma'am, let
a
me, because you're not a lawyer, I'm a lawyer, I'll tell you, ma'am. Even if it were martial law, you cannot suspend a business because of martial law. So please do not bring those statements in our committee hearing about martial law. That's a disservice also to the president.
it was a very trying time from Friday until Wednesday because we were given 48 hours by the Office of the President to prepare the report. And we couldn't get access on Monday because I think they were still retrieving bodies and the police had to do their work first. So I was able to take access on Tuesday because we had to read the reports as well as verify
Okay,
for
ma'am,
ourselves.
since you want to lengthen, may I please question a copy of the exchange that we had with the chairperson, so I will read it into the record. Now, I will read it later, ma'am, so that makita po ninyo na sinasabi niyo sa akin no, na hindi niyo pwedeng gawin yan dahil may due process and everything, hindi pala kayo lawyer, ina-advise niyo ako na lawyer, medyo doon po yata tayo nagkalituhan.
Opo, siguro kasi po yung aming abogado naman nandun, sinasabi po sa akin na kailangan may due process. Palagay ko,
Fire out mo na siya.
talaga.
Hindi niya,
So,
it does not know his law.
okay.
Kung ganun, ma'am.
Ano to?
Ma'am, may nasunugan na. 37 ang namatay. And kung magiging kami po ang may kasalanan na gumagawa ng batas pag hindi naman po namin ikinover yung situation na gano'n na meron pang hearing and everything. Okay. May I now proceed to Ms. Madeline. Ma'am, maalala mo, Madeline, nung nandun, initially, is Dr. Hison here? Doon ka rin. First of all, when we were trying to get into that room that was locked, bakit hesitant ka na buksan mo? Dale. Dale is a doctor. Doctor, well, I call him Dale because in the short time that we were together there, naging familiar yata kami. Dr. Hison, remember when we were inspecting and I discovered the small CCTV room which you opened, but when we moved to the other room, which was about 10 meters only, you had to call people before you would open it. You remember that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Why did you do that, sir? Have you oath?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Why did you have to call? Whom did you call? Who did you call?
Sir, I was trying to call our lawyer, Attorney Gina Alvarez, at that time.
Because you did not want us to see the bigger CCTV room?
No, sir, because I was not authorized.
Sir, why were we there? We are conducting an inquiry in aid of legislation. We can even issue subpoenas. And in fact, the committee authorized us to go there by batches. And the Resorts World gave you as our escort. The more that we got suspicious when you refused and you were getting clearance just to see the room. And indeed, it was a revelation because we found that big monitoring room. Why were you hesitant, or why did you feel necessary to ask legal? Would it incriminate you?
No, sir, I was just asked to guide you where the gunman at that time passed through. So, in my perspective, hindi na po yun kasama dun sa tour or dun sa ocular po na ginagawa natin.
We were not on a tour. We were not on an ocular. We were in investigation. Can't you see that we can even ask you to produce all of your videos, even all of your records? We can, yet you were denying us access to a room which was very material to our investigation. So, did you get authority? What did I say when you were hesitant? What did you hear me say?
Papasabina niyo po at pwede niyo pong akong ipakulong.
Wawasakin ko na yung pinto, sabi ko sa'yo. Kung hindi mo kami papapasukin doon, nag-i-inspect kami, and you were already subpoenaed. And so, the guy on the other hand, who did you get to talk to?
At that time, I was with one of our lawyers as well, Attorney Darius Manlagnit.
And what did he say?
At the time, he told me already that yes, we can access the area.
Okay, thank you. Kindly, yes, madam. Mr. Chair, the lady wants to be recognized.
The Attorney Alvarez.
May I just explain, Your Honor?
Yes.
It's my first time to hear that Dr. Hizon was trying to call me that afternoon. If you recall, I was part of the panel of resource persons and I did not receive any call. However, all the lawyers of my team who were on site were instructed by me to extend full cooperation to the congressmen who were on the way to Resorts World to do an inspection. And so Attorney Darius advised that full cooperation be extended to you, Your Honor.
Mr. Chairman, that was the
Yes.
impression that was given to us. Yet when we were there, and as if we were being censored or some areas were sanitized, you have to remember that we are conducting an inquiry in aid of legislation. Your business operates under franchise of Congress. And any business for that matter is subject to regulation by law. So it is really relevant to our inquiry po. Now anyway, nung nabuksan na nga po, and nagulat ako, ang dami palang monitors doon and everything, wala man lang nasira, wala naman lang nasunog. When I started to talking to this lady, si Madeline, bakit nina-nervous ka nun, ma'am, kung magtanong lang ako tungkol sa nakita mo, parang ayaw mo akong sagutin at even told you, we are here as members of Congress, kaya kita pinasumpina para dito ka, ngayon nakapanumpa ka na. Kung magsinungaling po kayo rito, makukulong po kayo. Kung ayaw niyo po sumagot, meron po kaming 6 na nakakulong ngayon dito presently. For the record po, mga provincial officials ng Ilocos Norte, kaya nasa Court of Appeals po sila, gusto nilang i-raise, pero kami naman po, meron po sa konstitusyon kami na puder na binigay ng konstitusyon, including this committee, to conduct inquiries in aid of legislation. And clear po sa jurisprudence na pag yung witness, nagtatanong ang Congress, dahil hindi po kami makakagawa ng magandang batas if we do not get all the necessary information, especially from the public officials. Even private citizens are bound to contribute unless you have your rights also. May rights naman po kayo if you feel that it will incriminate you, but it is not that simple. It will be for the committee and you have to lay before the committee bakit mai-incriminate ka bago namin respetuhin yung rights na yun. So, ma'am, ba't nina-nervous ka nun at ayaw mo sumagot?
Good morning po, Your Honor. Bali po, nung time po kasi na yun, na yung trauma po, nandun pa rin po kasi. Kaya hindi pa po ako ganong makakasagot sa inyo noon.
Ilang araw na ba akong nakaraan nun? 7 araw na, di ba? Kaya nga sabi ko, when they said they were traumatized, it might be unkind for Resorts World to still make you report if you are under trauma. Dapat binigyan na kayo ng leave with pay and hire temps or temporary personnel. But, yun, pinapareport pa kayo doon. Traumatized pa pala kayo, ninenervyos pa kayo. Baka naman talagang, what is your policy po ba, sir? Hindi po ba unkind din naman if they are still traumatized of the incident that they cannot answer direct questions, yet you subject them to work?
Your Honor, hindi naman ho ganon. I mean, if they are to the point na hindi ho makakapasok because of trauma, hindi ho namin pinapapasok. The other thing that we did is we set up like a counseling on-site with professionals so that they can actually seek counsel on-site ho para mas convenient ho sa kanila.
Well, for our legislation siguro in the future po, if incidents like this, immediately grant them vacation leave with pay unless they request to report for work. Baliktad po ngayon parang pinapa-report nyo, but if they feel traumatized, they will ask, baka mahihiya sila. So, may we look into that possibility, sir?
Yes, Your Honor. The other thing ho is medyo specialized ho yung ginagawa nila. So it's because of the volume of that we need to submit. Yung mga footages ho. So mahirap po sila kasi replace I mean, we cannot just put somebody there too. Yes, so I beg your indulgence on na yun yung nangyari.
But obviously, they were not involved in the reproduction of the videos because they were still monitoring. Sabi ko, ano pa minomonitor nyo? Kasi casino monitoring sila They were monitoring. Now, ma'am, anong oras, what time did you report that day? May mga kasama dito na nandiyan, baka pwedeng, sino pa yung mga ibang kasama mo na on that shift? Kasi pa-exclude ko muna sila para hindi kayo magkarinigan ng sinasabi, para hindi naman matotono yung kanta ninyo.
Sino yung pakibanggit, miss, yung mga kasama?
Yung kasama mo doon sa CCTV room
during
at that time, the
particular
incident.
time, nung insidente ha, hindi nung investigasyon ha, yung insidente mismo.
You know, I'll just give you where I'm leading to. I have video here, Mr. Sian, Chief PNP, and Baruelo, Director Baruelo, and Resorts World. A guy on Facebook Live, he was videoing the whole incident. From the time it started, nagtatakbuhan ng mga tao, andun yung dumating na yung police, dumating yung ambulance, dumating na yung SWAT. At 12:37 in the video, sinasabi na lang mga tao lumalabas doon, mag-isang gunman. Nandun. Even, kaya nga po ang police, nakikita naman po namin yung lapses, wala ba tayong command post na lahat ng lumalabas dapat inuhold mo na yan para ma-interview to get a first-hand account of the threat inside. Can you imagine this guy just videoing there? Siya nag-i-interview eh. Ilan po ba yung nandun? Isa lamang po. Sumigaw ba siya ng ISIS? Hindi naman po. Wala siyang sinigaw po. Mag-isa lang po siya. So, very early on, alam na ng whole world na nanonood ng Facebook na yun lang. Pero the security force of Resorts World parang hindi alam, although napapanood naman nila. Naiisa nga talaga. Doon po sumasama ang loob ko dahil hindi man ako police, matagal naman ako local chief executive, doon pa lang nung na-monitor na upper floors, you could have cleared the second floor immediately dahil wala naman na yung threat, nasa taas niya. Kung nag-cooperate nga po kayo. So pag na-clear po yon at nandun, na-isolate na nga yung gunman, nasa 5th floor na, declared na lahat yung floors doon, na-save po sana yung mga 37 na namatay sa baba na wala naman na threat doon. Nakita nga ho natin, sa kanila, they believe that there was threat as shown by your audio dahil nag-iwa nga ng ammunition yung tao, pumuputok. But the police could have easily found out, especially on your part, kung nag-usap-usap naman po kayo. Ang amin po dito is the loss of lives yun ang masakit. Yes, ma'am. So, sino kasama mo nandito nandun, on that shift? Can you please identify all of them?
On Console 1, I am the assigned in Console 1, and Console 2 is Miss Rina Kunanan, and Console 3 is Mr. Dale Gerald Requesto, sir, Your Honor.
And under you, how many monitoring persons were there? Kasi tatatlo lang yung pinangalanan mo. Ang daming monitors doon Ilan ba yung monitors doon na nakalagay? Ilan ba dapat na nagbabantay sa mga monitors na yun?
Sa amin po kasing hotel side, sir, yun po talaga yung manning namin, sir.
Sa casino side?
Sa casino.
Yes, sir. Mr. Felipe. Who is Mr. Felipe?
Sino po yung...
Nandun ka ba? Sino yung nandun sa loob ng
ito mo
casino side?
Yung nakaputi, please identify yourself. Yung...
Your Honor, my name is Christopher Babiera.
Ang sasabihin mo ba, kadok nung sinabi nung...
Opo.
Okay.
Opo.
Andun ka ba nung araw na yun?
Opo.
Okay, proceed.
Yes, Your Honor. Yung manning po nung hotel po, 3 po yung tao
Yes, sir.
po doon.
Casino?
Opo. Isa casino po, there are a total of around 11 consoles, so we have 10 personnel allotted din doon po doon. So, but in a total of, we have a total of 28 operators, 2 of them nasa Remington, total of 30.
So, dalawa yung nasa backup CCTV room?
Opo, 2 po doon.
28 doon sa malaking monitor room?
Including 4 technician and another 2 managers.
Okay. Yes, sir. Where were you exactly?
At nandun po ako doon sa malaking room na pinuntahan niyo po.
So, sino nga yung 3 doon sa hotel room? Ito si Madeline, kasama niya. Who evacuated first?
Lately, I found out ang nag-evacuate po, umalis po silang kusa yung hotel. Kasi by the time na nag-exit po kami, kinatok ko po sila, inopen ko yung pinto.
Correct me if I'm wrong, no? Kung baka ito orientation ng wall nyo, yung door na yun yung hotel monitoring room, di ba?
Opo, Your Honor.
Yung casino operating room, mga dito lang, di ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Magkalapit lang.
Yes, Your Honor.
Dalawang door lang na gano'n. So, kusa umalis yung mga hotel group.
After I found out a minute.
No, hearsay. Ma'am, what time did you leave? Madeline? Oras ko umalis doon.
Base po sa footage is 0018, sir.
12,
Yes, Your Honor.
Wala ka namumonitor doon sa hotel, mga nagtatakbuhan lang tao.
Opo, yung mga taong nagtatakbuhan.
Yung gunman, di mo nakita?
Nakita ko po siya, papasok po siya ng Prosperity Court, Your
Yung
Honor.
nandun si Lady Guard.
Opo, Your
Nakita
Honor.
mo yon?
Yung commotion po yung una kong nakita. Then, nung
What commotion? Can you explain to the committee?
may mga nagtatakbuhang mga tao po. Tapos yung parang papasok po sila ng casino.
Okay. Query, and this may be answered to anyone. Lady Guard. Nandyan si Lady Guard. Kanino ka unang nag-report, madam, sa incident?
Good morning po sa ating lahat po dito.
Identify your name for the record, ma'am.
I'm LG Mary Grace Rayala po, the guard on duty that incident, sir. The
Pwede
second,
ikwento
sir.
mo sa amin yung nakita mo nangyari doon. Para hindi na question and answer. Can you relate to the committee what transpired? Any unusual incident that transpired? Okay.
Nung June 2 po, pasado alas 12:15 po ng hating gabi, sa sarili ko pong oras, sir, meron pong pumasok na tao. Hindi po siya dumaan sa walk-through metal detector, sir. So, inattempt ko po siyang harangin, sir. Challenge ko po yung tao. Then nakita ko po siya na nakabonet po. Balot po yung mukha niya. Then habang kinakompronta ko po siya, sir, pinafry ko po siya kung ano po yung mga dala niya. Nakita ko pong meron siyang dalang baril.
Nakalabas na o nasa bag pa lang?
Nakalabas na, sir. Hawak niya po.
Proceed.
So, that time po, kasama na rin, sir, ng pagdududa kung ba't meron siyang ganong klaseng dala na armas, then nakabonet po siya. Sinubukan ko pa rin po siyang i-challenge, sir.
Ba obvious sa'yo yun? Papasok na nakabonet, nakahawak ng M4, hindi mo pa alam kung anong gagawin nun doon?
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, okay.
Then, nung nakahakbang na po kami ng malayo-layo po dun sa pwesto ko, sir, siya naman po yung dating po nung kasama ko, ng roving guard po namin, sir. Pasalubong po sa amin. Then, sinubukan niya rin po na harangin, sir. Tinaas po yung kamay nung roving guard po namin. Then, dun na po yung time na tinutukan po siya ng baril. Yun po yung oras, sir, na nag-cover po ako, tumakbo po ako dun sa likod.
Nakita po namin sa video ito. Yes, ma'am.
Yan, sir. Immediately
Anong
po.
ginawa mo, ma'am? After that, nung tumakbo ka, nag-cover ka, ano ginawa mo?
Immediately, sir, nag-radyo po ako. Emergency call po sa lahat ng unit, sir. Kasi po
Kaya nga, sabihin mo nga yung sinabi mo. Ulitin mo kung ano yung sinabi mo para ma-appreciate lang namin kung ano. Yung kung maalala mo, anong rinadyo mo? Sige.
Eksaktong...
Eksakto. Yung the best of your recollection, ano sinabi mo?
Emergency all unit, emergency all unit. May nakapasok na lalaki, nakabonet, may dalang mahabang baril papunta sa direksyon ng casino.
Okay.
That's all, sir.
And then, ano narinig mong radio chatter o clatter? Ano naman narinig mong nag-instruct o wala o radio silence lang?
May sumugot pa sa'yo.
Marami pong nag-acknowledge, sir. Then may nabosesan po ako, isa pong officer po namin. Then nagtanong pa po ng iba pa pong detalye.
Sino yon?
Si Officer Malinaw po.
Malinaw.
First name?
Jeffrey Malinaw,
Jeffrey
sir.
Manilaw.
Anong instructions narinig mo?
Ang narinig ko po sa kanya is yung pinakang direction po nung gunman kung saan po talaga pumunta na direction sa sir. Then, nag-order po siya na safe po yung mga tao po sa paligid.
Nandito ba si Mr. Malinaw? Yon. Ano, Mr. Malinaw, doon ka na rin para matanong lang po namin para makita po namin yung lanting kung ano naman ang protocol ninyo. Kasi nga po, kayo yung binabayaran na protection, magtanggol sa publiko, o ano naman ano bang dapat gawin nyo? Wala ba kayong, mabuti nandyan si Director Dulay. Director Dulay, you're in charge of SOSYA, di ba? Under mo yung SOSYA. And the SOSYA is here. Ano ba protocol nyo pagka ganun? Hindi, siyempre, casino nga kayo, nagugwardya kayo sa casino. Kung may robbery, which is, of course, hindi na unexpected contingency yan. Sa casino, ano pa bang expected contingency sa casino? Either robbery o fire o stampede. Yan lang siguro. Ano naman ang protocol nyo pagka ganyan, sir?
Sir, bago pong lahat, ako po si Jeffrey Malinaw, officer in charge sa time.
Bago ka sumagot, ikaw ba'y kasama nag-oath kanina?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, proceed.
Nang makareceive po ako nung tawag sa radyo, tuloy sa back of the house po ako that time, kaya hindi naman ganun katagal, nakarating po ako sa area. Tinanong ko po sila kung saan talaga nagpunta yung suspect. So, tinuro nila direksyon na strictly do casino area. Nung yung robbing guard namin tumatawag sa emergency hotline ng Resorts World 8002. So, yun po yung may protocol po na lahat ng incident o yung mga emergencies, doon lahat ng bato. Pinasecure ko muna po sa kanilang lahat yung area, yung mga guest, kasi that time karamihan pa po ng guest. Na lahat palabas, wag na magpapasok. So, tumawag po ako around 1900 hours kay Sir John, yung assistant director namin, to inform po kung yung nangyari doon sa area. Hindi naman po nagtagal, dumating naman po yung security manager namin sa area. May
Ang pangalan po nun ni Sir John?
Yun lang, Sir, Petronio Kinul.
Petronio
Kinul.
Kinol. Hindi lang po, sir, Jeffrey. So, ilan po ba, ikaw ang supervisor, ilan ang hawak mong tao?
Sa night shift, sir, is 22.
22?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sino po nakakataas sa iyo? Iyon na, si Jun.
May mga supervisor po, may manager.
Sa pagitan ninyo ni Jun?
Downline, sir, ni Sir John.
Kaya nga, hindi, i-trace natin. Ikaw, sinong sumusunod nakakataas?
May detachment commander po ako, sir.
Detachment commander. And then, sinong mas mataas?
Resort security officer, then manager, si Sir John.
Pero dumiretso ka kay Sir John nag-report?
Yes, Your Honor. Because that time, sir, na may radio base po kami sa office. Doon sa escalation naman, sir, ng radyo. Namumonitor naman nila yun, sir.
Sino naman yung detachment commander mo?
Si Mr. Majam, sir.
Nandyan din po. Yan, sir. Ano naman ang background po ninyo, sir? Sa training nyo at saka personal circumstances?
Nag-attend naman kami, sir, ng lahat ng training. Undergo din naman kami ng security officers training
So,
po.
civilian ka lang, wala kang military or police background?
Wala po.
Si boss, si detachment commander. Ano ba dapat gawin nyo pagka ganun nangyari na may pumasok na may dalang baril? Wait, may mga baril ba kayo?
Kami good morning po. Ako po si Jeffrey, ma'am. Assistant detachment yung commander nung gabi na yon. Kami mga officer lanting, wala kaming firearms.
Wala kayong baril?
Apo.
Ilan po tao nyo doon sa lahat ng sa Resorts World?
Sa 64 po.
Sa 64, wala pong may armas dyan?
Karamihan po perimeter Type A.
Ano po?
Type A po, in the uniform.
Hindi, ang tanong ko po, yung 64 na yon, ilan po ang may armas? Hindi mo alam, parang ba't na ang tagal mo sumagot? Tinatanong ko lang kung doon sa 64 na tao mo, ilan ang may armas, ang bagal mo pa sumagot, nung June 2nd pa, June 1 ng hating gabi nangyari ito nagkukonsulta pa siya. Sige, make it record that he is consulting. Walang baril yung mga yan, ano?
Sir?
Walang mga baril yan, ano?
Yung mga type A, sir?
Yung, mo kasi ito, type A, type B. Mas tinatanong ko lang, yung 64, ilan ang may baril dyan? Nililito mo tayo sa type A. Yung 64 na tao na binanggit mo na nasa Resorts World, ilan ang may baril? Huwag mo na ako sabihin ng type C or A.
Basta 30 po lahat, sir, yung may dalang baril na security guard.
Ilan?
30.
30. So, sa isang at a given time, 30 ang may armas sa inyo.
Opo, Your Honor.
Anong klase mga armas?
May AK.
AK na 22 caliber o AK na totoong AK? Kasi alam ko yung mga security,
AK 2000, sir.
kunyari may AK sila, kunyari M4, pero titignan mo yung bala, unless this will compromise national security. Totoong AK yan.
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, ilan
AK
na
2000.
Oh. 5.56 caliber yan.
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh. Ilan ang AK?
Nasa 6 po yung gabi na yun.
Oh. So ano dapat gawin ng mga naka-AK pagka ganun? Did they even encounter this armed man inside the... Yun ba naka-enkwentro ba nila yung tao na yan?
Posted po sila, Your Honor, sa lahat ng naka-fix po sila sa malapit sa mga main entrance.
Sagutin mo ako. Naka-enkwentro ba nila? Ang sagot doon, hindi yata, kaya hindi mo sabihin
No, sir.
Kaya, hindi ka mo. Tinatanong kita kung naka-enkwentro nila. Huwag tayong paligoy-ligoy po dito dahil marami pong magtatanong pa. So, hindi nila na-enkwentro?
Yung pagpasok, sir, hindi na yung kwento.
Maski paglabas, ha? Ang dami mong pinapahirap ang usapan, yung pagpasok. Mula pagpasok hanggang namatay yung tao, na-enkwentro ba nila?
Yes, Your Honor. Na-enkwentro nila, yes, Your Honor, yung suspect.
Saan? Wala kami nakitang footages na may AK-47 na lumalaban na. Ang ipinakita lang sa amin ay yung pang Assistant Vice President na humiram ng baril. Kanino na hiniram, Mr. President?
To my knowledge, Your Honor, humiram ho siya dun sa perimeter guard.
Humiram pa siya doon sa gwardiya ng baril. Siya pa ang nag-enkwentro doon sa suspect. Kaya nga siya tumakbo pa atras dahil siyempre wala kang training. Ngayon sinasabi mo, meron kayong langting security na umenkwentro o nag-engage doon sa tao?
Yes, Your Honor. Before po na-encounter ng internal, na-encounter po namin sa likod, bali doon sa may Maxim's loading dock sa labas bago pumasok yung suspect.
Bago pumasok, saan?
Actually, nakalabas po ng loading ng building yung suspect. Doon namin na-encounter. Then pumasok.
So may basurahan?
Yes, Your Honor.
O, lumabas siya sa basurahan, nandun kayo sa labas?
Di naman po kami nakalapit. Medyo may
Hindi
kalayo.
nga, nasa labas kayo?
Yes, Your Honor.
Labas ng bakod? May bakod eh.
Yung bakod po sa golf course na yun. Dito lang po sa kakalsada lang po yung mismong way papuntang golf course.
Pero yung basurahan, may bakod doon. Walang bakod?
Meron. So.
Hindi, mas alam ko pa yung perimeter mo kaysa ikaw. Ikaw yung nagtatrabaho dyan. Ako minsan lang pumasok doon. Nakita ko. Binuksan nga niya, nandun kayo eh. Kaya, pero hindi nyo pinutukan.
Pinutukan po namin.
Pa-check nga nyo, Chief PNP, kung may tama yung pintukan dahil parang wala naman ako nakita. Live ba yung mga bullets nyo?
Yes, Your Honor.
Hindi, siyempre, ganun kami magtanong ng mga abogado para magkasundo. Pinutukan nga ho namin, sir, pero hindi naman live kasi bawal sa amin ang live, kaya blanks po yung, kaya maliwanag po So, pinutukan nyo.
Yes, Your Honor.
May tama ba yung pinto?
Hindi ko po na-check nung
Pambira ka naman, 2 linggo na, hindi mo man lang tignan. Kung tinignan mo rin sana, dahil mga tao mo ngayon nandun kung baka naman, meron pa kami nakita sa video, mga 12:25, lumabas na tao nakahubad, gumaganon sa 3rd floor. Parang gumaganon. So akala nung nagbibideo, nagsusurrender yung tao. He thought the guy was surrendering, because he's raising his arm like that for about 30 seconds, but then went back inside. So maybe we can see that also.
Siguro po kita naman sa CCTV ng building kung totoo o hindi yung na-encounter namin dun sa likod.
Sa ngayon po kasi wala pa kami nakita dahil kabibigay lamang po. So, ikaw sana, nag-imbestiga ka na doon para nakita mo yung gwardiya mo. Siyempre kung magsasabi siya, Sir, nakita namin, bukas yung pinto, binanatan namin. Di, tignan mo naman kung nambobola yung tao o hindi. Saan nga? Tignan mo sana kung may tama man yung pintuan o yung buong building. Hindi mo naman hindi mo tinignan.
Isa po ako dun sa pumatok.
Ikaw
that
isa
time.
doon. Hindi mo tinignan kung may tinamaan ka sa pinto o ano. Anong hawak mo nun?
M4, sir.
M4 na 556?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ilan ba ang M4 nyo?
Dalawa, Your Honor.
So, 6 na AK, 2 M4.
Yes, Your Honor.
Shotgun.
Dalawa, Your Honor.
Dalawa. So, 10 na yon. Versus isang M4 yung kalaban nyo,
That time kasi po, hindi po namin siya basta ma-engage dahil sa karamihan ng tao na lumalabas ng building.
Hindi nga sir, pero alam mong may CCTV room doon. Doon ka na nga sa CCTV room para ma-monitor mo siya, di ba?
Iba po yung manning dun, sir, sa loob. Wala po kaming deployment o dun sa loob ng CCTV room, sir.
Hindi mo alam na may CCTV room?
Alam po kung may CCTV pero wala po kaming direct access doon sa CCTV, wala po kaming manning.
Boss, emergency na nga eh. So wala kang intel. So wala kang intelligence report kung saan yung tao.
That time, sir, wala po.
Iyon ang mga lapses na tignan nyo, Sosya, ano? Para, so anyway, marami po magtatanong dito. I will not abuse my unlimited time para naman po makapagtanong yung iba. I'm sure they will even have better questions that I have. So, thank you, Mr. Chair. And yung iba po doon, before, ito lang, ma'am. So, bakit wala kang tinatago sa amin?
Wala po, Your Honor.
Dahil under oath na yan, okay, maniniwala na ako dahil nanumpa ka namin siguro. Naniniwala ako na ninenervyos ka lang siguro. No? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Majority Floor Leader Fariñas. As per the rules, he can interject. No? The Majority Floor can interject anytime. So, we now proceed to the next interpreter, the Honorable Harry Roque.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Majority Floor Leader. Now, unang-una po, bago ako magtanong, lilinawin ko lang po, no, na sa ating sistema ng gobyerno, katungkulan po talaga ng Estado na panatiliin ang peace and order, pati po sa mga pribadong mga lugar. No? So, hindi po tayo po pwedeng maghugas kamay. At ito mga tanong ko nga po ay dun sa mga hindi ko maintindihan kung ano nangyari sa parte po ng Philippine National Police. Unang-una po, dumating naman tayo ayon sa chronology nyo maaga, no? At mukhang 18 minutes lamang matapos kayo tumawag, dumating na kayo. Pero parang napakatagal bago kayo merong nagawa. Kasi sa sarili nyong chronology, 110 yun na allegedly na nagkaroon kayo ng inkwentro doon sa assailant. No? So, pero tinanong na itong tanong nito nung huling hearing, according to the minutes ni Congressman Crisologo, ang sagot ninyo, kasi yung pagdating ninyo, kinakailangan i-secure muna yung area. No? At ito nga po, sabi ni Director Albayalde, bulag kayo dahil di umano sinabi ng Resorts World na merong mirror CCTV room sa katabing hotel na Remington. So, Director Albayalde, you confirm this fact, no? Na sinabi niyo to sa huling hearing na bulag kayo, no? Hindi niyo alam yung CCTV room sa Remington.
Pakisagot lang po. I just would like to remind everyone the 3-minute rule will be strictly enforced. Sige po. Sumagot po.
Yes, Your Honor.
Pero dito po sa chronology ng events ninyo mismo, and this is what I'm referring to, yung kayo mismo gumawa sa PowerPoint, 144, ang sabi nyo, PNP personnel and RWM personnel manned the abandoned CCTV located at the second floor. Suspect was last seen. The identified respondent CCTV room was also activated at Remington Hotel manned by RDWM personnel and PNP. So as of 1:44, sa sarili niyong chronology of events, nandun na kayo po sa CCTV sa Remington Hotel. Tama ba ho itong sarili niyong chronology of events?
The person who was there at the CCTV room is here, Your Honor. He can shed light to that, Senior Superintendent Obon. He was able to locate the CCTV room according to him, but then there was no personnel from the Resorts World who can pinpoint what particular place the one that they're viewing at the CCTV room. So there's no way for them to establish the exact location, no, of that specific place where the suspect is where they see the suspect at the CCTV.
Okay, so dahil limitado po ang oras ko, linilinaw ko lang po, hindi totoo na bulag kayo dahil as of 1:44, nagka-access na kayo doon sa Remington Hotel.
Bulag
Sarili
in a
niyo
way,
pong chronology to.
bulag in a way, Your Honor, na hindi po namin mapinpoint, hindi nila mapinpoint kung saan eksakto yung lugar na yon. I
Okay.
think it's clear that Senior Superintendent Obon have already said, no, na nakita po yung CCTV room na yon. Pero hindi nila mapinpoint kung saan talaga yung eksaktong lugar na yon. So
Okay.
nagpatawag po sila, according to him, nagpatawag sila ng tao din from the Resorts World Management para ma-identify kung saan yung lugar po na yon. The second the second CCTV room or redundant room of CCTV po, it was offered to us very late already when the Chief PNP arrived.
Okay, so
That was around 3 a.m. already in the morning, sir.
pero malino po, sabi nyo, bulag pa rin kayo, alam nyo nang may CCTV sa Remington, pero wala makapagsabi kung nasaan yung salarin. Pero according to your own chronology of events, at 1:10 of June 2, nakipag-enkwentro na yung Team 3 ng Pasay, headed by Pasay Cap Senior Superintendent Junicio Bartolome. I'm just reading from your
Yes.
PowerPoint. So ano ba ho talaga, bulag kayo? Hindi, kasi 1:10, nagkaroon na kayo ng enkwentro eh. So how can you even say na bulag pa kayo as of 1:44? Nalaman nyo na, nakipagbarilan na allegedly ang mga pulis at as of 1:10.
Yes, nandito po si Your Honor, si Senior Superintendent Bartolome din to shed light on that. No, they initially were able to encounter the suspect doon po sa basement, no? Doon sa basement. And the question is, bakit nila binitawan after that? He can answer for that. Kung bakit nila binitawan during after the initial encounter with the suspect.
So bakit po?
Superintendent Bartolome, paupuin po natin at bigyan ng mikropono.
Good morning po, Your Honors. Police Senior Superintendent Bartolome, COP of Pasay City, sir. At around 12:50, sir, we started moving toward the basement area. Sir, yung loading bay ng Resorts World. This is in the back portion already, sir. And at 1:10, sir, while we cleared the basement area before entering, sir, yung loading bay. And as we cleared the loading bay, sir, we started moving toward the second level, sir, yung upper level niya. We heard gunshots in the rear portion, dun sa portion na pinanggalingan namin, sir. This explains why we withdrew backwards dun sa pinanggalingan ng putok, sir. Kasi apparently, yung guide namin na dalawa, sir, si John Kinol, yung isa doon, sir, dito sa staircase kami dito kami pinakyat, sir. There is an adjacent staircase on the right side, sir. Yun pala yung fire escape. We didn't know na yung fire escape na yun would lead outside. And we didn't know at that time, sir, after reviewing the CCTV only, that we saw, lumabas pala yung suspect na yun right before we entered the basement area and going up to the second level. As we were going up at the stairs, going to the second level, yun yung, sir, may pumuputok dun sa labas, sir. So we were wondering, at that time, we don't know how many suspects, but there's firing from where we came from. So we have to withdraw back, sir. Titignan namin kasi ba't may pumuputok doon, ikinlir na namin. Pagbalik namin doon, sir, sakto naman na pumasok yung kwan, sir, yung suspect. Yung nagkabulagaan sila nung security guard ng Resorts World, sir, si John Kinol. Kaya there was an exchange of fire. And then he went up the staircase. Habang tinitingnan namin noon sa likod, yun naman pala yung tamang pagpasok niya, sir, kaya na may encuentro. That is around 1:10, sir.
So ang tanong ko,
This happened, sir, in a matter of 3 to 5 minutes lang, yun, ganun kabilis yun, sir.
pero hindi niyo po sinagot ang tanong, bakit hindi niyo sinundan? Matapos
Sinundan
na magkaroon
namin,
ng
sir.
initial encounter ng 110, bakit niyo binitawan?
After that, sir, di ba, umatras kami. Nag-reclear kami doon sa pinanggalingan namin na area, sir, sa basement and the perimeter outside. And then, we were linked up, with two RPSB SWAT teams, sir, SRU teams. We pursued kung saan tumakbo yung suspect, sir. We went up the level, right from the basement. And then we did a room-to-room clearing, sir, kasi hindi naman namin alam kung saan siya tumakbo. Dito, sir, glimpses lang ang nakikita. Walang eye-to-eye contact o yung straightforward na nakita na ito yung tao doon sa tumakbo. Wala yun, sir. Glimpses lang. Titignan natin sa CCTV. It will bear us out. So, ang ginawa namin, sir, just to be safe on our part, we did was story by story, room by room clearing, sir, until we reach the second upper ground floor or parang third level na ito, sir. Doon namin nakita yung abandoned CCTV room. When we reached that CCTV room, sir, it was already 1:40 or 1:45, according to my recollection. I called up my RD, sir, and informed him that we see a person shooting yung doors nung isang floor ng parang hotel, sir, yung corridor. However, we didn't know the level, sir. Hindi namin alam yun. Ultimo yung kasama namin na taga Resorts World, sir, we were asking, kindly tell us, what side is this? What level is this? So we can go. Hanggang sa hindi nila masabi, sir, tumawag ako doon sa advance command post. Nagpakyat si Sir Albayalde ng tao ng Resorts World na makakaalam sa CCTV. Pero kahit nung pumunta siya doon, sir, hindi pa rin niya masabi, sir, kung ano talagang floor yun, sir.
Okay, so ang sagot niyo po, hindi niyo pinursu kasi nag-consolidate kayo ng forces tapos nag-man-to-man kayo kasi hindi niyo naman talaga nakita kung saan nagpunta.
Yes, sir. Wala kaming direct knowledge kung saan siya talaga pumunta, sir. So, ang ginawa namin, story by story, room by room yung clearing, sir. Tactical, methodical yung ginawa namin, sir. Kasi walang nakakakita. Kung
Mr.
nakita
Chair.
lang namin na tumakbo, sir, doon, pwede
ba
namin
isa
sundan
lang?
sana.
Isa lang, dahil wala na akong
Okay.
oras, no?
Okay.
Bakit napakatagal? From 1:10, ang next encuentro niyo na 3 o'clock doon sa room 510. At bakit naman 4 na beses kayo lupas-pasok bago niyo nakita yung bangkay? Nakapagtataka lang na ang tagal nung time-lapse at ano bang search ang ginawa ng mga tao nyo na it had to take 3 attempts bago nakita yung katawan? At gano'ng kalaki ba yung 510? Thank you dahil wala na akong oras.
Yes, sir. To answer, sir, once na na-reach ko yung CCTV room, sir, I was recalled to the ACP. So, iba na yung team na nag-clearing doon sa floor na kinalagyan ng suspect, Your Honor.
Wait for a sandwich. Very much, Honorable Roque. The next interpreter is Zamboanga City's the Honorable Celso Lobregat.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I will go directly to the point. Following up on the question of Congressman Roque, the police were saying that they were blind. However, on page 13 of the chronology of events, 144, June 2, it says, PNP personnel and RWM personnel man the abandoned CCTV room located at the second floor. So hindi totoo na bulag ang pulis dahil sa report niyo mismo sabi PNP personnel and RBM personnel manned the abandoned CCTV located at second floor. It is further stated, redundant CCTV room was also activated at Remington Hotel, manned by RWM personnel and PMP. So this comes out in your chronology of events. Further, on page 14, at 1:50 a.m. June 2, suspect was seen roaming at 5th floor at Maxim's Hotel. He entered room 5110 and took out all the linen and burned them at the hallway. Then, it says there, personnel were dispatched to locate and engage the suspect at room 510. May I know who the Resort World personnel mentioned in this chronology of events? Where? Because it says in your report, police, PNP, and RWM personnel. So hindi bulag ang police.
Director Albayde.
Well, Your Honor, yung pong sinabi nating nakita siya sa fifth floor, those were not real-time information anymore. Yung pong pagsabi dun sa fifth floor, that was the time na dun sa Remington because of the review of the CCTVs already. Those are not real-time information, Your Honor. Yung pong real-time pwede pa is the moment na nakita yung CCTV room nung SWAT team the first time, no? Alam po natin yon. Yung bulag sila in a way na hindi nila mapinpoint nga kung saan. It's because all the CCTV rooms were abandoned initially, no? Kaya po walang makapagsabi nga sa amin. When we asked where the CCTVs were, when I asked personally where the CCTVs were from the management of the Resorts World, they told me that they're in the 3rd floor and the 2nd floor, which was already burning during that time at sabi nila mausok na nga. At during that time talaga pong mausok na. And when we were established, kaya along the way po na-establish na talagang hindi ito act of terror, hindi ito marami, na ito ay isa or dalawa kasi there were some Viber pictures that were shown na parang merong isa pang nakapormang ganon, yun pala hindi naman dun sa casino na yon. So, yun po yung sinasabi natin yun, or yung lahat na pinakita are all reviews of the CCTVs. They're not real-time information.
Yeah, I don't know. I am just quoting and reading from your report.
Yes.
Your report says at 1:44 a.m., June 2, PNP personnel and RWN personnel manned the abandoned CCTV room.
I think that was already answered by Senior Superintendent
I am just
Bartolome, Your
reading
Honor. Yes.
from your report.
Yes.
I am not inventing anything. I'm just reading from your
Yes.
report. And your report says that RWM personnel and PNP personnel manned the abandoned.
Yes, we reported that for the first time, Your Honor. We're not denying that.
So anyway, I will go to my main concern. This is the victims. At what time did the gunman enter the premises?
Your
Sino po sasagot? Mr. Riley. Mr. Riley, maybe you were raising your hand.
Yes, I was,
You would
Your
like to
Honor.
reply to the question raised by the Honorable Lubrigat.
If I may
Please.
first address one emerging question. May I just state this for the record? At no time were all the surveillance rooms abandoned. The secondary surveillance room at the Remington Hotel was manned 24/7. We had eyes on the suspect all the time. Information was relayed to surveillance senior management security, and in turn that information was relayed to senior officers of responding government bodies.
Yes. Okay, so, yes. So there's still a pending question of the Honorable Lubrigat. Who would like to respond from the PNP officers or personnel? General Oka, meron pa akong katanungan na hindi pa nasasagot si Congressman Celso Lubrigat. Can we... Well, okay, maybe can you repeat your question lang? Kasi it looks like...
At what time did the gunman enter the premises?
Your Honor, the gunman entered, as prior said to Congress in our last hearing. He arrived at the property at 007, so 7 minutes past midnight. He actually entered the property, being the entertainment complex, at 11 minutes past midnight.
12:07. At 12:10, PO1 Francisco Villamor of the Villamor Police Committee received a call. And then at 12:13, they arrived at the scene. However, on the fire side, based on the report of the Bureau of Fire, they only received the first call at 12:31. Is that correct?
Your Honor, the information was relayed from the Leo base where 911 and a certain Karen called informing the Leo base that there is an ongoing fire incident at Resort World at around 12:26. Then immediately Leo base passed that information to Panther base, which is under Fire District 3. At 12:28, then the information was relayed to Pasay and Malibay Fire Station at 12:31. So 12:31, Your Honor, the Malibay Fire Substation fire truck responded to the fire scene.
At 12:36, Inspector Gabiera arrived. And then at 12:55, Pasay City Fire Marshal arrived, Carlos Dueñas. And at 1:20, the regional director arrived. However, if we look at the CCTV, the smoke, the cameras went down at 12:33. Is there anybody competent enough to say if there is a room that is enclosed and there is smoke, how long it will take for the victims to expire?
If I may, Your Honor.
Yes.
By the way, Your Honor, I am Senior Superintendent Wilberto Riconel A. Quantio, the Regional Director of the BFP NCR.
Okay, proceed.
If a person inhaled the toxic gases, which is a byproduct of combustion, particularly carbon monoxide and hydrogen cyanide, it only lasts 2 to 3 minutes for a person to become unconscious. And continued inhalation of these gases, 4 to 5 minutes, a person might die of suffocation, no? Of suffocation or asphyxia due to suffocation. That is the absence of oxygen level in the brain. And if I may, again, Your Honor, to continue the locations of the victim, which is quite near to the available exits, no? Based on CCTV footages, we had a walkthrough with that area, and the room where bodies were found. There are 2 available exits, which is very near to that room. So if you have to walk that, is less than 1 minute, you will reach the exits already. So just very unfortunate, Your Honor, that people are inside that room for the past around 20 minutes when the first fire was started in the baccarat table.
If you say 2 to 3 minutes after inhaling, the victim becomes unconscious. By the time Inspector Gabiera arrived at 12:36, and you could see the smoke at 12:33, then the victims were already unconscious at that time when the Bureau of Fire arrived. Now, at 1:20, it says also in the report that the police and the fire started moving from the first floor to the second floor and clearing, and they even found one person. So by that time, perhaps all the victims were already dead.
If I may, Your Honor, based on the status of the first body that was found along the hallway, hindi po yun ang medyo makapal ang usok. But again, no, at 1:20, that's around how many minutes, nakita na po yung body doon the vital sign was checked by our personnel and accordingly, hindi na ho talaga siya buhay. And as I said, Your Honor, yung continuous inhalation po natin ng toxic gases, yun po yung environment kung saan wala na ho talaga yung oxygen. Kung nakikita po natin sa footages, yung sa mababang portion po ng area ay maliwanag pa po. So a person na pwede ho siya mag-stay doon sa mababa, hindi ho ganun ang concentration ng carbon monoxide at ng hydrogen cyanide, hindi ho sa papasok yung 2 to 3 minutes. Yung sinabi ko yung 2 to 3 minutes, Your Honor, ay yung concentration po kung saan enough na po siya that the presence of carbon monoxide in the cyanide will cause you to become unconscious. So, sa sunog po kasi, Your Honor, yung accumulation po ng smoke ay mag-umpisa po siya sa taas. Until such time na mapupuno na po yung taas, Your Honor, saka po siya ipupush pababa up to a level of more or less 1 foot, Your Honor. Yun po yung cleared area sa baba. And that is why during evacuation, we advise people to really stay low kasi hindi ho mataas ang concentration or hindi ho ganun kakapal ang usok. Pero pag talaga hong tuloy-tuloy yung usok at wala ho talaga siyang lalabasan, mapupuno at mapupuso po yung room. And yun po yung time na talagang ang inhalation po ng toxic gases ay mataas na po yung concentration. And that will cause a person to really die.
Last question.
Mr. Sian, the footages you showed us, wherein there were people hiding, and you said you did not want to show the people going in because it will be traumatic. At what time did the people start going into that room? What time did the fire actually start at the casino area, and what caused the fire? You did not show us a footage of the other room, where the bathroom, where there were also about 8 people that expired. What time did they enter the bathroom?
Your Honor, we're just checking our record. The estimate is for when they entered the pantry, it's probably around 12:13. In the toilets, we have no camera coverage, but they probably entered around that time as well. I just wanted to add about that 1 foot where probably there's some oxygen. We actually, our team found a survivor at 7:50, and this survivor came from that pantry. He was found at 7:50 in the morning. He crawled out, but he was somewhere close to the escalator when he was found.
Okay, thank you very much, the Honorable
I'll just wait for the second round.
Yes. Okay. The Chairperson Gomez would like to interject.
Mr. Chair, I'd just like to be clarified because I hear conflicting statements from Resorts World and the PNP, and not to pit you against each other, but Mr. Riley, can you please repeat what you said earlier when you interjected about the presence of personnel in the CCTV, or it was in no instance unmanned?
Yes. Mr. Riley.
Your Honor, just to reiterate what I stated earlier, many comments have been made that the surveillance rooms were abandoned. At no time did we have all 3 surveillance rooms unoccupied. As video footage would show, we had video, active cameras moving on the assailant at all times, and communications with relevant parties coming from the 3rd surveillance room, the backup 4 surveillance room throughout the operation.
So following that thought, where is the Officer Abayalde coming from when he says that although you could see the victim, although you could see the gunman, nobody could pinpoint exactly where he was in the building at any given moment?
Well, that could be explained further by Senior Superintendent Bartolome, ma'am.
Sir Bartolome,
Mr. Chair.
naintindihan po niyo yung tanong, no?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Honorable ako.
Oka, siya ba ang unang umakyat sa CCTV room sa Remington?
Apparently siya sir ang unang nakapunta doon sa CCTV room doon sa Remington, sir.
Okay.
That
Thank
time.
you.
Remington. No, sir, not
Maxim, sir.
Remington. Resorts World, sir.
Maxims.
Sa Maxims pa, sir.
Maxims.
Sa Maxims. Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Okay. So, pakisagot po.
Yes, sir. As we were pursuing the suspect, sir, floor by floor, sir, as I said, room by room, we chance upon a CCTV room, sir. Walang tao. Even the Resorts World na gwardyang guide namin, sir, hindi niya masabi kung ano yung nakikita namin sa mga video panel, sir. When I asked why, sir, he said that he's perimeter guard, sir. Even Jun Kinol, one of the guards that was our guide, can't also tell us where the suspect was at that time, sir.
Mr. Riley, the statement of our police inspector, it was vacant, he was alone. Doesn't that negate what you just stated earlier?
Your Honor, the information that we have is that a guest activity agent, being a security personnel, was also present in that surveillance room assisting and also recognized the assailant and gave information back that he recognized the area of where the assailant was seen.
But that doesn't pertain to the situation stated by the police inspector that he was there, nobody was there. He was talking to somebody that didn't know because he was a perimeter guard. He was unfamiliar with the location of the CCTV cameras.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, maybe Mr. Riley, that's a complete reversal of what you just said.
Your Honor, I actually have in my possession a picture which shows one of our security agents present in the surveillance room with what appears to be PNP officials and a SWAT team. So I would refute other information to say that there was no assistance from Resorts World. That was at exactly 1:44 and 59 seconds a.m. I can forward that information in front of the council now if you wish.
Okay, so the Honorable Akop is recognized.
Mr. Riley, you're speaking of the CCTV rooms at the Resorts World.
That is
it's
correct,
different
sir.
from the CCTV room at the other hotel, right?
That is correct, sir.
Your people testified a while ago that at 12:18 they abandoned all the CCTV rooms at Resort World.
Sir, maybe that was, if I may speak, the information which was given to you, which I corrected no longer than 15 minutes ago, was at no time were all the surveillance rooms abandoned.
That was what I was supposed to ask a while ago because you said 3 CCTV rooms. Only one was working when the 2 were abandoned. Tama? Right?
2 were evacuated, 1 was continually active, sir.
I said abandoned because they left their post. I would insist on that, Mr. Riley. They did not evacuate. They abandoned their post. They were supposed to stay there.
Sir, with respect, they evacuated their post.
So what we're referring for the continuous surveillance is the one or the CCTV room at Remington Hotel, not at the Resorts World as stated by General Albayalde. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Riley.
Sir, if I may just be heard just for one last time. In my record, and for the record, I have video footage and a picture which clearly shows a senior security personnel member who is very familiar with the Resorts World Manila and Maxim's hotel layout in the company of the PNP and SWAT team who were present inside the primary surveillance room at 01:44 a.m.
Let me...
You're referring to the CCTV room in Resorts World.
That is correct.
Okay.
To name the person who was present
Okay.
on this picture is Director of Security, Mr. June Canol. He is very familiar
Is he
with the
present?
Resorts World facility.
Is he present in today's hearing? Is Mr. June Canal?
Mr. June Canal is not present at the hearing today.
Maybe in the next hearing he should also be present. Okay?
Maybe just add,
Yes.
Your Honor, I think that has already been said by Senior Superintendent Bartolome that they asked for personnel from Resorts World. Kaya po meron ng personnel doon. Then that's true. But the time that they went up there, the
There was
CCTV room was really empty. So it was not manned the whole time, the CCTV. I think Honorable Chairman Akop is right, no? It was really abandoned dito. So hindi po totoo na talagang meron silang all the time na may CCTV. Kasi nung dumating po sina Senior Superintendent Bartolome, as stated earlier, walang tao dun sa CCTV room. Nagpatawag po sila ng personnel from Resorts World. That is what Mr. Riley is now telling us, Your Honor.
So this is a photo after the absence of personnel.
Nung pong nandun na yung SWAT, it's because they do not know exactly kung saan po yung lugar na yun nakikita nila. Kaya po ang statement ni Senior Superintendent Bartolome kanina ay nagpatawag sila ng personnel from Resorts World. Yun po yung sinasabi ngayon ni Mr. Riley na meron talaga silang tao. It's because Mr.
Nagpatawag na.
Nagpatawag na po. But hindi po nila inabutan si Mr. Kinol doon sa CCTV room na yun. Manning that CCTV.
Yes,
So-
Mr. Sian.
Yeah, I think there was, Your Honor, baka may confusion lang. We are not saying that may tao ho rin sa main, no? Kasi umalis nga yung mga tao. But what Mr. Riley is saying is that we have 3 CCTV rooms. At no time, bakante ho yung 3.
Correct.
So yung Remington ho, may tao palagi.
Yes.
Yun lang ho yata yung sinasabi. I just wanted to
Correct.
clarify that. Yeah.
Which, okay, anyway, we will come up with a conclusion later. The Honorable General De La Rosa is recognized. Silence requested. Tahimik lang po tayo.
Just to, Your Honor, just to reinforce the statement of RD and CRPO, who was then acting as the ground commander at the time. Upon my arrival, the first question that I asked Mr. Armin Gomez was where all the guests were evacuated. He said yes. And number 2, where is your CCTV room? I want to monitor the situation. And he told me, wala na sir, in-evacuate namin, wala nang tao doon kasi malakas ang usok. Yun lang po gusto kong, I want to put that on record, Your Honor. And later on, after around 45 minutes, he offered me the Remington CCTV monitoring room. That's why we were able to review yung mga pangyayari from the start of the incident. So wala po, iniwan po nila yung mga CCTV room nila doon kasi malakas na daw usok.
Okay, we will
For the record, Your
we will go deeper into that later. General De La Rosa, thank you for the information. The chair now recognizes the Honorable Winnie Castelo.
Thank you very much.
Silence requested.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I would like to concentrate my query on things that could have avoided this very tragic event that would save 37 lives. And also the answers also would also hopefully initiate remedial legislations that the Congress will also undertake. First, to the Resorts World authorities, Mr. Riley, I was so impressed with the very voluminous and comprehensive emergency response and crisis management booklet that you have provided this representation. Do you believe, sir, that this is in place and this was followed to the letter during that very tragic event, sir?
Your Honor, I believe that our team who was present at Resorts World at the time of the incident, those people who returned to Resorts World as part of the crisis management team, done all in their ability at the time as they could.
Okay, in the last committee meeting, I think you presented some personnel of the Resorts World leading an organized and orderly evacuation. Is that what you mean, sir?
You are correct, Your Honor. We did have senior management personnel who returned to the property who aided in the recovery and assistance of the evacuation.
Can you just give us footages of those very important CCTV, sir?
Your Honor,
For the
that has
consumption
been made.
of the committee, sir.
Your Honor, that video has already been submitted to the hearing.
Okay. May I now train my question, Mr. Chairman, on the fire department, no, the Bureau of Fire Protection. Sir, it shows in the report that you have responded 12:17 into the incident. Tama po yan? Correct.
No, sir. It's around 12:31 po yung dispatch natin
Well,
sa...
I was just basing it on the report submitted here by the SPD, 12:27. Anyway, that's just a 4-minute difference. So ano po ang ginawa ko nyo after that one? Kasi we were there, no? We were together with Congressman Fariñas, and we saw that there were the whole ceiling collapsed and there was a big damage on it.
Yes, sir. The first responding fire truck, when it arrives at the fire site, is at the back portion of the hotel. No? Kasi po, sir, nung dumaan po siya doon sa likod, hinarang po siya at doon po pinapapwesto. Pero unfortunately, yun pong fire truck natin ay walang magawa because there are a lot of people evacuating. And in fact, the first officer who arrived at the scene, Inspector Gabieres, noticed some blood, no, doon sa mga taong nag-evacuate. Then he repositioned his fire trucks in front now of the building. And that's at the time that he noticed smoke. So yung arrival po niya, sir, is 0:36. Then nag-position siya around 4 to 5 minutes. Then at 0:49, nag-tap na po siya ng first alarm. Kasi nakita niya makapal yung usok sa loob. Then immediately, sir, pumasok sila dun sa kabilang party po ata yun siya ng Marriott Hotel, sir, na escalator, kung saan po yung location ng BMW. Doon po sila unang
So your personnel were instrumental in extinguishing the fire that gutted the main portion where the BMW was. The bulk of the fire was concentrated there.
Yes, I believe so, sir, because there was initial firefighting operation conducted.
Okay, reading, I have here a copy, sir, of the Bureau of Fire Protection Operation and Manual Procedure. Part of the mandate is to turn over the responsibility, no, to extinguish fire from the Resorts World to your group. Is that correct? Can you confirm that, sir?
Yes, sir, because we are the mandated agency.
So you coordinated it with the management, and there was a formal turnover of the function and responsibility. Correct?
I cannot answer yours about formality, but the management, the organized fire brigade of the Resort World Manila is coordinating with the BFP and giving some informations with regards to what is happening in the second floor.
In principle, sir, your officials already took command of it. Correct?
Yes, sir.
Consistent with
yes, sir.
operations of manual and procedures.
When the City Fire Marshal arrived at the scene, sir, Colonel Dueñas, at around 0:55, he assumed the overall ground commander. Then when I arrived at 1:20, I took over, sir.
Sige po. Okay, part of the operation and manual and procedures po is to initiate evacuation. Yan. This is very important. Evacuation and also conduct search and rescue operation. Did you do that, sir? Did your team do that?
Yes, sir, because that is the third phase of fire operation.
Pero it shows here there that the pictures will show that some of the fire personnel do not have protective gears as required.
Just very unfortunate, sir.
So, how could that happen? Because I think Congress allocated funds for the purpose of purchasing breathing apparatus. Because if your fire personnel are equipped with this protective gear, especially breathing apparatus, the trousers, the helmets, and the likes, no, we could have penetrated them. We could have penetrated the VIP room where most of the victims were trapped.
The management, with due respect to my fire chief, sir, has an ongoing procurement of PPEs that includes the self-contained breathing apparatus.
Don't you think, sir, if our fire personnel were equipped with the necessary apparatus, like breathing apparatus and with boots, no, we were able to save precious lives there?
Yes, sir, but the present situations, though firefighters with all the necessary equipment still cannot just simply
Wala ba ho talaga tayong
Last
mga
question.
breathing apparatus? Wala ba ho tayong breathing apparatus? Only on that time, hindi po tayo nakapagdala ng breathing apparatus.
there are limited SCBA issued to NCR, sir, and the first responding
At that time, wala po tayo.
yung first responding fire trucks, sir,
Pero-
ay wala pong available.
Pero you have supply doon po sa main headquarters po ninyo.
Meron ho kami sa mga special rescue units and other fire trucks like the Rosenbauer, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. We will, you can go for a second round. Para ma-observe lang ho natin yung 3-minute rule. Tapos, meron po tayong second round dito. Kung gusto nyo, third round pa. So, the next interpreter is the Honorable Batocabe.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Una sa lahat, let us synchronize the time. What is the time difference between Resort World and the police? Sa Resort World, 12:07 yung dumating, yung tao. Sa police, anong oras ang dating?
Sino?
Difference sa oras ng video at sa oras ng pulis. Kasi mamaya itatanong ko po yan. Very crucial po.
Sir, more or less, sir, may different time lapse of mga 5 to 10 minutes, sir. But yung tawag sa amin, ang tawag sa amin was 12:10. So if the incident happened 3 minutes before, more or less may difference lang po ng mga 5 minutes.
So 12:10 sa inyo, 12:12 sa... All 12:15 sa Resort World ang oras nila. 12:50 na yon nung 12:10.
I heard a while ago, sir, that was 12:07. 12:07.
12:07 sa Resort World, 12:10 sa police.
Yes, sir. Our first report from 911 was 12:10.
12:10 police time sa Resort World at that time 12:07.
12:07.
Okay. Ngayon, napakaganda po ng response time ng police. 12:10 ang tawag, 12:13 dumating. Nasaan po si Chief Inspector or Senior Inspector Barameda? Ano po ang una ninyong nadatnan at ano po ang una ninyong tanong nung dumating po kayo at 12:13?
Your Honor, I'm Police Senior Inspector Vicente Barameda, the Chief of Police Community Precinct 12 or the Villamor Police Community Precinct, sir. Nung na-receive po namin ang tawag po sa presinto, agad po kayong pumunta, kasama ko yung alert team namin na 11 personnel. Bali 12 po kami. Pagdating po namin doon, nagkakagulo na po at umuusok na po doon sa loob. Tapos nagpapanik na po yung mga tao. Kaya ang ginawa ko po, dinivide ko po yung team ko sa apat, sir, kami. Tatlo, sir, tatlong team yung dinivide ko po, apat-apat. Tapos pinalagay ko po, sir, sa mga entrance, sir, ng Resorts World. Tapos yung apat, sir, sa likod. Tapos sabi ko, sir, sa kanila, tulungan nyo mag-evacuate yung mga tao at yung security.
Wala hon kayong natanong, wala hong welcoming party sa inyo na nag-brief sa inyo kung anong nangyari. Ano po ang unang tanong ninyo doon kung may nakausap kayong taga-Resort World? Ano po ang unang tanong ninyo?
May natanong po akong security doon na sumalubong po sa akin. Ang tanong ko po kung nasaan yung suspect at kung marami ba sila. Ang sabi niya naman po, may armadong suspect daw sa loob, hindi nila ma-determine pa kung ilan po, sir, yung, Your Honor, yung tao sa loob.
Walang nasabing ISIS?
Wala naman ako, sir, narinig na
At
ISIS.
that time, before Chief Superintendent Apolinario arrived, 17 minutes po yan, at 12:50 nasusunog na yung building. Sa 17 minutes, bago po dumating si General Apolinario, ano pong ginawa ninyo?
Tumulong po kami sa mga, yung ini-evacuate nila. Yung iba po kasi injured. Kaya ini-assist namin, sir, kasi papuntang ospital. Tapos yung mga kasama ko po, naka-perimeter kami, sir, sa labas. Baka kasi lumabas yung suspect. Kaya naka-prepare po kami sa perimeter, sir.
Yan lang po ang ginawa ninyo sa 17 minutes.
Hanggang sa dumating na po sir si district director namin sir at siya na po ang sir sa amin.
Ngayon,
Nag-command, sir.
tatanungin ko na po si Chief Superintendent Apolinario. Alam po ninyo, wala po akong karanasan sa ganito, no? Nakikita ko lang sa pelikula to. Pag sa pelikula po, yung Hollywood, hindi yung sa Pilipino kasi nahuhuli sa Pilipino yung mga pulis. Sa Hollywood, ang ginagawa ho ay pagdating ho ng general, ito po ang command. Nasaan ang in charge ng security? Nasaan ang CCTV? Nasaan ang layout ng building? Ito po ba ay nangyayari sa tunay na buhay?
Your Honor, tama po yun. Nangyayari po yan. Lalo na po sa Resorts World. Even before the incident, kami po sa police, hindi lang po sa amin, kundi pati yung mga chief of police, we are required to have a liaison with mga hotels, saka mga malls, para ho, in case biglang may mangyari, madali po ang... So in this case, pagdating po namin, pagdating ko po, I know already kung sino yung mga security officers whom to talk to, and they brief us na meron kang pumasok na armed men or man. At that time po, hindi po alam. It started sa second floor, pero nung briefing sa akin, hindi na po ma-monitor kung nasaan siya that time. So, and may I add, Your Honor, the team of, based sa affidavit ni Chief Inspector, Senior Inspector Barameda, ang mandate niya po ay to assist yung mga, to evacuate, and to neutralize the armed suspect if possible na makita niya. So sabay-sabay na po yan, assist and neutralize.
Okay. Nung nandun po kayo, what was your first order po?
Ginawa-
Ilang tao na po pala ang nandun? Ang dumating po kayo?
During pagdating ko po, nandun po yung team ni Senior Inspector Barameda. Our first order was to contain the area, to secure, assist the people inside to go out, prevent people outside from getting in, and to neutralize the armed suspect if warranted.
What about si COP Bartolome? Kailan po siya dumating? Hindi po nakalagay sa chronology of events ninyo.
Yes, sir. Pasensya na po kayo. More or less, dumating po siya ng around, siguro po mga 1:50 or mga alas, I mean 12:50 po. 12:50 or mga 12:40. Yeah, mga 12:40 po. 12:50 to 1 o'clock in the morning.
Yes.
And he was, I acted as the ground commander, and he acted as my assistant. So, ang first instruction po ko sa kanya ay check-in yung sa likod to make sure na secure yung area. At the same time, doon po ang pasok nila sa likod.
So when he arrived, yun po ang first instruction nyo, pumunta sa basement. Ngayon, by that time, ilang tao na po ang nandun sa Resorts World? Ilan na po? Ground commander, ilan na po ang mga opisyal, ilan na po ang elemento, at ilan na po ang naka-assign sa lahat?
Your Honor, from 12:50 to around 1:15, nagdatingan na po yung aming SWAT ng Southern Police District. On my way to the area, I was also calling the chief of police of my 7 police stations to send in their So medyo marami na po. All the precinct personnel of the Pasay were also there.
Did you not ask for the CCTV?
Sir, I was not informed. Although we have close collaboration, kasi may mga tawag po sa kanila na meron daw trap dito. So on a minute per minute, we were being given updates by either by call or probably by their CCTV. So pag meron pong kailangan na
Hindi, I'm referring General Apolinario, before dumating si General Albayalde, I will be asking General Albayalde the same question. Bago dumating, before 12:45, from 12:30 to 12:45, you were the ground commander. For 15 minutes, what did you do?
Yes, sir. Sir, we secured the area. kung sino po yung dumating na personnel namin, na SWAT, we directed immediately kung ano yung kailangan, like secure kagad yung ground floor, kasi yun po yung pinakauna. The inside the portion of the casino, we secured it immediately. Yung mga natrap po sa boutique, sa ground floor, we extricated them to safety.
Yeah, can you please state yung pangalan po ng mga opisyal po ng mga teams dito?
Sir, nandun si Senior Inspector Barmeda, siya ang opisyal. And others were led by PNCO, hindi po officers.
Alam po niyo kung ilang tao na po ang nandun?
So far, sir, I think we have, by that time, we have around, mga 80. Because the teams were arriving one by one.
I am referring from 12:30 to 12:45, that 15 minutes before General Albayalde arrived. Ilang tao na po doon? Mga 80 na.
Hindi po, siguro kasi nagdatingan po sila from 12:50 to around 1:15. Upon the arrival of General Albayalde.
No, I'm just asking the 15 minutes
15
na nandun
minutes.
kayo, na kayo po ang pinaka-highest ranking officer. Sino po ba ang nakausap niyo sa Resort World? Sino ba ang mga tao mo? Saan po sila naka-assign? Yun lang po ang tanong ko.
Opo. Upon arrival po, nakausap ko po kagad si retired Colonel, I'm sorry, nakausap ko po kagad si Mr. Armin Gomez. So, nakausap ko rin po si Senior Inspector Barameda and I asked ang deployment ng tropa niya. Sabi na secure na nila area and they were helping in each, kasi puro mga exits po yan eh. So, kung sino po naka-assign doon, they were helping and they were penetrating then as much as they could.
And at that time, hindi pa niyo alam kung ilang assailant. Alam ba niyo yung ISIS or nasabi ba sa yung ISIS, baka ISIS na nandun?
Initially, Your Honor, yun yung info na
I'm
nakuha
just
namin.
referring to 12:30 to 12:45
Yes,
when
Your
you
Honor.
were the ground commander at the time.
Sure. Initially, yun po ang nai-report sa amin. There were armed men inside. They look like ISIS. Yun lang po. But, and they were firing their guns sa ceiling.
Na lang. Di mo tinanong kung sa CCTV, yung in-charge ng CCTV, did you ask for the layout of the building? Kung let's say, paano to? Did you not ask for a plan kung paano ninyo hahanapin itong mga tinatawag na mga armed men na ISIS? Pasensya na, nangyayari ba ito dito sa tunay na buhay? Kasi napapanood ko lang sa pelikula eh. Nangyayari ba to? Ito po ba? Ganito rin po ba?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Tinanong po namin and we asked for the...
Last question.
Binigay o yung layout?
Well, later on po na ibigay sa amin.
And what time was that?
Alamin ko pa
That's
po.
the last question. Thank you very much, Congressman Batocabe. You can also avail of the second round. We now proceed. The representative of the city of Pasay, where Resorts World is located, the Honorable Emmy Calixto Rubiano.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon. Majority Floor Leader, the Chair of the committees, my colleagues, and to all the resource persons. Guests, ladies and gentlemen. My question is for Senior Inspector Barameda. Actually, I have the same question with Representative Batocabe, but based on the chronology of events, you arrived at Resorts World Manila 12:13. Tama po?
Yes, Your Honor.
So, were you able to enter the premises immediately?
Hindi po ma'am kasi nagkagulong na ma'am, papanik na yun, tapos nasusunog na po yung, yung second floor. Kaya nag-dispatch muna ako ma'am ng mga tao ko sa mga entrance and exit ma'am.
Okay, so anong oras po kaya kayo nakapasok dun sa loob ng premises para makita niyo yung sitwasyon at matulungan natin yung mga guests doon and other employees?
Bali ma'am, nung dumating na po yung district director ma'am, siya na po ang nag-command ma'am at may mga SWAT na po rin kasi. Ang alam ko ma'am, may mga pumasok na po.
So mga anong oras po yun? After 30 minutes? 20 minutes?
Mga mga 15 to 20 minutes, ma'am.
Nung dumating kayo, nung 12:13?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay po. So, were you with the Resorts World Security nung po kayong pumasok doon?
Ma'am, again, pakiulit po, ma'am.
May kasama po ba kayong security from the Resorts World?
Ma'am, bali, hindi po ako nakapasok, ma'am. Bali, si District Director na po kasi ang nagkukuman, ma'am. Nag-perimeter na po ako, pati yung team namin. Sinecure na lang po namin yung pinaka-perimeter, ma'am.
Okay, Sir Apolinario, pagpasok niyo po ba kasama niyo po yung security ng Resorts
Yes,
World?
ma'am. Ma'am, in the absence of the blueprint pa, kasi biglaan nga po nangyari, we still went inside. Yung all our forces went inside. But this time, based on the report of Resorts World, itinatawag po sa kanila, I think some of their employees were trapped like sa basement. Itinatawag po sa kanila and they asked us to give SWAT to extricate them. So, ganun po nangyayari. Tinutulungan po namin sila. They gave us guides to go kung may report na nasa third floor of the Maxim's hotel. Nagpapapunta po kagad kami and they guide us kasi hindi naman po kami hindi mo namin alam yung area na, and besides sa casino hindi po kami pwedeng pumasok doon before.
Okay, so madami naman po kayong na-evacuate, na tulungan para maka-evacuate.
Yes, ma'am. If marami po, especially dun sa basement 1 where a lot of guests and employees were trapped and we were informed by the management of the Resorts World na may trap doon. I think one of the employees called. So, takot po silang pumunta, lumabas. So, in-assist po namin. The Resorts World gave us a guide at nailabas po namin sila.
Opo.
Hindi ko po malaman kung ilan. At least more than 25 po yata.
25. So you also assisted in the neutralization of the armed suspect.
Yes,
Aside
ma'am.
from helping
The
them
area
evacuate.
is a big facility, especially the rooms sa hotel. So, iisa-isahin po namin yan. Hinanap po namin talaga. And to think, yung mga pintuan po doon, we can just see sa video, it's kahit yung suspect nahirapan hong pumasok, kailangan barilin niya pa. And if we can think yung mga natakot po, nilak po nila yan. Nilak nila yung pinto. So, nahirapan din po kami pumasok sa doors. We have to convince them na it's the police, please open, we will assist you.
Okay, thank you. For Colonel Dueñas, our City Fire Chief Marshal. Sir, natandaan ko po noong June 2, past 12, tumawag po ako sa inyo as I usually do when there's fire in our city to know the situation. So, tinanong ko po kayo kung kamusta doon. Sabi nyo, ang dami na po namin dito. Merong police, SWAT, at saka yung ating Disaster Risk Reduction Management Office personnel. Nando doon, pero hindi pa po kayo nakakapasok. Tama po ba yun? Ano po ang reason ba't hindi po tayo nakakapasok?
Good afternoon po, Your Honor. Superintendent Dueñas, Pasay City Fire Marshal po. With regards to your question, ma'am, una-una, first-hand information nung pagdating ko is there is a gunman. Dalawa, tatlo pa na sinasabi nila. So, isa yan sa hindrance na bakit hindi kami nakapasok kaagad. And of course, wala tayong ibang ginawa kundi mag-coordinate kaagad sa, especially the PNP, the SWAT team. So, nung sinuportahan tayo ng SWAT team, saka kami naka-penetrate po doon sa elevator area po ng Maxim's area. Tingnan po. Escalator po, ma'am. Escalator po.
Okay, in this situation po, hindi lang kasi fire, meron pa mga gunmen, allegedly. Ano po ba talaga? Sino ba ang dapat na first responders? Kasi parang dalawa to eh. Siyempre, pag fire, yung ating BFP.
With regards to a complex situation, especially if I may, ma'am, Colonel Cuancho po. especially if there are presence of active shooters as categorized, automatically po the situations will be handled by our counterpart, the PNP. But the BFP will focus on firefighting operations. So complex po yung situations, ma'am, kaya inantay, ang ano po, hindi inantay, kundi the PNP will be the one to lead the situations. Then ang Bureau of Fire po ay focus on firefighting. Once we can determine that the area is already safe for us to conduct full-scale fire operations, pasok po kagad yung BFP, ma'am.
Okay. During that incident po kasi, after few minutes lang, tumawag po ulit si Colonel Dueña sa akin at sabi niya, nakapasok na kami. So, meron po bang nagbawal? Or yun lang talaga ang reason kaya hindi kayo nakapasok? Kasi merong sabing gunmen, 2 to 3 na tao.
Ganito po yan, ma'am, no? Dumating din po ako ng maaga-aga. Wala hong pagbabawal ang ginawa, kundi po yung information talaga yung nag-hender sa amin. Una po yung safety ng ating mga bumbero po. Lalo na po at pagdating doon nga ay hindi lang isa, kundi ang mga information na naririnig namin are more than two gunman inside, no? So ito po 'yan. Tapos actually po naglaladlad na ho ng mga fire hoses, ng mga linya ready to operate, pero yun nga ho ang iniisip ng ating mga first responders is really the safety. Ngayon po, may initial information din po kasi pagdating ko po at 1:20, ito din po yung una kong tinanong, may tao pa ba sa taas? Ang initial information po talaga na naririnig or na naibigay sa amin is lahat daw po ay nakalabas na. So may initial po tayo na ginawang firefighting, tapos sinuportahan po tayo ng PNP. Sa likod po yung PNP kasi po para ho kung sakaling may marinig na naman na putok ay yung PNP ho ang automatically na mag-react para yung fire naman po ay lilipat naman po sa position sa likod ng PNP. So sinuportahan po tayo ng PNP nung initial firefighting
Sir
po natin.
Chu, sino po ang nagsabi na lahat nakalabas na?
Hindi ho matukoy ng first arrival units, ma'am. Pero ako po, ma'am, pagdating ko din po at 1:20, yun din po ang nirelay sa akin.
Sino po yun?
Hindi ko na ma-identify yung mga fireman ko, ma'am. Pero ang unang tanong ko po nung dumating ako ay may tao pa ba sa taas? Ang information po na nirelay sa akin, lahat daw, sir, ay nakalabas na.
So, 3 minutes is up.
Yes.
One last.
Question, being the representative of the city,
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
where the establishment is located.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, ilan po ba talaga ang pinagmula ng sunog? Kasi una yung dalawang tables, and then saan-saan pa po nagkasunog para magkaroon ng sobrang dami ng usok. I know it's an enclosed area, pero bakit sobrang dami?
Yung information na nalaman po namin yung different location of fire po ay yun na ho yung nakita natin yung CCTV at natapos na po yung fire operation. Pero on the course of the operation po ay hindi ho talaga kaagad na determine natin kung ilan at saan ang pinagmulan ng sunog. However, yung makapal po na usok ay nagmula po doon sa slots area kung saan nakikita po natin na nasusunog yung mga upuan. Yun po kasing mga polysters ay mga leatherettes po ay pag ito po ay nasunog, talaga hong maitim at makapal ang usok na ipoproduce nito. That includes the carpet na nasunog ba. Tapos na-fuel pa po to siya dahil nga po yung BMW na nandun po ay nasunog din po, including the tires. So ito pong mga fuel na to will produce a very thick and heavy smoke po. Talagang maitim po talaga siya.
Thank you, Honorable Rubiano.
Okay, second
Salamat
round.
po. The next interpreter is the Honorable Bingbong Crisologo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. My question is with the PNP, with General Apolario. Do you have a standard operating procedure on evacuation of incidents like this?
Yes, sir. Usually, sir, we abide by the fire evacuation plan of the building kasi iba-iba po ang
You abide
setup.
by the fire?
In
But
cases
you were
of
the
fire,
first one on the scene rather than the BFD. The police was the first one on the scene, not the BFD?
Sir, when I arrived there, meron na pong mga fire trucks. I think that is the firefighting unit of Resorts
Who
World.
was in charge of the evacuation at that time? So there must be somebody in charge. Because I have one particular question. I noticed that people would just evacuate and there was no debriefing. So how sure were you that the gunman would not have been one of those who escaped as an evacuee?
Sir,
Hindi nakatakas na yun kung sumama sa mga nag-evacuate kung wala kayong nagmo-monitor.
Sir, meron po kaming upon I arrived in the area, we set up at 12:30, immediately at 12:41, we set up the advanced command post. So lahat ng lumalabas po dun sa facility, sa building, were directed to pumunta po sa advanced command post
And
for debriefing.
what did you do to them?
Tinignan po, nandun na po yung mga medical teams, assistance from the Resorts World, at saka meron po kaming intelligence at
How sure were you at that time that that one of them might have been the gunman?
Yes, sir. In fact, before that was may mga nakalabas na rin po. So
Kaya nga, paano nyo madedetermine? Kasi I hope that this not happen next, this will not happen for another time. But if this happens again, siyempre, mga nakapanood na, nagplaplano sila, ganun pala eh. Pwede palang sama na lang ako sa victim, magpatanggal lang ako ng damit. Mr. Chairman, I think General Balyade wants to be recognized.
Your Honor, let me just add to what has Chief Superintendent
Yes,
Apolinario is
please.
saying. No? Tama po kayo, Your Honor, that there should be a holding area.
Yes.
But I think when the first responders came there already,
Who were the first responders?
sina Barameda po, no? And even when General Apolinario arrived in the area, most of the guests have already been cleared. No, most of the guests have already been taken out, evacuated of the establishment.
Yeah, but when you say cleared, were they cleared that they were not the gunman or they were just evacuated?
Yun nga po, Your Honor. It was the first response of the Resorts World Management to evacuate po yung So there's no way for us to hold everybody there because yung pagdating po namin ay halos wala na ring tao doon. When we arrived there, yung of course, yung pong meron pang dalawa doon, I think mag-girlfriend o boyfriend po yun, we inspected them and we have them identified, of course. Yung pong tatlo na nahuli, we had them identified too. Kaya po yung ginawa natin is we cordon the area, no? Yung pong papasok or lalabas. Even dun sa parking lot, we had that locked and nobody was allowed to go out until na-clear po yung mga sasakyan by our EOD K9 units.
I think I would like to suggest with the BFP and the PNP to make a manual for the evacuation and supply it to all, give it to all establishments, no? Kasi pagka ganon, makakatakas talaga yung
Yes,
gagawa.
tama po kayo, Your Honor. That's why yung pong unang response nung they evacuated them and it's because of the information that there was ISIS and terrorists inside. Talaga pong nagtakbuhan sila malayo from the building. It's because of the fear of bomb explosions probably.
Okay.
So isa pong yun, Your Honor.
Thank you. My second question is again directed to both the PNP and the BFP. Who first learned and what time did you learn that there were dead victims already? Anong oras so ang PNP nalaman yung may patay?
Your Honor,
PNP first.
I had an idea that there were people trapped in that Maxim's second floor.
Ang tanong ko not trapped. Tanong ko po, when was the first time that the PNP learned, whether it's the officers or na may namatay? Not trapped.
May namatay? Hindi. Doon sa taas. Doon sa
5 to 6.
Almost 6 a.m. already, Your
For the
Honor.
PNP. How about the BFP?
Did got
Sir, the first body is in the hallway, that's 120. Then another 2 to 4 bodies found at the right side of, if you are facing the BMW, sir, from the escalator, it's a right side area where it's considered, it's called a high limits area.
Well,
There are
what time,
2 to
what
4
time?
bodies,
I'm
around
asking you
5
what
to 6 a.m., sir.
Huh?
Around 5 to 6 a.m.
So practically the same time.
Yes, sir.
So who first saw? Was it the nakaakit ba ang pulis para nakita nila yung mga namatay doon sa VIP room?
I think it was the first time we were with fire. We noticed a Chinese-looking lady, Your Honor, na covered with black smoke.
Kasama ho kayo, General?
Napansin po namin bumaba siya doon sa Maxim side. No? That was the time I asked bakit may tao pa doon, no? So I asked the Bureau of Fire, the medic of SAF, tsaka yung volunteers po to go up that second floor through the Maxim side. So yun po ang unang pagkita nila, pero according to them they cannot pursue kahit dahil madilim po at mausok pa rin. Doon po nakita na unti-unti yung mga
When
mga
we
biktima,
went to
Your Honor.
inspect the site together with Congressman Pariñas and Congressman Castelo, we saw that in the VIP room there was a wide parang binakbak sa wall, no? And according to some firemen which spoke during the last meeting, they had to enter that room where the dead victims was through the wall. Is that true, Colonel?
Your Honor, nung nagkaroon po tayo ng ventilation doon sa Jedi room, binasag po yung salamin, then we found out na meron pa pong extra wall, yun pong plyboard na hinarang, at binasag din po yun. Pero hindi ho kagad nakapasok doon, kasi lato ng usok doon pa ho lumabas.
So nung nakapasok na kayo, what did you see?
May mga Your Honor, may mga body po doon sa Jedi room na
What
nakita
else
namin.
did you see? Bakit hindi nakatakas yung mga bading yun? Considering that when we inspected the room, around siguro mga 10 meters away lang was the fire escape.
From that room, Your Honor, there are 2 available exits.
Yes. What happened to the exit? Was
Another thing, Your Honor, doon sa plyboard po na hinarang nila, meron pong isang opening.
Anong hinarang nila?
Doon ho sa glass portion, Your Honor, aesthetic design po, hinarangan po nila ng plyboard.
Sinong humarang?
What I mean is the design of the building, Your Honor. Aesthetic design of the building. Nakaharang po yung plyboard doon sa glassy portion ng
Kaya
wall.
bakit hindi sila nakalabas sa pintuan? Ang lapit-lapit.
Again, Your Honor,
what did you see in the door?
Naka-block po yung isang partitions para hindi ho mag-through and through yung makikita sa loob doon sa main door ng Jedi. Tapos doon po sa may pantry ay marami pong nakaharang din sa may pintuan. Tapos dito sa kabila naman, Your Honor, ay wala ho kaming napansing may nakaharang.
Just one last question, Mr. Chairman. I know. Now, ang nagharang nun, yung mga... Sino nagharang nun? Sino naglagay ng harang sa pintuan?
In a fireman's view, Your Honor, yun pong tao sa loob.
Sino yung mga tao sa loob?
Turn out to be those bodies found during the...
Hinarang nila. Why do you think hinarang nila?
Well, in a layman's point of view, Your Honor, once you hear a gunshots, automatically po magtatago po kayo. And if based on sa CCTV, Your Honor, it's more than 20 minutes na po nang umalis yung suspect ay nandun pa rin po sila sa loob because the gunshots continued doon sa iniwan pong bandolier na tuloy-tuloy po yung putok. So, ang first reactions po ng isang layman ay talagang magtatago sila.
So will you correct me if I say now that from our inspection, they went out the door, it was only around 5 feet, 6 feet away, and there was a fire escape already there going down?
Yes, Your Honor. That 2 available exits lead to public way, Your Honor. Terminates to public way.
Thank you very much, Sir Chairman.
Thank you very much, Honorable Crisologo. The Honorable Sandy Ocampo.
Mr. Chairman, good afternoon to everyone. We pursue the details of what happened because we want to ascertain what we can do to improve because we fear that this might just be the beginning and that other vulnerable targets can also experience this same kind of disaster or emergency. And Mr. Chairman, obviously, the criminal and civil liabilities will be determined by the courts, no? But I wanted to just hone in on two more points because the other members have already expounded the other issues that were that had some gray areas in my mind, and one of which is. After only 27 minutes, more than 12,000 people were evacuated by the Resorts World. So definitely there must have been some plan. And General Albayalde just earlier said that when you got there, practically there was no more people except just this couple and another 3 people. Meaning to say that plan of evacuation must have been practiced. So, ang tanong ko, meron bang fire drill na ginaganap ang Resorts World? At saka dun sa fire drill na yon, kasama ba ang BFP?
Yes, Your Honor. Based on our plans, emergency preparedness plans, we conduct regularly fire drills and evacuation drills.
So when was the last time, you conducted the drill, and did the BFP join you?
The last time we conducted the drill was last March, Your Honor, along with the PFP and the contingent from the PNP.
Mr. Chairman, yun na lang po ang tanong ko, at not to eat on the time of others because my other concerns have been discussed. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sandy Ocampo. The Honorable Tugna is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, at the outset, as I was watching the video earlier that was being presented, and the main reason why 3 committees of this House convened is because the action of a certain Mr. Carlos. And his action is abhorrent, and at the outset, I am stating that. And my question is directed to Mr. Sian. The video that was shown earlier, it was stated that the gunman entered the hotel at around 12:07 a.m. Is that correct, Mr. Sian?
Yes, Your Honor.
And at 12:20, one of the CCTV room was abandoned by its personnel out of fear that the gunman is within that area or near that area. Is that correct, Mr. Sian?
Yes, Your Honor.
So at that point in time, Mr. Sian, I understand that there was another CCTV in Remington Hotel that was activated just to monitor the gunman and what is happening in the entire facility.
Yes, Your Honor. It was already operational because that CCTV room in Remington is monitoring the Remington, so it's already operational. But at the time when the gunman entered, they also saw people running towards Remington, and that they were already in communication with the main CCTV room.
Thank you, Mr. Sian. Aside from the one that was abandoned 12:20 a.m. and the one in Remington, I understand that there is another CCTV room.
There are, in the main building of Resorts World, there are 2 CCTV rooms. They're right next to each other. The main one, which has 11 consoles, and right next to it is another CCTV room, which is specifically for the hotel, covering the hotel area. The main one covers a lot of the gaming areas in the back of the house.
Thank you, Mr. Sian. So, Mr. Sian, yung inabandon ng 12:20 a.m. Kanina, it shows the status of the 37 people, or the people that were trapped, right? And it was abandoned.
I'm not sure. Can you please repeat your question, sir?
My question, Mr. Sian, is that in the video earlier that you presented, on frame number 4, where people were hiding in the pantry, at 12:20 it was abandoned, right? But
Yes, Your Honor.
in the Remington CCTV, can they still be seen?
My understanding is the one that we show where the pantry is, that was already upon review. Yeah, after the fact na ho.
So sa Remington, Mr. Sian, it's not live. Hindi siya nakikita na
Not that particular
Not that
frame.
particular.
Yes.
Pero at that time, Mr. Sian, from 12:20 and during the time up to 6 in the morning, na kung saan nakita na it was confirmed na patay na yung si Mr. Carlos and ang dami na ring na evacuate sa hotel. At the top of the mind of Resorts World Manila, is it in our minds that people in that pantry are trapped?
At Your Honor, at 6 a.m. we did not realize until they were discovered that they were trapped in that pantry.
Yeah, kasi kanina, Mr. Chair, nakikinig ako kay Fire Superintendent Kwan Tiu, at sabi niya, all along they were thinking na cleared na yung area. Pero meron tayong merong mga tao dun sa pantry na hindi pa pala na i-account. So ang point ko lang, Mr. Chair, is that although there was fear, excuse me, Mr. Chair, last 2 questions. Although there was fear that there were more than one gunman, and he was not. That's why in the second floor, our security agency as well as the PNP hindi pinasok. So ang point ko lang, during that span of 6 hours, did it occur to us that and we fully well know that there are individuals in the pantry that might suffocate. Hindi ba natin sila naisip man lang na nandun sila at let us save them, account them. And of course, PNP, they went there, they fully coordinated with Resorts World, napakalaking entity nito. Pero for me, in the opinion of this representation, is that for this huge facility, the one that should be on top of the situation is Resorts World itself. So my point is that during that span of time, mahaba rin yun, 6 hours, hindi ba natin naisip, well, I'm directing my question to you right now, although I know there are certain individuals within your organization that is in charge of this, I'm directing this to you as the president. So, hindi ba natin naisip na halos 6 na oras na lumipas? Ano kaya ang nangyari dun sa mga tao na yun?
Last question.
At that point ho, hindi ho natin alam na mayroong na-trap doon. As you know, Your Honor, yung by 12:33, wala na hong view dun sa area na yon because of the smoke. It's only upon review that we were able to get this ho.
Last point, Mr. Chairman, isang lang.
Let's do the second round, Congressman Tugna, kasi marami pa hong gusto magtanong.
Thank you, Mr.
Pasensya
Chairman.
nyo lang po, ha? The next is the Deputy Speaker, Gwen Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good noon to all. Good afternoon. I'll be directing my questions, first of all, to Mr. Sian, just to pick up from the line of questioning of my colleague, Congressman Tugna. You were saying that after that particular camera conked out, you no longer knew whether there were still bodies or there were still people inside that particular area, which is, I believe, the pantry. Is that right?
We only discovered that post-fact na ho, Your Honor, no? When we were reviewing.
What did you discover?
Ano, I mean yung video na ho yun. because we, upon request ho ng Congress, we looked
That's
at all
right.
the videos.
At 12:33, that camera conked out. But prior
More
to
or less.
12:33, there already was evidence of people inside the pantry, which was obviously being monitored by your personnel.
We did not know that, Your Honor. There's so many cameras in the property. That particular camera, hindi ho naka...
I am referring to the camera that conked out.
Yes, Your Honor. We were not monitoring that camera ho.
Your people were not monitoring the
because
cameras?
there were a lot of cameras, and
But specifically, this was located on the second floor where the gunman
yes.
had set fire to the gaming tables.
Yes, Your Honor. Marami ho kasing camera sa second floor, no?
In other
And-
words, there was a lapse in monitoring that particular camera, which was crucial to the survival of the people that were trapped inside the pantry.
Your Honor, may I refer to my colleague? He will add a few points, no?
Your Honor, if I may just answer that question. The surveillance personnel who were assigned to monitor the activities of the assailant, the gunman, Carlos, that was their primary focus. Their secondary focus was always looking at public areas and turning the cameras from Pacific views to wide-angle views to gain as much footage as we possibly could, should that be required in the future. Back-of-house areas cover many, many areas of the property itself, hundreds of small little rooms, which have from UPS to telephone
Let's
systems.
not get lost in the details here. It was very, very clear that the gunman had gone up to the second floor. And in fact, your security personnel trained one camera, particularly following the actions, as you were saying, the actions of the gunman. Now, since that is the second floor that was in question, surely this would not have taken much logic to think that the entire second floor needed to be focused upon, and more so since there were people that were trapped inside the pantry. Where else would people run except to the bathroom, to the pantry, if they could not run outside of that particular room?
If I may answer that to you, Your Honor, if you look at the video footage of that particular, as we call it, junket room, you will see that the junket room was vacated. There was nobody who was actually present in that room. So from the eyes of the surveillance operator who viewed that room had been vacated. Only on review of other areas was it seen that people had been hiding in the pantry or CRs.
What time were the bodies really recovered from the pantry as well as the bathroom?
Let me just refer to the notes, Your Honor. Your Honor, from our timeline and on review, we could only see that from approximately 9:33 a.m.
Recovered, meaning the bodies were taken out of the pantry. The bodies of the victims.
In process, Your Honor, yes. In process, bodies were being recovered.
In process,
from
how
that time.
long did the process take? We're talking here of, is it 29?
Yeah.
20 in the pantry and 9 in the bathroom?
I think we can pass that question, Your Honor, over to Soko, who was in control of the evacuation of those dead bodies.
You cannot answer the question?
Well, they're taking control of the situation, Your Honor.
They were the
But
ones
from
that
our
recovered.
timeline,
They were
yes,
the ones that recovered the bodies.
That's correct.
Is Soko here? Mr. Chair, may we direct the question to...
Isoko representative, please maupo po kayo. Bigyan naman po ng isang upuan pakibanggit po ang inyong pangalan.
Good afternoon to the chairman and to all the honorable members of the committee and all the resources speaker. I'm Police Chief Inspector Jason Ermina, the SOCO team leader of SPD Crime Laboratory.
Nakasama po ba kayo sa oath kanina?
Not yet, Your Honor.
Ay, wala ka ba nung kanina?
Wala.
Pwede
Your
po ba natin tumayo muna kayo dahil wala pa kayo kanina nung in-administer ng oath? At meron pa ho ba hindi nandito na Di ba sa Bureau of Fire, meron pong humahabol kanina? Sino ba yung sabing parating?
Actually, sir, tapos na pong nakahabol po itong isa. Yung parating po
okay.
yung Special Rescue Unit po natin.
Kayo po kayo? Meron pa ba dito na kakarating na kailangan na i-administer oath? Tapos tingin nyo, baka tatanungin kayo mamaya para hindi ko tayo pa ulit-ulit. Sigado kayo? Wala. Okay. May I ask the COMSEC to administer the oath to the representative of SOCO?
I state your name.
I, Police Chief Inspector Jason Ermina,
Hereby solemnly swear
hereby solemnly swear
to tell the truth,
to tell the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth
and nothing but the truth
in this inquiry.
in this inquiry.
So help me God.
So help me.
Maupo po kayo. So, andun po kayo sa gabing yon, umagang yun nangyari yun.
Yes, Your Honor.
Kayo po ang team leader.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, Deputy Speaker, sasagot po kayo ng tanong galing sa ating Deputy Speaker Gwen Garcia at diretso lang po tayo sa sagot. Huwag po tayo paligo-ligoy para hindi po maubos ang oras natin. Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
Maraming salamat. Deputy Speaker Garcia is recognized.
So you were in charge of recovering the bodies that were trapped inside the pantry and the bathroom of the second floor?
No, Your Honor. I'm the SOCO team leader.
Well, I just have one question. Hanggang anong oras nyo nare-recover yung mga bodies and what time did you finish the entire operation?
The SOCO team, Your Honor, are not we're not the one who retrieved the body, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, I don't think anybody can answer my question.
Wala po bang pwedeng sumagot? Yes.
Mr. Chair,
Diretso po tayo.
yes, sir. The one who retrieved the bodies from the crime scene were the Resorts World Management Emergency Medical Service, the MMDA Rescue, the Pasig Rescue, the Red Cross, and the Bureau of Fire Protection. The bodies were placed at the second floor of the mall entrance of the casino. The entrance of the casino for processing and identification by joint DVI, the Disaster Victim Identification Team of the PNP Crime Lab, and joint with the SOCO.
So, kasama pa rin ang SOCO?
Yes, sir, but not on the retrieval, but on the processing. Already.
So, Resorts World, you were supposed to, according to them, you were in the forefront of the retrieval of the bodies. So now who's telling the truth?
Your Honor, Resorts World assisted at all times, but we were not responsible for the retrieval of the bodies. However, from the times of 11:56 a.m. through 16:49, we assisted with recovery of the bodies and wrapping those bodies at Prosperity Court entrance at the mall.
Okay, so what does that mean? That's your building, that's your casino. So shouldn't you be responsible for that? Because your opening statement was, we are not responsible for the retrieval of the bodies.
Your Honor,
then who is?
Your Honor, we were not responsible for that particular crime scene and the area which was under the jurisdiction of others. We were asked to assist. We had able-bodied personnel who were ready to assist in all matters given instruction.
So, SOCO, ano ba ho ang trabaho nyo? Kasi ang sinasabi na, dapat kayo ang nag-lead ho niyan. Ngayon, sinasabi nyo, hindi rin kayo.
Yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor. My team processed the crime scene.
Hindi ba kasama sa pag-process to? This is not, hindi yung madideduct sa oras ni Deputy Speaker, ay yung pag-retrieve ng katawan?
During that time, Your Honor, the first time we arrived at the crime scene, the retrieval operation was already ongoing. Retrieval operation was already ongoing.
Isn't it a protocol that, I know in the city of Parañaque, if there's a crime, everybody waits for SOCO, nobody moves. Yes, Attorney Alvarez.
Your Honor, we just want to refer to what Director Apolinario said. He mentioned that it was a joint effort of Red Cross, BFP, MMDA, and RWM Emergency Services insofar as the retrieval is concerned. But the processing of the bodies, I believe, was a SOCO matter. And so it was SOCO that directed us eventually to bring the bodies to SOCO accredited funeral homes, Veronica and Rizal. But for the retrieval per se, it was a joint effort of the four groups that were identified by Director Apolinario.
So you would know the answer to my question. Exactly when were the bodies retrieved and how long did the process take? From what I now understand, read from the report that you yourself have, retrieval of the body started at 11:15, is that right? Or somewhere around 11 o'clock in the morning, right? Several hours after the charred remains of the gunman had been found, which was at 6 o'clock. And the complete retrieval or accounting of all the bodies only finished at 4 in the afternoon.
Your Honor, if may we refer the question to the head of our emergency services, Dr. Dale Heason. He'll be able to answer you.
Is Dr. Dizon? Dr. Dizon,
Yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor.
can you answer the question raised by Deputy Speaker Garcia?
May I request to repeat the question, ma'am?
Time.
Will this be taken out from my time? I've repeated
Go
my
ahead.
question
Yes.
about 3 times.
He wasn't listening. Please be
In
attentive and
accordance-
listen to all the questions raised.
Yes.
Okay. We will not take it out of your time.
From the report that was read by Mr. Riley, retrieval of the body started at 11 or somewhere around 11 in the morning, about 5 hours after the charred remains of the gunman was discovered in room 501, 510, and the complete process of retrieving the bodies that were in the pantry, 20 of them, and 9 bodies in the bathroom was completed only at 4 in the afternoon. Is that right?
For clarification, we entered the area where the incident happened before 8 a.m. That is the time that we saw the initial response was a search and rescue. Since the first time we entered, we saw a male employee who was alive at that time. That was stated a while ago by Mr. Sian. That was around 7:50 in the morning. Then after that, we saw the person alive. When we went to the other room, that was the start of the components of the other teams, MMDA Rescue, BFP Rescue, and the other rescue teams started getting or retrieving the cadavers. We finished retrieving all the cadavers around before 11 a.m. and afterwards it was turned over to SOCO for processing in the area of the entrance of the second floor mall casino.
And what is the 4 o'clock time that was mentioned?
At around 3 in the afternoon, I believe there was another body that was retrieved in the area.
So you did not finish retrieving the bodies at 11?
No, ma'am, since there was another body recovered at around 3 in the afternoon.
Mr. Riley, it has been repeatedly said that you evacuated over 12,000 people. May I know what is the floor area of the casino?
We have it here. It's 12,000 square meters, second floor.
Oh, this one.
Yeah.
The
Ground
casino.
floor. No, sir. Not the ground floor, second floor. Your Honor, the second floor is 23,809 square meters.
And
2 hectares? That's 2 hectares.
Your Honor, that's the entire second floor, including the mall. But if just the casino area,
Casino only.
it's around 7,000 square meters.
Okay, thank you. 7,000 square meter gaming area.
And how many rooms does Maxim's have?
172 hotel rooms.
So I am a little curious how you could possibly have counted 12,000 people that were evacuated. Did you do a head count?
On every point of entry, we have a clicker to record head count into the building.
And so you're saying that there were actually 12,000 people that went out of the exit doors?
That is the approximate number, Mum.
I thought you had a clicker so that you would have a clear, accurate count.
That is correct. We have a clicker into the building and a clicker out. So we have an approximate count.
You had an approximate count of the people that were running out of the building?
No, Mum. Under normal circumstances. But during the evacuation period, when people are taking multiple fire exits to street level, we cannot count the total number of people who left the building.
But the 12,000 people is an accurate count?
Yes, Mum, that is an accurate count.
I just want to clarify one thing. There are 3 surveillance rooms. May I just continue? May I just have two more questions, Mr. Chair?
Please proceed.
How many surveillance rooms are there?
There are 3 surveillance rooms, Mum.
In the casino area, how many are there?
There are 2 surveillance rooms. One primary, which focuses predominantly on gaming operations, and a hotel surveillance room, which covers back-of-house areas and the Maxim's Hotel.
So that there are 3 surveillance areas.
That's correct. The third being the fallback surveillance room and preliminary Remington Hotel surveillance room.
Now, General Albayalde is not here. Then may I just ask General Apolinario, you were the first to set up the command post, was it?
Yes, Your Honor.
How do you choose a command post? And how do you choose the area where you put up a command post?
Ma'am, the command post should be situated just near the affected facility. And yet, although it's near, it should be safe from the suspects. It should be big enough so that people who are coming out can be, it's a sort of a standby area and debriefing for them. All units involved in the processing, like the fire, the local government, should have a representative there.
Did you know that there were surveillance rooms? There were surveillance areas, 3 in fact, that were available when you arrived?
Initially, sir, ma'am, no, I didn't
Did
know
you
that.
ask?
Yes, ma'am. We asked everything from the situation.
And you were
Last
told
question.
that, no. Did you know, answer the question please. Did you ask whether there were surveillance rooms?
Control rooms. I can recall, ma'am, I think I asked, yeah.
What was the answer?
Well, during that time, ma'am, medyo magulo na. We need
There was no answer?
immediate response, ma'am. Like,
No. What was the answer if you asked? If you did ask?
Let's answer the question. Ano bang sinagot ho?
Yes, ma'am. I cannot remember anymore, ma'am.
So you do not remember if you asked?
I asked everything, the
If
situation.
the suspect was in fact at large, wasn't the most logical thing to do was to be where you had eyes all around the entire area, casino or perhaps even Maxim's, and so that the most logical thing to do would be first to ask whether there was a surveillance room, and second, to put up your command post as proximate as possible to the surveillance room so that there would be no delay in transmitting information as regards the movements of the suspect? Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, may
Response.
I add to,
Please
may I respond to
respond.
that?
Yes.
Yes, Mr.
General,
Chair.
Director Oka.
Tama po yan. I personally asked for the CCTV rooms, no, dun sa Resorts World. The answer I was given was mausok na yung CCTV rooms doon sa Resorts World at hindi na pwedeng pasukin at wala na pong tao doon sa CCTV rooms. So,
Sino po ang sumagot?
Diyan po si Mr. I don't know kung sinong eksakto sa kanila, pero diyan po si Mr. Gomez during that time.
Yeah.
Nandiyan po si Mr. Gomez.
Sinabi niyo na po yung last hearing.
So, yes.
I
I think that
you
was
said-
mentioned earlier.
No, no.
So,
Sabi mo, Lady Guard ang nagsabi sa'yo.
No, the lady guard was siya po ang kaharap ko na kausap. But they were there during that time. Even Mr. Riley was there also. No. So I asked them if they have the CCTV rooms. Yun po ang
Mr.
tinanong
Chair,
natin,
may I read the
Your
minutes?
Honor.
I hope that the Secretariat captured correctly the statement of General Albayalde. And the minutes state quite clearly, Police Director Albayalde emphasized that when he asked for the location of the CCTV room, the only person he could talk to was a lady guard who said it was full of smoke and did not tell him of the CCTV room at Remington Hotel.
I think that's
Is this correct? Or
it's partly correct. It's because yung pong lady guard, I don't know her name, kung sino po yung kausap ko. But the Mr. Gomez was there. I'm sure he was there dahil nakakausap ko po siya. No, and I don't know the other people who were there, about a few of them also wearing black suit.
But if you knew that Mr. Gomez was around,
Yes.
why did you not direct your question to Mr.
I
Gomez
asked him,
when
ma'am.
you
I
were?
asked- yes,
and
I
you
asked
took
him.
the answer of the lady guard
No,
as
I asked him personally.
No,
I
you
asked him,
testified in the last hearing that
the lady
it was
guard
the lady
was the one
guard that
talking
told
to me
you.
na nung ma'am nung nasa ACP na. Yung lady guard nung nandun po sa dun sa ACP na. She was made to sit there, and then siya po ang nandoon, and then I don't know where they are anymore. Pero yung pong pagdating namin doon, I asked for the CCTV rooms already. Mr. Gomez was there, and he knew for a fact that I was asking for the CCTVs there.
Nevertheless, at 1:44, according to your own report, this was prepared by this is what we all have, by the Southern Police District. At 1:44,
Last
PNP
question po
personnel
yan.
and RWM personnel manned the abandoned CCTV room located at upper second floor. Are you disputing this?
No, ma'am. Tama po yan. Sinabi na po ni Colonel Bartolome kanina, no? They were able to pass by that CCTV room with Mr. Sino yan? Yung si Kinol, with Mr. Kinol. So, if we want, ma'am, paulit po yung
No, no,
statement
no, no.
ni Mr.
No.
ni
When did you
Colonel.
also know that at 1:44 nandun na yung mga
No,
PNP personnel?
after po nung umalis na
Hindi
sila
na
doon.
relay sa inyo? Who was in command then sa command post? How many personnel were there? PNP and BFP. Were you at the top of the situation?
Opo.
So
Yes,
hindi
we were
nyo
always
hindi
at the
nyo
top of
alam?
the situation.
Hindi nyo alam that at 1:44 may control na, nandun na yung mga PNP sa, in fact, not the Remington Hotel, which you claim that you only knew about at 4 o'clock yata
Yes.
in the morning, but the surveillance room in the casino itself, nandun na sila sa second floor. Hindi ba yan na-relay sa inyo? At wouldn't that vital piece of information have been very, very important in your assessing the where the command post should be, whether or not the command post should be transferred so that immediately you could see on real time what was happening as regards whatever the cameras were feeding? Hindi ba yun na-relay na important piece of information?
Yes, I think that has been also mentioned by Senior Superintendent.
No, I wish you would
Dr.
answer, please. Because you keep on referring to another
Yes,
PNP
ma'am.
personnel.
Nung nandun
Na-relay po
sila-
ba sa inyo?
Nung nandun po sila sa loob, no. I was able to know that na meron po na silang nadaanan na CCTV. After nung na dinaanan nila yung CCTV, they reported it to me.
Kailan po? Anong oras yun?
I really don't know, ma'am. I could not possibly track the time during that incident po.
But was it already daylight or was it still
No,
dark?
it was still dark. It was still dark.
But
Pero
in other
after
words, it
po
was
nung pumunta sila,
still around 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock.
I really can't say, ma'am, kung yung exact time po
So when
yun.
you already knew that the PNP personnel had command of the surveillance room, they were there. They requested for personnel, hindi ba yun naka-factor in sa decision nyo? In order to get real-time information, you should have been there and transferred to the command post to where the CCTV room was so that you could make immediate decisions?
Yes, after that po, no, yung CCTV na yun, I think it was manned. That was the time na nakita nga na that person went up to the 5th floor. No, that was
No,
the time
you're not
after-
answering my question. I premised my question kasi on how do you choose a command post? Saan mo ilagay yung location ng command post? Syempre, where it is safe and all of these things. But all of these things considered, since the suspect was at large, what you needed was real-time information on saan. And the only way you could get that was the information that the cameras could feed you. And where could you put that? Saan? Sa surveillance room, where at 1:44, ando na. PNP personnel were already in command and assisted by the Resort World Management.
Okay,
Kaya nga po, ma'am,
Deputy Speaker, last
during that
question na
time,
po
yes.
yan. At mag-second round po tayo. Please, sagutin niyo po.
Kaya nga po, it was during that time that they were conducting hot pursuit po. It's because of that CCTV camera. No? Yung po yung sinasabi kanina ni Senior Superintendent Bartolome, that's why they conducted hot pursuit. It's because they got these CCTV footages. But the only thing is, hindi po nila alam kung saan eksakto yung lugar na yon. Nung na-report na po yung CCTV na yon, then that's the time nalaman na natin na umakyat nga siya sa 5th floor. That's why we concentrated on the 5th floor. Doon po natin nakita na yon. And then after that, pinakita na po sa atin when the Chief PNP arrived, no, it was offered, the CCTV room at the Remington Hotel was offered to us.
Okay.
Doon na po, Sir,
So
Okay.
all
ma'am,
that
yung ano.
whole time, they kept on relaying the information of what they were seeing on the CCTV cameras. I-relay pa sa iyo kasi you were not there. And you were in another place in an established command post.
No, they were not relaying it to me, ma'am. They were deciding on their own because sila po ang nagpapursue doon sa suspect.
Eh, you
They
were the
don't
ground
even have to
commander.
inform me because it's their duty to pursue that guy while the information was still hot and
Yes, but you had
A1.
to have the overall picture in order to focus your troops on first, saan ba yung rescue and search and rescue? Saan ba yung magpo-pursue? Saan ba yung whatever else? Paano yun kung wala kang,
Yes.
wala kang overall
Okay.
picture of what was happening? Thank you, Mr.
Sige
Chair.
po, maraming salamat. At huwag kayong mag-alala, General Oka, may second round to. At babalik si Deputy Speaker Garcia. The next interpolator is the Honorable Eric Pineda.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to everyone. I would like to direct my question to Mr. Gomez, the Chief of Security of Resorts World. Mr. Gomez, at the time when you were informed of the attack, did you initiate contact with the CCT operations and inquire as to how many were involved in terms of the number of gunmen?
When I was informed of the attack, I had the impression that there were multiple gunmen. And so I directed the duty manager and the acting ICRT commander to alert the PNP, triggered evacuation. And this we did because when I arrived, BAP was already there, PNP was already there, among others.
My question, Mr. Gomez, was, did you inquire from your CCTV operations center if they saw the gunman on your CCTVs, and how many were there?
Yes, Your Honor. I received a call as well from the head of surveillance. I was informed of the last location wherein the gunman was sighted at the back of the house already at that point. And this information I was relaying to the pursuing security team as escorted and joined by PNP. So all throughout this period, every information that I have, I share with my team and with PNP as well, who were on the ground already at that point.
So, at what time were you able to confirm that there was only one gunman involved?
That has been a vague issue, Your Honor, because even when I arrived, there were still speculations, there were still assumptions that there were more gunmen.
Like I said, the easiest way for you to verify is by asking the people who are manning the CCTV operations, because they are your eyes and they would see immediately how many gunmen were involved. So what I was asking is, did they inform you that there was only one gunman involved when you spoke to them or you asked them for information?
From the start, there was already clear identification of one gunman. But as to there were still many, that has been...
No, my question is, what time did you finally confirm that there was only one gunman? From the time that you arrived at the Resorts World Hotel, what time did you confirm? What time did they confirm to you that there was only one gunman involved?
Your Honor, that confirmation came upon the discovery of the body already. That was around 6:11 a.m.
No. You're not answering the question, Mr. Gomez. Siyempre, can I direct the question to Mr. Babiera? Mr. Babiera, did you inform Mr. Gomez that there was only one gunman involved?
Your Honor, nag-inform po kami na yung currently na nakikita po namin na merong isa. But my team is doing a perimeter check and all over the place kasi hindi po namin nasisigurado kung ilan po talaga.
Yeah, pero based on
Pero
your
on that time,
observation.
During observation,
Oh.
Your Honor, yes, we saw one, but my team is currently checking all the perimeters.
Yeah, so when were you able to ascertain that there was only one gunman involved?
Your Honor, I assume when we only one dead body nung natagpuan na po siya ng isa.
No, kasi hindi ba?
Hindi na po-
You were able
hindi po
to monitor the
na-confirm namin.
gunman when he entered the mall?
Yes po.
Ikaw mismo nagsabi nun, di ba?
Hindi po namin ma-confirm kung talagang ilan because we are currently
Pero you
checking
have 10
the
personnel
perimeter.
operating the monitors, di ba?
Yes, Your
So
Honor.
how many did they see as far as the gunman was involved?
As far as the gunman were involved, we saw one, but I gave an instruction to my team to check all the perimeters.
So only one?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you inform Mr. Gomez about your findings?
I called my senior director and informed that there is a gunman and entered the casino.
So, Mr. Gomez,
It's Senior Director Alfred Lagarde, sir. Your Honor. Ang natawagan ko po.
yeah. Okay. Did he inform you that there was only one gunman involved at that time? And what time?
Your Honor, just 2 minutes after the incident, he already informed me that they were following one gunman at that time.
So it can be, we can safely say that based on their observation that there was only one gunman.
Your Honor, yes, but if I may explain, they were still not sure. That's why they were checking whether there were other gunmen, because there were a lot of commotion and they were running around the entire properties, and they wanted to secure, yes, yung evacuation kasi baka kasi i-ambush yung mga tao sa labasan. So all along nung tinatawag niya yun sa akin, I also forwarded the same information kay Armin. Yes.
I'd like to direct my question to Police Senior Inspector Barameda. Mr. Barameda, are you here?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Barameda, When you were contacted, you responded immediately and you were there in 3 minutes' time. And did you ask who was the chief of security of Resorts World when you arrived?
No, Your Honor.
You did not ask who is the chief of security of Resorts World when you arrived?
Yes, Your Honor. Kasi nagkakagulo, Your Honor, kaya priority namin, Your Honor, yung mga tao na tulungan mag-evacuate.
I think your people can handle that. I think you should have asked who is the chief of security of Resorts World so you can get an appraisal of the situation. So you were not able to inquire who is the chief of security.
Your Honor, may nasa lubo na kasi akong security guard ng Resorts World at natanong ko na rin po. Tapos hindi ko rin, sir, nakita agad yung chief security po. Pero kilala ko naman po sila.
Mr. Gomez, at what time did you see Mr. Barameda?
Based on my recollection, the first engagement that I had was with General Apolinario.
No, I'm talking about Mr. Barameda. Siya yung una nag-respond eh.
With due indulgence, Your Honor, I arrived po nang nando na po
No,
sila.
ang tanong ko, kailan kayo nagkita ni Barameda? What time?
Hindi ko na po maalala, Your Honor. But because that time, PNP and
listed down different kinds of incidents. So how do you classify that report?
that specific determined breach is an active shooter case, Your Honor.
Very good. So active shooter. So what was the emergency plan for an active shooter?
For an active shooter, if I may directly refer, Your Honor, we quickly determined the most reasonable way to we evacuate all personnel employees as soon as possible, especially those in possible line of fire, and then those who are in direct threat, they are advised to hide, seek cover and shelter, which they did.
In case of an active shooter incident, which one would you assume? That there are victims or there are no victims?
There will be victims in an active shooter.
So if you assume that there are victims, what is the next step that you're supposed to do? Let me shortcut the process. Did you deploy your emergency response team?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you deploy your search and rescue team?
Yes, Your Honor. Search, rescue, and evacuation teams.
When did you deploy them?
Within the period of 2 to 5 minutes, deployment and mobilization of evacuation teams and the rescue teams have been effected. That's why we evacuated as we've been.
If they had been deployed on time, why did they not find the people who hid in the different rooms?
At that time, Your Honor, simultaneous evacuation have been done, but areas were no longer seen because the CCTV came out at 12:33. So
your search and rescue team is supposed to go around physically, room to room, right?
Yes, Your Honor, but there's an active shooter and then there's fire. So that made complications for us in conducting full search and evacuation in affected areas.
Your ERT is supposed to take care of the active shooter, right?
Yes, Your Honor, the SRT.
And your SAR is supposed to do the search.
Parallel mobilizations, Your Honor.
Parallel, so meaning they can operate at the same time.
Yes, that's what the team did, Your Honor.
But they did not, as you said, because you said they were not moving because there's an active shooter.
May I clarify your question again, Your Honor?
Nag-deploy ba kayo ng ERT? Nag-deploy ba kayo ng SAR? At sinabi mo nga, dapat parallel, which is what's in the manual. If you said na nag-deploy sila in 2 minutes after the report, dapat nahanap na yung mga taong nagtago doon sa kwarto na isa. At sabi nga ng mga kasamahan ko, katabi lang naman yung fire exit.
At that time, Your Honor, medyo chaotic na po yun. Nag-deploy po kami ng mga teams na nag-evacuate. At the same time, meron din pong naghahabol while waiting for the PNP backup, which we appreciate, maaga po silang dumating. And ilang paso din po yung ginawa ng evacuation teams namin dun po sa guest victims in plain view. Ang naging challenge lang po, kahit inikutan na po yung mga areas, may mga nagtago po na hindi na po kagad namin nakita kasi prioritize namin yung sino po yung naandyan, saka yung mas madali nag-evacuate na po at that time.
Search and rescue, maghanap. That's the meaning of search and rescue, right?
Yes, Your Honor. Pero nung mag-search and rescue na po na subsequent rounds, mausok na po that time. Wala na pong coverage yung camera. And we already, from being first responders, we stepped back. We acted as second responders. And of course, we submit to the authorities already at that point.
Mr. Chairman, just one last question. Please
John.
refer to page 76 of your manual. And please read what you're supposed to do upon arrival of government agency in charge of the incident. And please tell us if there was a formal compliance to this.
Upon the arrival of the government agency in charge of the incident, that is Bureau of Fire, SWAT, EOD, and Police, the command is transferred. The process must include a briefing that captures all essential information for continuing safe and effective operations.
So did you do a formal transfer to the authorities and conduct a full briefing?
We did meet with the ground commander already at 109. Essentially, we transferred already command and control of the situation.
Mr. Chairman, please take note of the entry in their manual, and I hope that the committee will be able to make an honest-to-goodness assessment if they had complied with this. Because this is their emergency plan, and Resorts World should have followed this to the letter. And we think that there should have been lives saved if this was all followed to the letter. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Honorable Biason. The Honorable Tupas is recognized. Is he here? So the Honorable Anago.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to everyone, especially to APO ML. Actually, I just would like to inform everyone na I have 15 relatives who were there, doon po sa, especially sa Resort World. But then, para naman po ma-ease up konting inyong burden ng Resort World, luckily, wala pong, and thanks God, wala pong casualty or na-injured sa kanila. Based on their testimony o kwento po nila sa amin, is that, kasi meron pang galing sa States, sabi, because of the mga empleyado rin daw ng Resort World who were actually there para iman ang evacuation. Like, dito kayo, ditong exit, ditong exit. So, but then, it's still unfortunate that there were 38 casualties and 63 injured in that incident. And I do believe it's just as simple as lapses po or lack of coordination. And ang tanong ko lang po sa ating sa kapulisan or sa PNP, I would like to know, di po pa ang first objective ninyo when you go to response to some like such crisis would be removing any threat to life? Or you have to do something, no? To prevent more harm or sa guests or sa properties in order to ensure, no, the safety of all guests or saan man kung ano po ba yung inyong ire-response. So, dito po ba, like for instance, kasi based on the video po na napanood or pinalabas ng atin pong galing sa monitoring room ng ating Resort World, parang napansin ko po, nakita you were not in pursuit of the assailant, kahit po yung sa security ng Resort World, kahit po sa kapulisan, kahit sa BFP. Parang doon sa BFP, parang ang sabi nila yung tatlo, sabi nila, nag-ensure kami that we have to clear from one room to another. Para bang, bakit, kung may man nagki-clear man doon, sure, para sa safety ng ibang tao, but then, hindi ba mas na dapat may tumakbo na para sabihin sa kapulisan or anything that you have to be in pursuit, para bago niya na itapon yung mga gasoline, bago siya nakapag-light ng fire, at least nandun na rin ang kapulisan dun sa area. Why, tama naman po yung sabi ni ML na delayed reaction kayo, or why did you not act immediately na kahit nasabihin na natin 10 sila or 5 sila? Iisa lang naman po yun. Bakit yung isang yun, bakit wala man lang nakaisip na humabol dun sa area? Because wala po kaming nakita doon sa video. May I ask, ano po ang masasabi ng kapulisan, ang masasabi ng BFD at ang Resort World? Yung mga securities up po.
Sagot. Director Oka.
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Chairman. We can assure the Honorable Congresswoman na talagang pinursu po namin yon, no? We pursued the gunman. Tama po yung sa inyo, no? When we first respond there, our main concern there is to neutralize the threat. So we were actually all over the place na po. But what really hampered or the constraint there is of course yung sabi nga natin po na again, no, balik po tayo doon sa real-time information. It's because yung ano namin, yung when they give us information, sir, nakita siya doon sa no. So we put SWAT there. Pero wala na po siya doon. And then kasi yung the first time na na-encuentro po siya, remember sinabi po kanina na-encounter siya, pero he was not really pursued up. So they have their reasons. Yun po ang isang ano, they have the reasons. Sinabi na po ni Senior Superintendent Barameda yon. But every time we get information, pinapursue po natin yon yung gunman, ma'am. Hindi po yung nakatayo lang tayo doon at nandun. No, we continued yung continuous po yung ano namin, yung pursuit namin every time that they give us information. The thing is, yung information po na feed sa amin, hindi na po real time kasi yon. So late na eventually. It's because the information is late. So yung response din po natin medyo late na rin. Wala na po yung tao doon sa sinasabing lugar na yon.
Okay. So ibig sabihin po, every time na yung nandun na siya, na-identify in that place and then napunta na naman po sa ibang lugar. That's
Yes,
why you
ma'am.
were not able to pursue him immediately.
Yes, ma'am. But we are pursuing him po. Tama po yung sabi nyo. The first response there is to neutralize the threat.
Oo nga po, removing any threat to life. But then, kaya nga, share lang po yung threat daw. Based on dito naman po sa Resort World, how come na hindi po kayo gumawa ng paraan na para mapatay kaagad yung apoy? Bakit wala pong what do you call that? Yung tinatawag natin yung fire extinguisher. Bakit wala man lang nag-fire extinguisher para mamatay muna yung apoy kung wala man sprinkler? Kung hindi pa lumalabas yung sprinkler. Wala po ba sa drill ng Resort World na in the event na may ganong fire, at least kung hindi mag-on yung sprinkler for any other reason, technical, whatever, hindi ba meron din tayong fire extinguisher? Bakit po walang nag-fire extinguisher?
Your Honor, sagutin ko muna yung first question niyo about the...
Sian, I just would like to remind everyone that your questions and answers should be addressed to the chair. Okay?
sorry.
Yes, the Honorable Mr. Sian, please.
Yeah. Your Honor, with respect to the first question about whether na pursue yung gunman, in fact, based on the information na nabigay, which was shared with the police, na track nga ho siya up at around 1:10, 1:11, and that's why there was an exchange of gunfire in that stairwell. No? Yes, it's a bit hard because once you track them, gumagalaw ho siya. By the time na dumating ho sa ground, gumagalaw ho kasi yung assailant. No? So hindi ho eksakto 'yon, no? So but nagkaabutan ho sila, and the reason na nalaman nila nandun is because nakita nga ho, no? Kaya nagkaabutan at nagbarilan. Yung tao nga ho namin ang nakipagbarilan dun sa assailant. In fact, yung prior to that, 111, lumabas ho siya sa likod. At yung lanting naman ho ang nakipagbarilan ho sa kanya, no? So then he came back in, yung tao naman namin, together with the police, nandun naman ho sila. But our two security people had an exchange of fire with this gunman. So nakita na ho siya doon. So I just wanted to make that point that pinupursu naman ho by both the PNP and us. Although rightfully so, nandun na ho yung police, so they've already effectively taken command. No, we're just assisting them. With respect to the fire extinguisher, we have part of our submittal to you, lahat ng footages, makikita nyo ho ron that we have people that were extinguishing the fire, no? Yun nga lang ho, that particular first table, yung first two tables, where he started the fire, unfortunately, naglagay ho rin ho siya ng bala ho ron, no? So pumuputok ho yun eh. So isipin ho ng tao na hindi ho lalapit because may pumuputok hong bala ron. And the impression given is that nandun pa ho yung gunman or maybe a second gunman, no? So yun ho yung ano. But the footages that we've submitted as requested will bear that out. Yeah. Thank you.
No further
Thank you
question.
very
Thank
much.
you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. I just would like to ask Mr. Riley, before I go to the next speaker, does your office have a CCTV? I know, is there a small monitor in your office?
Your Honor, in my executive office, I do have a CCTV monitor where I can patch cameras through for my viewing if I wish. Yes.
So, were you at your office during the time?
No, Your Honor. I was at the south entrance on the ground.
So aside from the main CCTV, there are 3 CCTVs. There are other rooms with mini CCTVs. Is that how I understand it?
There is a number of rooms with just a single monitor.
Looking at what? Where is that camera focused or located? Or what are you looking at?
Only on request, potentially to review video footage if a customer's made a claim or a request, and then also to review and backtrack on previous issues.
So that isn't on 24 hours?
No, Your Honor.
And how many rooms are equipped with this kind of machine?
I would have to verify that, Your Honor, and come back to you.
Thank you very much. The next interpreter, the Honorable Chiki Roa Puno.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Before I ask my questions, I just want to reiterate, as I don't think it can be stated enough, that really we are going through this entire exercise because, well, not because anybody wanted this to happen, but really because we don't want it to happen again. And I think it has to be repeated again that perhaps it hit us hard because it affected one of our own who lost his loved ones, Congressman Don Gonzales. But we also would like to take the opportunity to condole with Resorts World because we know that you also lost 18, is it? Sorry? 13 of your employees. So we would like to take the opportunity to also offer our sympathies to you and their families. Having said that, my question is general in nature, and I would like to address this question, Mr. Chair, to the chairman, Mr. Stephen Riley, because I believe you probably have the most experience in this room when it comes to surveillance and casino and resort operations. 30 years in total, I think 20 years in our country, is that correct?
Only 9 years in your country, Your Honor.
But about 30 years in total, starting
is
from when
correct,
you were
Your
still
Honor.
in England.
Yes.
Yes, yes. We'd like to know, and situations, incidents like this, nobody can really prepare for. But given all the experience you have, and looking back, you've had 2 weeks to think about what happened, all the introspection you've done, and all the examining and re-examining. Can you share with us what you've learned from this incident, Mr. Ali?
Your Honor, the incidents of the morning of the 2nd truly surprised me. I have never seen anything inside the gaming industry to this degree until this time. My learnings from this is, firstly, that the Resorts World Manila team acted swiftly and to protocol. To the best that we can see, we are still continuing with our investigation. We did discover some weakness. We have since engaged third-party external security professionals to come and review our protocols. They've been brought in from Hong Kong. I will actually name the company, which is called Black Panda. I believe is known very, very well. We have also changed our third-party security provider at this time, and we're also in a tender process for a full-time security provider for Resorts World Manila to look to enhance our security measures and to ensure the public that Resorts World will be a safe place to visit.
In terms of getting your personnel ready for situations like this, again, there probably isn't a way to really prepare, but there's some kind of psychological preparation that might be able to be undertaken. Have you looked into that, sir?
Yes, Your Honor. The company I mentioned we've engaged called Black Panda. These are highly trained operatives from overseas. I won't mention the countries they're from, but they'll also be assisting with the preparation of our own internal security and external security providers.
From your vast experience, and it's impossible for us to verify really the reason why Jesse Carlos did what he did, but why do you think he did what he did that day, Mr. Riley?
Your Honor, I wish I could actually read somebody's mind and have a true answer I could give you. That is something which is still being investigated, I think, with the assistance of the authorities, and we respect their assistance fully. Possibly, when we dive deeper, we look at the background of the assailant, possibly more information will come to light, which may give good reason for him to act in the manner he did on the morning of the 2nd.
Well, although we already know some information about Mr. Carlos because he is a frequent guest in your hotel. If not you, maybe somebody from your team can give us a little bit more background just to enlighten us and perhaps pinpoint reasons why we have to look into issues like gambling addiction and such. If there's anybody else you would like to answer this question.
Your Honor, I'll take the question. The first part of your question is regards to Jesse Carlos. Yes, he was a regularly frequent visitor to Resorts World Manila from 2015 to 2017, from which point he was barred because of next of kin. With regards to responsible gaming is something that Resorts World Manila brought in within its first year of operation. There was no legislation, to the best of my knowledge at that time, for responsible gaming for the integrated resorts. We placed that on our websites, we also placed that on our membership application forms, and we also train every single member of the gaming department from dealer or hire on their hire in responsible gaming, so they're aware to recognize potential problems.
So you're saying it's probably lacking in every aspect, I guess, both in legislation and maybe in practice, as to how we can regulate better and find and be able to identify those who might not be able to behave properly in places like a casino.
Yes, Your Honor. I believe that the regulations with regards to responsible gaming can be strengthened, and we're happy to work with the authorities to do so.
No idea still why he acted so angrily. I mean, obviously he was angry about something because he burned the place down, etc., and eventually took his life.
Your Honor, as I mentioned earlier, as time goes past and further investigations are done to conclude this particular investigation, I'm hoping that some more information will come forward which will actually answer your questions. But at this time, I cannot read the mind of Jesse Carlos.
That's all, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Puno.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
before
Majority
that,
Leader.
may I just ask these questions texted by our colleague Don Gonzales, who lost his wife and sister-in-law. maybe it will be addressed or answered either by PEZA or PAGCOR. First, he asked, but this should be found in the law, what are the requirements needed to be met before PAGCOR issues a permit to casinos? And maybe it's connected. The PAGCOR, whoever conducts site inspections to make sure sprinklers work or the carpets used are non-combustible. Yan. Whoever is the capacity to answer that. Eric, saan yung mga tinext pa sa'yo,
On
Didong?
the PAGCOR requirement, Your Honor, our Vice President for Legal will answer.
I'm sure our colleagues will give in to Dong kasi hindi naman siya maka-attend because he's still in grieving. So he sends text messages. So maybe just give priority to this.
Although these are available on our website.
Your Honor, good afternoon. On the investment side, integrated resorts are required to invest $1 billion before they can apply for a license. After that, they submit a master plan, development master plan of their proposed site. After that, that master plan, after the approval of that master plan, we have a team called the Casino Monitoring and Enforcement Department. They monitor the implementation of the master plan.
Second question is who conducts inspection on the sprinklers and as to the material of the carpets? These are
Your
questions
Honor?
bugging him.
Yeah, Your Honor, it is PEZA that is authorized by law, just like other economic zones authorities like SBMA, etc., to issue building permit and fire safety permits to our locator industries. So in the case of the hotels of the Resorts World, we only give inspection, yearly inspection, and require 2 times emergency drill to the hotel component, the convention center. So casino area and other areas, other businesses not accredited by PEZA, they got their permit, building permit, and fire safety permit from the local government unit.
Is that correct? Pasay, the representative of Pasay, do you agree with that statement or confirm it? I don't mean the representative of the House of Representatives. Meron dito tiga Pasay because Mayor Tony Calixto was not invited.
Andito yung building permit, BPLO. Magpakilala po kayo.
I'm Engineer Edwin Habaluias, the local building official of Pasay City.
Okay.
Yes, sir. While it's true that we have a memorandum of agreement between the Philippine Economic Zone Authority and the local government unit. Here's the memorandum of agreement.
Can you just please confirm the statement made by
Yes.
Ms.
Yes, sir. But the
Plaza.
problem here, sir, lies on because the whole area is under the Philippine Economic Zone Authority. While they are responsible for the inspection of the building, and they're responsible for the issuance of annual inspection certificate. So we are not allowed to conduct inspection because this is under Philippine Economic Zone Authority.
Your Honor, can I be given the chance to reply? That is not correct, Your Honor, because in the MOA between Pasay City Government and PEZA, it is very clear that we only inspect and require the drills and the annual safety inspection certification to the hotel component and the convention center, never the casino, because that is only the mandate of PEZA. Tourism facilities lang po ang sa amin. Yun lang po ang... it's in the MOA po, sir.
Opo. As a matter of fact, in the hearing last week, I manifested that and I was telling Mayor Tony Calixto that I think I should study the MOA and the authority of the LGU. I think you are using the opinion issued by the former DOJ secretary.
No, sir.
No, no, no. I'm talking to
Okay.
the Pasay City official. And there's nothing in the law that prevents the LGU from taking control because that is an establishment under your jurisdiction. That's why you cannot hide under the PESA law because ang hawak lang nila is the hotel. No? Even that, as a matter of fact, naka-double permit na kayo sa hotel. Nagbibigay din kayo ng permit, nagbibigay din ng
Exactly.
permit ng PESA. So nothing can really stop the LGU from inspecting and making sure that the establishment is safe and sound. So
Mr.
let that
Chairman.
be clear. Marami pa kayong mga PESA establishment. So dapat titignan niyo mabuti yan.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, the Honorable Biason.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, during our last hearing, this was the very topic of interpellation that I had. And I do believe that it's not on the local government of Pasay to issue the fire safety inspection code. It's supposed to be the Bureau of Fire, under the Fire Code of the Philippines. But as what has been stated by BFP so many times, they have been refused by Resorts World. So probably that way we can clarify this because we have been all under the impression that it was PEZA who's supposed to issue a fire safety inspection for the casino, including the casino. Liwanagin natin, Mr. Chairman, tanongin natin ang BFP at Resorts World.
Your Honor.
Last week, I mentioned that, we should also look at the PESO law. And because that's a subject of contention and confusion among the different LGUs that have PESA establishments. Meron po diyang casino, may hotel, may call
boutique.
center, iba-iba
Everything. Okay.
ang
Mix.
pinag-accredit ho ng PESA. At hindi ho pwede mawalan ng kapangyarihan ang LGU sa mga establishmentong ito. So anyway,
Sir, if you may allow me, please,
Yes.
just one statement.
yes, Director General Plaza.
I'd like to emphasize here that the MOA that PESA entered is for all the LGUs of Metro Manila where we have accredited hotel facilities, BPOs, and call centers. That's all. And other than Pasay, we will submit, Your Honor, the list of the MOAs that PESA entered with other LGUs of Metro Manila so you can assess our authority and the authority of the LGU.
Definitely, after these hearings, we will be revisiting the law that created PESA and the powers vested into it because that is now a very big problem of the different LGUs. Marami pong naniniwala, even yung BFP, sinabi last hearing na hindi daw sila pupasok dahil alam daw nila ay PESA accredited yun at wala silang kapangyarihan pumasok, which is totally wrong. Pag may sunog, trabaho ng bumbero, trabaho ng BFP, PESA o hindi. So we now, Mr. Majority Floor Leader, I'm sorry.
Sir, meron pa siya dito through Eric Pineda. Asan yung mga casualties? Pakita dapat. Ang tagal pa pala bago lumaki ang sunog. Are we ready to show that? Because she is the one asking where the casualties were. Do you have video coverage?
Your Honor, you mean the video coverage of where the casualties occurred?
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor.
They were suffocating or what? Do you have footages of those?
Hindi na ho makita sa camera kasi yung usok eh. So, meaning to say they might be below, under the yung
So
sa
all you
usok.
see is thick smoke?
Yes.
Okay, then one table pa lang nasusunog, dapat naka-exit yung mga casualties, but that has been answered because they themselves locked themselves inside, thinking, as we have seen, of the ammunition bursting or firing. Pare, pakipakita nga, address to him, yung mga casualties sa CCTV kung paano ginawa nila cannot be seen because of the smoke.
Up to the end, hindi natin makita.
So all that's visible is the one you showed.
Yes, and no, meron pa tayong iba. The other areas, we also have it. But the camera goes off at a certain time eh.
So,
the
what I mean is,
vision.
at the point where they are already perhaps on the verge of death or hirap na or catching up for air, Nothing is seen of
Hindi
that
na
sort.
makita. Hindi na
Okay. And sir, we have your oath here that all these tapes that you gave us
we have already transmitted.
are complete. Nothing has been doctored. Nothing has been altered or replaced.
Yes, Your Honor. That's
On your oath as the president.
Yes, yes.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, Your Honor.
May dagdag pa siya.
Yes. Thank you very much.
Yes, but before the incident. Okay.
The Honorable Fariñas. We will now proceed to the next interpolator. The Honorable Batawil, Paul Batawil is here.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
The first time we had this hearing, I requested for copies of standard operating procedures and manuals of emergency situations, response to emergency situations. And I would like to appreciate the submission of the Resorts World and the Bureau of Fire and the report of the PNP, but as to the specific manual that will guide the actions of the individuals and the units in responding to emergency situation, baka pwedeng ipahabol pa, no? So, PNP, please submit for reference of the committee. And my question is, all these things evolved from a situation where there must immediately be a specific, distinct organization that will manage everything from beginning to end. No, it started from an emergency situation that evolved into a crisis situation. No? At that level of emergency situation, we expected the in-house security of Resorts World to do all the necessary actions to respond to such a situation. And at certain level, the PNP responded, and thereafter, certain developments arose. No? So let me ask, when did we organize the crisis management council to address this situation, at sino ang manager ng CMC na ito, at sino yung ground commander, at what level? May I ask the PNP, because I'm looking at our manual on crisis management of the PNP series of 1996, and based on this, there are supposed to be certain responsibilities. PNP, please.
Please reply.
Mr. Chair, I am Police Director Camilo Pancrasius Cascolan of the Directorate for Operations, Philippine National Police.
Okay,
If I may be able to answer that question, sir. Mr. Chair, as of this moment, I have with me the manual with regard to critical incident management operational procedures on public disturbance stop and critical incident management action flow charts and checklist handbook, together with systems organizational structure and other checklists. I will be giving this after the session, sir. With regard to the critical management committee, the national headquarters of Philippine National Police was able to establish its national PNP National Critical Management Committee at around 1 o'clock. This was because the report was given to us at around 12:46. I was able to call the director of the Southern Police District, General Polinario, at around 12:50, but he was so busy then. So we were able to get the Crisis Management Committee of NHQ PNP at 1 o'clock, headed by no other than DCO, I mean. But DCA, General Apolinario was there, General Mendez was the head. All the battle staff was there, to include even the director from Health Service, director from IG, of course, director from Directorate for Intelligence, Operations, DPCR, and DIDM. We were then at the situation monitoring room. At that moment too, the Critical Incident Management Committee under the auspices, of course, of no other than the SPD Director, General Apolinario, was also doing his Critical Incident Management Committee already. I was able to call him then. We were getting a lot of informations from the ground, and these were the things that we were basing our actions. Our actions being done in the national headquarters are those things that were not being taken because of the fact that it is outside the hotel. It is outside the RWM. What we were interested more was that was the safety and security, of course, of the airport and other neighboring areas. We have
Excuse
to...
me,
Yes, sir.
General Casculano. Do you consider this situation as a national crisis?
Well, at first, sir, yes. At first,
If it
sir, yes.
is, who is supposed to be the crisis manager at that level?
Well, the critical management...
Based on our manual.
It is actually, sir, the DCO. The DCO. Deputy Chief for Operations. It's here in the manual, sir.
So upon arrival of the Chief PNP at about 0300, do you consider him managing the situation at that point in time?
Well,
And that's
all
the
informations are being fed by the Crisis Management Committee, PNP and HQ, to the Chief PNP, actually, sir. The DCO manages the CMC, or the Crisis Management
Yes,
Team.
because it's national. No?
Yes, sir.
National. So naturally, the arrival of the Chief PNP takes over everything and directs and supervises and manages everything. So, saan papasok dito yung responsibility ng LGU, Local Chief Executive, sa ating Crisis Management Organization?
Well, it was supposed to be done in the regional level already, sir. I mean, not regional level, the SPD level. The local government unit should have already taken also, or already created their crisis management committee.
So, in this particular case, it happened in Pasay City,
Yes,
and it's the chief of it's the local chief executive, the mayor, who is supposed to be the anong
Chairman.
position niya sa Crisis
Chairman already,
Management
sir.
Council? Chairman
Chairman,
of
sir.
the council.
Chairman of the
ano?
city.
At what point pumasok ang chairman ng Crisis Management Council? Or formally organized?
I am not privy to that, sir.
Okay. Do we hear from the LGU? That's my last question, Mr. Chair. Do we hear a response from the LGU kung anong time kayo pumasok dito sa Crisis Management Council natin, because you have a role to play in the management of this crisis? Anong time kayo pumasok? And what particular actions have you undertaken? That's my final question, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
The Honorable Rubiano.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, the mayor is not around today because he was not invited due to the validation of the seal of good governance. So, according to our chronology of events, and upon talking to the head of the Disaster Risk Reduction Management Office, they arrived there at 12:40 a.m. of
Thank you.
June 2.
Thank you very much for the information. Very much, the Honorable Batawil. Before I go to the next speaker, meron na po sana akong gustong tanungin kay General De La Rosa. Ang una kong katanungan ay ito'y tinanong ko last hearing pero wala ko kayo at hindi po nasagot dahil iniimbestigahan pa. First question, was he acting alone? Walang inside job? Or walang katulong?
There's none, Your Honor.
What makes you so sure na wala akong tumulong ho dito?
Our initial investigation shows that he was acting alone, Your Honor. Walang assist sa kanya yung pagpasok niya sa loob dahil may complete knowledge na siya sa full floor plan ng building because he has been a constant casino patron. until this time, wala pa kaming na-determine na nakikita na kasama niya, tumulong sa kanya.
Pangalawa, cause of death. Sinunog niya sarili niya at there's a self-inflicted wound. Tama po ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Bakit tama ba ho na pag sinunog mo ang sarili mo, may isip mo pang yakapin ang iyong baril after mong barilin ang sarili mo? Kasi nakita siya na nakayakap sa baril.
Yes, Your Honor, the assumption of the SOCO is that nagsunog muna siya bago niya binaril yung, nagtabon muna siyang, humiga siya, hawak niya yung baril, tabon siya ng lahat ng mga available linens doon, yung bedsheet, yung unan, pati yung mga foam ng upuan, pinatong niya doon sa body niya, binuhusan niya ang sarili niya ng flammable liquid, sinindihan. Nung nagsunog na, Your Honor, sa kanya kinalabit yung kanyang baril na tumama dito sa bibig, tapos lumabas ang exit sa ulo, sa bunbunan. So that was the SOCO findings, Your Honor.
So, posible yun na hindi kayong mainitan ka, bitawan mo agad yung bitawan mo yung baril. O pagkatapos mo baril sarili mo, bibitawan mo yung baril.
Well,
That's why
if that
nakita
is-
siyang yakap niya yung baril. Hindi
Well,
ba
if
ganun yun?
that
Hindi
is-
ba ganun ang ano?
If that is part of his plan, Your Honor, na magsunog muna bago niya barilin sarili niya, then he can do it. He's determined to do it.
Last question.
Yes, Your Honor.
Naglabas po kayo ng statement after nung bandang umaga yata yun, na sinabi nyo, walang casualty. What made you, or may isang casualty, what made you say this?
So far, Your Honor, I was there since past 2 o'clock in the morning until I left going back to Camp Crame. Before I left, I was asked by the media kung ilan yung casualty. So far, we determined that isa lang casualty. Yung gunman na nasunog doon sa room 510 of the 5th floor of Maxim Hotel, Your Honor. Lately lang na-discover yung mga 37 others na who died due to suffocation. Umaga na, Your Honor, nakauwi na ako ng Krami. So late ko nalaman. So during that time, the information that I've got from the ground, the situation obtaining on the ground, isa lang talaga ang nakita namin na patay, Your Honor. Isa lang casualty.
Di po ba dapat na bago ho tayo magbitaw, verifikado at masigurado po natin na talagang yun lang? Kasi ho, marami hong medyo na ang feedback, nakita nila na, ay, wala naman palang namatay. Tapos, natulog lang sa sandali, pag-isip na, 37 na yung patay dahil naniwala nga sa sinabi nyo na walang casualty except the gunman. The gunman lang ang casualty.
Initially, Your Honor, that was our finding. Hindi pa kasi nakita yung ibang patay. So, tinanong ako, ilan patay? I was not lying when I said that isa lang talaga. Dahil isa lang talaga namang nakita namin. And, Your Honor, ganun ako ka-convicted na, ka-convinced na nagsabi dahil yun lang obtaining on the ground na situation. And I was informed by Resorts World that pagdating ko, na evacuate na nila lahat ng kanilang mga hotel guest at yung guest ng casino. So, kaya yung focus namin, Your Honor, was not really solely on search and rescue, kundi yung eliminating the threat being posed by the gunman. Yun yung focus namin, Your Honor, yung gunman. Hindi yung rescue ng mga biktima, supposedly victims. Dahil we were informed that nakalabas na lahat ng mga hotel guests, Your Honor.
Okay. So, anyways, may tatanungin po ang ating co-chair, si co-chair Congressman Acop.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. May I know who was the ground commander at the time?
Your Honor, the ground commander was the SPD director, General Apolinario. But when I arrived the scene, I noticed that General Abayalde was supervising. So I thought he was taking over already because he was senior kay Director, kay General Apolinario. But it was maintained that since hindi nag-escalate to regional level yung threat, so yung crisis, so General Apolinario was retained as the on-scene commander or incident commander, Your Honor.
So, General Albayalde was the ground commander.
He supervised the ground commander who was General Apolinario, Your Honor.
So, si General Apolinario ang ground commander.
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, ano po yung what were the means of communication utilized by the ground commander in communicating with all the other units operating in the area, including the internal and the uniform security guards? Kasi the way I look at it, parang kagaya ng sinabi ni Senior Inspector Barameda, sinusunod, he was just following the informations given him by the security officers who were with him. Ngayon kayo, may I ask, how did you, or what are the means of communication did you use to communicate with all the operating units in that area? Yun ang gusto kong malaman kung paano yun na-solve yung problema na yun.
Through radio and cell phones, Your Honor.
Radio and cell phones of whom? The police, the internal security, the uniform security guards? What?
The police, Your Honor.
Are these frequencies, turned into one frequency kaagad-agad?
At that time, Your Honor, our operating units within the building were there were organic personnel from the hotel security that were embedded into our teams, into our tactical teams. So yung radio na dala-dala nung embedded personnel ng security was contacting the security manager na kasama namin doon sa ACP, Your Honor, sa Advanced Command Post, Your Honor, Tactical Command Post, Your Honor. And back up to that was cell phone to cell phone communication with the ground commander and the operating units.
I will ask my further questions when the time comes, simply because if I asked Mr. Gomez here what are their codes insofar as contacting their, I do not think he will provide me an answer. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Acop. The Honorable Robes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to direct the question to the Resorts World. This is a question of empathy. I've got two victims in our district. One is Mr. Melvin Herrera, and the other one is Ms. Merlin Oliveros. I'd like to question you guys if you have this mechanism that will ensure the victims, the family of the victims, that they will have a due compensation without delay. Because I've been hearing when I went to the wake of Mr. Herrera, the family is really grieving. They've got 3 children, if I'm not mistaken, and they said, terrible. If he's still alive, he will be still earning the 1 million pesos that you will be giving in. I just wanted to know if you have any due compensation for the victims. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yes, I visited, I would say, all of them except for maybe 1 or 2 na foreigner na umalis na ho. No? Of course, we feel the pain of the loss of the families, and in fact, we have assigned individually a representative from our side to work with the individual families. Kasi they have different needs. No? Some have young children. As we have put up the foundation, we've committed to them that we will fund their education of their kids hanggang makatapos ho sila. Some naman ho, may mga kapatid na walang trabaho, and we've committed that we will provide jobs for them. Some naman ho, merong wala hong anak, mag-isa lang ho sila, only child, may parents hong inaalagaan na may sakit. We've also extended and committed to provide medical assistance to the parents, no. So iba-iba ho ang kailangan nila. So hindi ho isang global solution, but we are committed to work with them individually to provide full assistance to whatever they can need.
Oh, okay, thank you. Because I spoke to the family of Merlin Oliveras. They said, I just heard this, that they won't accept the money because I believe they're really rich. This is the one playing in your casino. They just said that they're just going to file a case towards your company. I just hope things will be all right to all of you because, and I'm really thankful that you really understand the pain of these people, except for the Herrera family, really a bit, it's not, the situation not really good. So, and I'd like to ask one more question from Nevesia, from a colleague from Nevesia. With the revenues that you're taking or getting in, do you think, just an answer, yes or no, do you think all of your securities have given due enough, let's say, care for your visitors, considering you have 12,700 guests at night? Yeah, just yes or no?
Yes, they did the best that they can under the circumstance.
All right, so we'll just take it as a note from Mr. Riley. And also, I'm very glad to hear that you will be changing your security or partners, maybe your consultants. That's a very good answer to all of these problems. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. That was fast. Congressman Nieto. Is Yul here? Oh, he's not here.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Maraming salamat po. Magandang hapon po. Mr. Chairman, sa PNP Sosya po sa humahawak ng security agencies po. Gusto ko lang pong may tanong po, Mr. Chair. Sa isang taon po ba, ilang beses kayong nagkakandak ng inspection nyo sa lahat ng security agencies?
Mr. Chair, Police Chief Superintendent Jose Mario Espino, sir, Chief of the SOSYA. Sir, for your question on how often do we conduct inspection to the different security agency, normally, sir, we conduct during their renewal of their license to operate, that is every 3 years. Then between that 3 years, sir, we conduct the regular post-to-post inspection. And another one is proactive inspection. This proactive inspection, we usually do this if there are national events like these ASEAN meetings. We regularly conduct all security agencies that are posted in the venues and hotels where the delegates will be going. And for the post-inspection, every time there is a complaint on the performance of the security agency or the security guard, we conduct that inspection, sir.
Okay po. Dapat po kasi laging strict ang pag-inspect natin kung kulang ba o may kaukulang training lahat ng security, especially sa security guard natin at sa mga supervisor. May tanong lang po ako. Ang license ba ng security guard at head ng security, parehas lang po ba?
Sir, Mr. Chair, I'd like to qualify my answer to that, sir. The license of the security guard is different from the license of the security officer.
Yung kay Mr. Gomez po, anong klase po yung lisensya niya po?
With Mr. Gomez, he is not a licensed security professional because he is not a registered security officer in our office. He has no license to speak of.
Ganun po. Sir, Mr. Chairman, gaano po ba kahaba ang gugugulin ng isang gwardiya para maging ganap po talaga siya na gwardiya?
Mr. Chair, I have prepared a short
briefing for that. But anyway, for the answer, sir, to be a security guard, you have to spend 168 hours. That is 21 days for you to be a licensed security guard.
Sa tingin niyo po ba, ang sakto na po ba yun, sir? Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair, the SOSA right now is in the trust of reviewing the training modules of the security personnel. So overhaul, actually before this incident, the SOSA has already has the technical working group to improve the current program of instruction for our security personnel.
Okay. Mr. Chair, ang security guard kasi sila ang dapat na stronghold ng isang establishmento. Kasi kung meron tayong mahinang klase ng security training o may problema tayo sa security, kasi halos lahat po ng establishmento, security guard ang unang first line of defense. Ngayon kung mahina o hilaw ang training nila, ang security guard natin nasa bingit po ng peligro ang ating mga kababayan po yun, Mr. Chair. At meron meron daw po kasi meron daw pong rumors na may nangyayaring lagayan daw sa PNP SOSIA yung mga security agencies na nagbabayad daw para kung may violation sila hindi na masilip po. Totoo po ba yun?
Sir, yung mga ganyang, Mr. Chair, the question to that has been addressed by the current SOSIA. Yan po ay matagal na pong naging perception that all our security guard are just paying their training and their license. But mind you, sir, the PNP has already taken note of that perception. At wala na pong nangyayari po ngayon na binabayaran nila yung kanilang training o kaya po yung kanilang lisensya.
Mr. Chair, may tanong pa po. Sa tingin niyo po ba yung sa may nakakaalam po ng security, saan po bang magandang location po ng CCTV room po? Kasi po nakalagay po yung CCTV room nila sa second floor. O ano po bang mas magandang accessible sa ground floor po o sa yung sa kinalalagyan po nila ngayon?
Mr. Chair, based on our investigation on the security lapses in the resort world, all the CCTV angle are well placed. Nandun po. Ang kakulangan lang po is how to reinforce during a certain period of time yung manning po ng every entrance and exit. Actually po, all the entrance and exits of the Newport Mall and the Maxim have CCTV cameras.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chair, meron lang po akong tanong sa PAGCOR po. Kasi sila po yung nag-ano po ng ban po dun sa kay Carlos. Nung pumasok po siya saan po ba siya madalas maglaro po at saan po siya natalo po ng milyon-milyon para iban niyo po?
Question. Who?
Our monitoring chief, compliance and monitoring chief.
Okay. Magpakilala lang po kayo at sabihin niyo ang posisyon ninyo.
Your Honor, magandang hapon po. Ako po si Don D. Orlina. I'm the Assistant Vice President for Compliance and Monitoring Enforcement po.
Okay.
Base po sa nakuha nating data sa mga casino management system ng mga casinos, sa resorts, sa COD po, City of Dreams, medyo natalo po siya ng mga 6 na milyon sa kanyang paglalaro doon. Sa Soler po, ang kanyang net loss ay 15,000. Sa Resorts World po, ay we're still awaiting their report.
Paano nyo nakuha itong datong to?
Sir, each casino po or each licensee is required to have a casino management system that we can access po to look into their playing.
So the name, the persons there?
Yes, sir. Lahat po sila yan. That's being used by the casino po.
Before you get your chips, you will have to register your name?
Sir, ahead of time, may membership po sila. So their card is being registered as they play.
Okay. Okay, Congressman Nieto,
Mr.
for your
Chair,
last question.
sa Resort World, wala pa pong ano kung magkano po natalo niya.
We're still awaiting for the report.
Pero natalo po siya sa City of Dream ng 6 million.
Yes, sir.
Pagkakaalam ko po, nung nabasa ko po, kung 6 million po, mas marami po siyang natalo sa City of Dreams kaysa sa Resort World.
You'll have to wait for the report of Resorts so I can answer your
Kasi
question.
kung mas malaki po yung City of Dreams na talo niya, bakit Resort World ang susunugin niya po? Bakit po ang Resort World ang papasukin niya?
Hindi siya conclusive.
Who would like to answer? Yes, Chairman Domingo.
Hindi naman po ito conclusive, kaya lang yung mental state ng tao ng March 30 kasi naglaro pa siya nag-attempt siya maglaro sa Resort World. Nakita siya na banned na siya kasi March 27. In-approach siya ng casino host ng Resorts World at pinalabas. Dahil sinabi, banned ka, hindi ka pwedeng maglaro. Tapos na-find out din ho namin na marami pa po siyang ibang kaso sa ombudsman. At 2 days before the incident, nag-attend siya ng hearing sa RTC kung saan fino-forfeit, kinukumpiska na yung kanyang mga ari-arian at saka nung kanyang wife. Kasi meron ho sila ding kaso sa ombudsman na parang yung na-determine na hidden wealth or ill-gotten wealth ay kukunin na rin ng gobyerno. Meron pa rin ho siyang mga kaso sa ombudsman ng fraud at saka perjury. So baka ho nagkasama-sama. Hindi ho namin alam kung hindi definitive pero sunod-sunod po yun.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, may request lang po ako. Yung video naman po ibibigay naman po sa ating lahat. No? Gusto ko lang pong na tiyakin po nung mapasama yung April 3 po na video nila at saka yung March 30 po. Kung paano naman nila hinawakan po yung tao habang pinapaalis po nila yung tao. Kasi siyempre, medyo pag natatalo ka ng milyon-milyon at kukunin yung mga naipon mo, medyo depressed ka nun. Baka naman naging mali yung pag-handle din ng security nyo doon sa tao. Kasi, Mr. Chairman, sa mga taong to na natatalo ng sugal, doon po sila kumikita eh. Kaya dapat po yung natatalo, medyo inaalagaan din po nila. Kasi nung previous pong investigation, sabi po nila wala po silang agency na naghahawak po sa mga taong may problema po ng ganon. Siguro po dapat meron din po kayo ng... tsaka may isa na lang, Mr. Chairman. Gusto ko lang po
Meron pa
itanong
tayong second round.
Third
round.
Pero saglit lang, sa Resort World po. Kung sakali po bang malagpasan niyo po itong problema nyo, yung security agency pa rin po ba o yung team po ni Mr. Gomez ang kukunin nyo?
Mr. Sien.
Thank you, Your Honor. Nasabi na ho namin kanina na napalitan na ho namin yung agency, yung lanting, temporary, but we're in the process of vetting a permanent security agency to take the place of lanting. No? With respect to the current team, we will obviously review and give them due process. Obviously, if we can, our aim is to maximize and improve and learn from what has happened. And so that's part of the program that we will engage is to make improvements in our security and safety.
Nieto, we will proceed. The next interpolator is the Deputy Speaker, Mylene Albano.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is addressed to Resorts World. I was looking through this manual that was prepared, Volume A. To whom is this manual addressed? Who is supposed to be reading this manual?
It's for the members of the department, of the division, and some of which are for circulation within the organization.
I was just looking through it and I might have missed it, but there is no mention anywhere of CCTV cameras as part of the mode of procedures that would be resorted to in case of emergencies. I was looking in particular in the section about active shooter/violent attacks. There's nothing about directing PNP or other government agencies to a CCTV to perhaps guide them in their work.
Your Honor, this manual, this specific manual covers only the department. The inclusion of the surveillance team has just, within my group, has just been made recently, but they also have their separate manual for active shooter attacks and other communication protocols. So perhaps with this, we'll try to harmonize if we'll have to improve this other manual.
Sir, I don't think it's a question of if. I think you really have to improve the manual. Was there any participation of the PNP or the fire government personnel in the preparation of a manual? Since they will be, I imagine, in any emergency, they will be involved in the operations and procedures. And I submit that they should know, they should have a hand in the preparation. They should know what are the available support for them in the particular place, such as the hotel. Would you be open to having them participate in the preparation of a manual?
Your Honor, that's a good suggestion, and we'll take that into consideration.
Thank you. So please, PNP and fire officials, please be informed that they will take it into consideration. Perhaps we can persuade them to actually let you get involved and not just for them to consider it. I would like to go back to my line of questioning at the previous hearing about the quality of the personnel that were manning the CCTV cameras. You have made much of the fact that you keep repeating that there are 3,000 images at one time that your number of personnel have to look at, so perhaps really they will miss some important things. You said also last meeting that there were around 10 to 13 people at the primary CCTV room at any given time, or was it at that particular time when this incident took place?
Your Honor, if I may take this question. Inside the primary CCTV room, we have 11 consoles. Just for everyone's understanding, a console has more than one monitor. It will have up to 4 monitors. On each of those single monitors, making 4, will have multiple images. Each single surveillance operator is given a task when they go onto duty. They are separated into separate units. Primary surveillance room, they could be given a task of watching back of house, they could be given a task of watching a soft count or a gaming pit or a certain gaming floor. They would not be given a task of looking at all 3,100 cameras.
I understand that, but Mr. Riley, is it beyond human comprehension that in case of an emergency,
supervise both the gaming halls and the hotel operation at that time?
so the number is adequate to supervise the gaming halls and the operations? Does it contemplate a situation where an emergency such as this could happen? And you, in your determination, 11 people manning those CCTVs is enough?
Your Honor, to answer your question clearly, in the event of emergency, the surveillance operators will then push cameras into a pseudo mode, where cameras will then go into a predetermined position, where they will then record full overviews of all areas.
But they are not equipped, the 11 people there are not equipped to make a judgment call at any time to call anyone's attention to, number one, the fact that there was one person walking around, and if they had been following that one person's movement, as was stated earlier, then they saw, did they not see that the person threw the bag on the other table? And did it not appear to them that when there were additional shots, that that's where the shots were coming from the bag that was thrown? I mean, I'm not really looking at hindsight. I was just wondering as to the capability of the people manning those cameras.
Your Honor, the primary concern at that time was the evacuation of the building. However, I would, and I cannot confirm 100% the percentage, but I would say that 50% of the personnel in that room would have been following the shooter at that time. That's why you would see live video footage of cameras actually moving from step by step as the shooter went through the gaming floors and also into back of house areas.
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker Albano. The next is the Congressman Serafica. Is he still here? The Honorable Sambar. Honorable T. Arnel.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. My question is, on the 12,000 guests that you said that you evacuated, is it all guests or including your employees?
Your Honor, that also included employees.
So that is during the midnight shift. So, well, am I right if I'm going to say that during day shift you have more employees and more clients?
No, that's incorrect, Your Honor. Our peak periods would be between the hours of 1900 until 0200 in the morning.
Yeah, but let's say if the incident happened at 8 o'clock or 12 noon, what will be your number of guests and employees on that day, on that time?
Your Honor, I do not have an exact number, but I would estimate that the number would be 50% of what we'd have at the time of the incident.
So that means during daytime it's less than the early morning.
That is correct, Your Honor.
Yeah. So the ratio between the guests and employee safety officers, what is the ratio that you are observing?
Sorry, Your Honor, could you repeat your question?
What ratio are you observing on the ratio between the guests and your security officers or security guards?
Your Honor, I'll have to review that number and revert to you.
Yeah, but you have a manual, isn't it? So it means that you've been in operation for more than 10 years, right?
We've been in operation for just 8 years, Your Honor.
Yeah, in 8 years, so you have at least a figure of a number of employees, so or number of guests. So at least you can give us the ratio. Who handles the safety? Of course, if let's say I'm a client going in, I want to make sure that my safety is your concern, that you will be allocating enough personnel on the ratio that on your number of guests.
Thank you, Your Honor. The number would increase with the number of guests who are actually at the property and depending on the shifts they're working. The exact number I do not have to hand, but I'll be happy to revert to you.
Yeah. So if it's 180 to 1, is that a good ratio to you? 180 guests to 1?
To one security officer,
Yeah.
Your Honor?
Yeah.
I will refer that question to my colleague, Mr. Amin Gomez.
Okay.
Mr. Gomez.
For the safety per se ratio, it should be 1 versus 50. But considering that all members of the department are also part of this protection of guest employees, and we have roughly 500 members of the department, the ratio would have met the ideal proportion.
So what you're saying is that your number of employees is a multiplier for the ratio to your guests. Is that what you're saying?
That's for the safety, security, health services department. There could be multipliers, Your Honor.
No. To be clear, you're saying that your number of employee is a multiplier for have a better ratio between the client and your personnel or the security of your company. Is that what you're saying? So that you will be following the rule of 50:1.
For the core team, Your Honor, we have around 500.
No, Mr. Chair, I want to, if they understand what my question is, that they are saying that their employee is a multiplier for them to get the ratio of 50:1. That's the only answer that I want to hear from them, if that is the rule that they're applying.
Let me check the numbers, Your Honor, then I'll just get back to you.
Okay. So, because how many casualties are your employees? Ilan yung mga naging casualty na empleyado nyo?
We have 13 victims from our own company, Your Honor.
So what I'm saying is, hindi nyo pwede gawing multiplier ang empleyado nyo because they are part of the casualties. So the ratio right now is 180:1. You have 68 guards, 12,000. You have to secure even your employees. So it's 180:1. So you're violating your own rules of 50:1.
We have around 250 personnel, when I say personal safety and security personnel at that time, Your Honor.
Yeah. And then next question is, these 2 volumes that you have submitted, are you reviewing this and put this into action?
Yes, Your Honor, we constantly review and improve. That's why we have come up this manual, Your Honor.
You considered the incident to be a robbery, right?
It was an active shooter case, which it appeared to have become a robbery case.
Yeah. And the page 84, do you comply with the page 84? On your purpose and procedures, on the page 85.
Your Honor, when the incident, when the attacker came in, he was perceived to be a terrorist. So it was a hybrid case from a perceived act of terror and then evolved into arson and then became robbery. So it's really a hybrid, which made it complicated for most of us, and I assume even with our law enforcement authorities, Your Honor.
And if you will look into the objective or procedures, just on the surveillance alert, the surveillance department for positive identification and observation, do you think you follow this your own policy?
We did what we can at that time under all humanly possible and reasonable measures we did at that time, Your Honor. That's what we did,
Yeah,
and
but,
we stand by that.
Well, that is your position, but this House doesn't believe that you have this procedure, but you don't follow it. Then my next question will be: is all your customers or client are insured?
Your Honor, may we get back to you on that question, on the answer to that question?
You've been operating for 8 years. You didn't know if you are insuring your client or not. You're operating an hotel, a casino, and a mall. Are they insured or not?
Your Honor, for the hotels, we have management agreements with international hotel brands, and there are insurance protocols that
How
are in
much per
place.
person is your insurance coverage?
We don't have the details right now, Your Honor,
Can
but
you
I
please
can get
submit
back.
it to the committee?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. And which part is more high risk? Casino, hotel, or mall?
Your Honor, with regards to safety, all areas are priority to us. But to be realistic, our highest area of risk would be the casino.
Yeah. So how many security are assigned in the casino out of your 68 security guards? During the first hearing, you said that you are deployed 150, as I can remember, 100 outside, 150 inside. How come Lantin security only says that only 68 at night shift and 86 during day shift?
Yes, Your Honor. I was referring for the 100, we were referring to the external security, the agency security. And then for the internal security, the casino security, we have around that much as well, around 100, Your
But
Honor.
still, it will not tally with the report of Lanting. That 68 are in duty at night shift outside and inside of your premises. So there's big difference between the numbers.
Your Honor, the 68 would only refer to the mall, the security guards deployed in the mall, but in adjacent areas, in the parking in Remington and other areas, we also have additional deployment there.
Who's providing the assault rifle to be used by your security guard?
The authorized group is the agency security provider, Your Honor.
So if they're not in the mall, how can they respond with their, what you call this, yung fast response SRT nyo? If the security of Lanting is not to be seen inside the casino, how can you say us to tell us that you can reply and respond immediately when all the security guards of Lanting is out of the casino?
You're right, Your Honor. Inside the casino, bawal po doon ang baril based on rules. That's why the external security agency are the ones having armed security force. Sila po yung nasa labas nagpapalibot na in case may ganitong incident, they're the ones.
The fact is that we lost 36 lives. So anything that you will tell us, it's contradict with your procedure. That's the problem. Kung wala siguro tayong casualty, then probably we will accept your story. But we have 36 lives lost. Ngayon, sasabihin nyo sa amin that the security guards are not assigned in the casinos. Eh sila yung may baril, di ba? According to the SOSYA, they are the one who are responsible to have a deposit
Last
of
question yan.
M16. Yes. M16 rifles inside the hotel, inside your premises. So how can they respond if they are not near the casinos where the incident happens? That's all, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Thank you very much, Congressman Arnel T. The Honorable Zubiri is he here? Wala na. Okay, so we will proceed to the second round, but before that, the co-chair Akop is recognized. Around 9 members will still ask questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. May I ask PAGCOR, what is the jurisdiction of PAGCOR over the security, internal security of the casinos?
At this time, we require them to present to us their security and safety measures. But as far as the day-to-day operation, we have no role in that. Our main role in regulating them is that we see to it that all the proper procedures of gaming are monitored and properly complied with, so that we are sure that we're able to get government's share on the GGR, or gross gaming revenue.
In other words, your jurisdiction over security matters vis-a-vis casinos is very limited.
Yes, Your Honor.
And according to the SOCIA, they do not have also any jurisdiction over the internal security of casinos. SOCIA, hindi ba tama yun?
Mr. Chair, yes, sir. That's right, sir.
And therefore, there's a gray area kung sino talaga ang magsusupervise dun sa internal security ng ating mga casinos.
I think there might be a gray area there, but we always thought that the internal security of the casinos, because there's a huge amount of money involved in there, would be taken care of best by the management of the casino, sir.
With your indulgence, madam, no amount of money will repay yung 37 lives na nawala. Tama po? Yes. In the bank security, they have a security manual. This came about simply because there were numerous bank robberies before. And the bank security managers came out with a manual in coordination with the Philippine National Police. Now, insofar as the security of casinos and malls, do you have a manual? For example, in the bank security manual, there is a standard qualification for bank security managers. Do we have this insofar as casinos?
Yes, sir. They have a casino security manual, regulatory manual.
Would this be true to all casinos, Madam Chair?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. So, I would like to go to the internal security. In the video presented during the June 7 incident, there were two kinds of firearms, two M16s, which were allegedly, pursuant to the report, borrowed from the uniformed security guards. Would this be true?
Yes, Your Honor, that's true.
But when the majority leader was questioning somebody a while ago, there was made mention of an AK 100 or 200. May I know do you have this firearm in your department, security department?
For the internal security, we don't have firearms, Your Honor.
May I know from the Lanting Security Agency if they have this kind of firearms?
Yes, Your Honor.
You have this firearm?
The AK? Yes, Your Honor.
Are you guaranteeing us that there are 3 firearms used by the security personnel during the incident, which were all firearms of the Lanting Security Agency?
Meron pong nagamit ang internal na 2 at saka isa po sa amin, Your Honor.
Lanting na 2? And then yung isa, ano?
Yung 3 firearms, Your Honor, sa Lanting lahat po yon. Pero ang gumamit po ng 2 is internal, isa po sa amin.
Now, may I ask the Resorts World Management, was there any personnel of yours that was hit by a firearm?
May I request for you to repeat the question, Your Honor?
Do you have under your employee a person who was hit by a firearm?
Yes, Your Honor.
And may I know who that person is and what is his personal circumstances vis-a-vis your office?
The person is Mr. Bernard Gahigas. He's an internal resort security manager, Your Honor.
Mr. Ano?
Bernard Gahigas po.
Kaligas. And who is Mr. Ian Banyas?
Ian Banyas is security supervisor and internal security personnel also, Your Honor.
And could you please tell this August body the circumstances why Mr. Kahigas got hit by a firearm?
Your Honor, if we may be allowed, we have the footage of that particular encounter which would show how he was hit.
Hindi po ba pwedeng explain na lang ninyo sa mga members dito para makakaintindi naman po kami without, you just tell us the circumstances why he got hit.
Your Honor, based on the video footage that I viewed, there was a misencounter at one of the levels of the back of house of Resorts World Manila, where one team of the PNP and another team of the PNP met each other in a blind spot, and so there was a misencounter.
Is the social head here?
Yes, sir.
Have you ever investigated or taken the statements of all the security guards and the internal security personnel present during that incident?
Yes, sir. We have already taken their sworn statements. It was provided to us.
And would you agree with the statement of the legal officer of the chief legal officer of Travelers International Hotel that there was a mistaken encounter?
Based on the submitted sworn statement of Mr. Bernard Kaigas, it is a different story, sir.
And what is his story?
May I read, sir, the part of that sworn statement by Mr. Kahigas? When the policemen came, they escorted the police to the ground floor and conducted clearing operation. While at the time in area, he encountered the gunman and exchanged gunfire with him, where he was hit at the right side of his hip. He was immediately evacuated to the hospital. Kahigas thought that he hit the gunman.
How about Mr. Banyas? What was his role? He's also one of the security officers.
Yes, sir. Based, sir, on the sworn statement of Mr. Ian Banyas, he admitted that he was armed with a M16 rifle model AK-1000 owned by their office. And because of the developing fire, he asked one SWAT police to get his M16 rifle, but while in the process of getting it, the rifle went off, hitting him on the right leg. He was immediately brought to the hospital for treatment.
So there were two of your employees who got hit by a firearm.
None that we know of, Your Honor. About only the case of Mr. Bernard Cahigas came to our attention.
How about Mr. Banyas? Is he well? Or
Yes.
you don't know?
Yes, he's well, Your Honor.
He's well. Now, when the majority leader and some of us inspected the area where there was a firefight, I do not know if you visited that place. May I know if you have visited that place? There was a firefight, but if you look at the number of bullet holes in the area, there was only one bullet hole above the ceiling of the door, which was aimed at the gunman. And there were only 2 bullet holes which were aimed at the security guards. So there were more shots fired by the gunman than by your security. Tapos sinasabi ninyo na merong firefight. Iisa lang naman yung binilang ko yun. Even the walls, tinignan ko eh. And that is why I was not able to cope up with the majority leader dahil tinitingnan ko yung mga ebidensya na sinasabi nyo noong briefing eh. Wala namang kwan eh. Dalawa lang tama, aim at the security personnel. Yung security personnel, isa lang ang putok ang nagawa nila. Kitang-kita eh. So, I don't think you're coming through clean here dun sa mga sinasabi ninyo. Kaya tuloy, nagdududa po ako dun sa kwan, sa nangyayari.
Your Honor, if I may,
Attorney Alvarez, you are recognized.
Your Honor, as I earlier mentioned, we do have the footage of the misencounter of Mr. Cahigas and the PNP, another team of PNP. Mr. Cahigas was with another team of the PNP, just to show to you that the footage will speak for itself. I'm not aware of the statement that was made by Mr. Cahigas, which is under the SOSIA jurisdiction, but as far as I'm concerned, this is based on the footages that we have viewed on the incident, if we may be allowed to show the same.
Have you read the statement of Mr. Banyas, your employee? No.
No, sir.
I suggest that you get a copy and you read it. Para
We'll
malaman
do.
ninyo kung alin talagang totoo.
Yes, sir.
Because the way I look at it, you still do not know the whole picture sa nangyari. So, may I ask Mr. Gomez, how many security personnel were deployed at that point in time? Internal security people.
May I clarify, Your Honor, which specific deployment?
From 1900 hours, that's 7 o'clock, up to 7 o'clock in the morning, ilang security, internal security personnel ang naka-deploy noong mga oras na yun?
For the organic, there's one security manager and
How many internal security personnel were deployed at that point in time?
may I refer to the data, Your Honor? Based on our summary, Your Honor, we have around 52, 23 for casino, 14, second, for third, 7.
The internal lang.
That's for the internal security, Your Honor.
Or outsourced.
52 po for the internal, and for the outsource, we have 39, Your Honor.
And 68 for the uniform security agency. Tama? Yes, you should know that dahil kontrolado ninyo yung security agency. 68
sa
ang
labas po.
naka-deploy sa kanila.
Yes. Yes, Your Honor.
And according to Mr. Riley, the bulk of your operations would go from 7 o'clock in the evening up to 7 o'clock in the morning.
That is correct, Your Honor.
And your security personnel are deployed in this manner. There are more security personnel during the day when your bulk of operations is lesser. Wouldn't that be the other way around?
Your Honor, I'll refer that question to Mr. Armin Gomez, but I do not believe there's more security deployed during the day.
Mr. Gomez, could you answer my question?
We have more deployment at night, Your Honor.
Yeah. Let's go to the contract that you have with Lanting Security, who's been your security provider since 2009. Tama. And according to the investigation conducted by SOSIA, it is you who determines the number of security personnel and what would they wear insofar as the ingress of the casino is concerned. That is precisely the reason why there was no security guard in the landing area before the gunman entered the elevator. Because precisely that elevator was used for your clients who would go to the rooms. Tama? Yes. Yung elevator na yon ginagamit ng mga clients ninyo who would go directly to the rooms. Alam ni Mr. Carlos knows na pwedeng dumaan doon at alam niya na walang gwardiya yon after 12 o'clock. Walang gwardiya doon na uniform.
For the mall area, Your Honor. For the mall parking specifically, Your Honor.
Yes, pero kayo rin ang nagko-control nun.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. And that is precisely the reason why, I don't know why Lanting Security Agency deployed only 68 personnel, when in fact your contract says that there should be 200 uniformed personnel.
For the mall area, Your Honor, because it closes at 12 o'clock, dun po kumukonti po yung deployment namin. Dahil sarado na po yung mall, sarado na po yung mga shops, kaya dun po babawas ng deployment, Your Honor.
And may I ask, Mr. Gomez, kung meron pong security guard dun sa landing area and then before you get out of the elevator, nangyari kaya yun?
Looking back, Your Honor, kung may gwardiya po doon and the determined attacker would still behave in the same manner that he did, baka po dumiretso rin po siya kasi he was walking casually and yung bag po na bitbit niya is common sighting po sa amin dahil malapit po kami sa airport. Medyo common po yung ganong luggage, Your Honor.
Yeah, because as I've said, the elevator is being used by your clients to go to the respective rooms. Alam ni Mr. Carlos yun that is going to be used and alam niya at that point in time, wala nang security guard na nakapost doon sa landing area at saka sa paglabas sa elevator. Wala.
Your Honor, if we may just clarify, the elevator is an access to the parking floors, not to the hotel rooms, Your Honor. The parking floors would lead also to mall entrances at different floors, but not to hotel rooms.
Alam ko yun. But the point is, kaya ko kini-question yung number of security guards. As Mr. Riley has pointed out, your bulk of operations is from 7 to 7. But if we look at the deployment of your forces, it does not tally with the statement of Mr. Riley. And that is precisely the reason why he asked Mr. Gomez to answer my question.
Your Honor, just to clarify the question, what I previously stated was from 1900 hours till 0200 hours is our peak for the casino areas.
Anyway, that would be all for the moment, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Short
You-
lang the question.
The majority leader is recognized.
Lanting, I received a text message. When is your contract with Resorts World supposed to expire?
2017, sir.
This year?
Yes, sir.
What month?
Ngayon pong katapusan na.
Sabi nga, papalitan kayo ng lakid.
Hindi
Tama,
po.
is that correct? That they were going to be replaced by lakid? Somebody texted me.
No, Your Honor, we want to clarify. The main contract expired March 31 of 2017, but there is a memorandum of understanding for 90 days while the vetting of the next, or they're included in the vetting as well, of the security agency moving forward post the 90 days MOU period is being done.
Because the insinuation was that low moral na raw sila, kaya medyo kukontinue yung gwardiya. That's not true.
No decision has been made, Your Honor. on the matter.
Okay, thank you very much, Majority Leader. Now, second round, the Honorable Celso Dobregat is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, may I know if Mr. Petronio Quiñol Jr., the Assistant Director of Resort World, was invited? He was the security officer in Slippers.
No, Your Honor, he was not among the invitees.
I precisely remember during one of the questioning that I think one of the congressmen said that he should be invited in the next hearing. But anyway, is this encounter that was discussed thoroughly by Chairman Akop the same encounter as the one at 1:10 in the morning involving Police Senior Superintendent Bartolome and Police Senior Superintendent Mata? Is this the same encounter? It comes out in the chronology of events. 1:10 a.m. June 2. Suspect, while attempting to extricate to the building, to the docking area fire exit, was engaged by Team 3, headed by Police Senior Superintendent Bartolome and Police Superintendent Mata.
No, Your Honor, there are two different incidents.
Security group. This is from the statement of Mr. Quiñol. So it must be from the same incident.
No, Your Honor, if we may be allowed to show the footages, we can show that these are two different incidents.
Mr. Chair, so as to clarify all doubts, will this take long? Mr. Chair? Mr. Chair,
Yes.
can they show it so it can be clarified?
Okay, is that ready? I will reset on that particular.
Yes, Your Honor, we're ready.
Okay.
If you will allow, then
Yes, okay, we will allow that, pero somebody has to annotate, huh?
Mr. Cian or Mr. Riley will annotate.
Okay, thank you.
May we request for the lights to be turned off, Your Honor? Alam mo ba to? May we request Alvin or Mitch to please annotate where the area is? Mitch.
We will bring a microphone next to the operator. Okay, pakilakas ng home boses nyo.
Your Honors, this area is the basement floor stairwell there at the fire exit area.
Time is 1:12. 1:12.
Okay, so what are we watching here? Can you please continue?
Please watch out. The encounter will happen in this area. The gunman will come out from here. Where the mouse pointer is.
Okay.
This area is where he was supposed to go out. Nandyan yung basurahan, di ba?
Yes.
Yeah. That's where he came out there and then returned here.
Yes, sir.
Na sinasabi nung guard na binaril nila dyan.
This is Mr. Bernard Cahigas and Mr. Jun Kenol.
Matagal din pa. Ayan. Matagal din pa rin sila. 114.
Ito
One
si
minute
Jun
siya sa
Kinol. Ito
labas.
yung perpetrator.
This is where
Tapos
June Kinol
nagkabarilan sila.
repositioned to take for a better vantage view of the assailant, and then they were firing. After this, you can see that the assailant is visibly walking more slowly than usual.
Okay.
But after that, did
No,
anybody
Mitch,
follow him?
yes.
Wala, no? Nobody followed him.
He was firing.
The, the, the,
No pursuit.
the gunman, Your Honor, was hitting the landings. So we're not sure if somebody was following him, but I wanted them to show the other footage that shows the hit on Bernard Cahigas.
Okay, before we go there, okay, the person with the slippers who had to back off to get a better position, his name is
Jun Kinolo, yung
Joe. Yeah,
Petronio,
that's June.
Petronio Kinolo.
Okay, thank you. Because that's the person the Honorable Lobregat wants to clarify. He's been asking that question. So it's
That's
June
why I
Kinol.
said, is this the same incident? And apparently, it is the same incident where Mr. Quiñol was involved. So it's not a different incident.
Your Honor, we were clarifying that this was not the incident where Mr. Bernard Cahigas was hit. We're saying that that's a different incident from this incident. So, and we're ready to show the footage.
This area is at the ground floor casino. A time is 1:27 a.m. On the lower right screen are the two SWAT officers who entered the stairwell. On the upper left screen are SWAT officers entering the back of house of the casino. Ground floor. Time is 1:27 a.m. There, the lower right screen is where Mr. Cahigas was shot at.
Smoke na yan. Diyan daw yung nabaril.
Mitch, can you play it again? And is
Yes.
it possible to
Can
do
you
slow
please-
motion?
Yeah, can you please put the pointer on that particular area where he was shot?
Mitch, do the clicker on the...
Slow motion. This is Mr. Bernard Cahigas.
Where's he?
And these, and then these are the SWAT officers. So Bernard Cahigas ran after he was being fired at by other officers.
Can you do it again slowly, Alvin?
Time is 1:27 a.m. All screens are synchronized. This is happening at the same time. We're offering different vantage views of this same incident. So, the police are entering the back of house. Mr. Cahigas is already at the back of house stairs area.
Can you use the pointer, please? The laser pointer.
Yes. Can we to show Mr. Cahigas?
Show first where Mr. Cahigas is.
In this area, this is Mr. Cahigas. This person.
That's Mr. Cahigas. Okay.
Mr. Cahigas is already at the back of house stairwell. The SWAT team is entering the back of house this way from the casino ground floor.
Okay.
When they entered, they saw Mr. Cahigas and this other person, and I guess they were surprised upon seeing each other. And the SWAT, some of the officers, unfortunately, fired. So Mr. Cahigas had to run down the stairs.
No, there's another footage that showed him falling down, Alvin. Remember the one in the stairs?
Yes. Just for clarification before we continue, can you again please explain who is Mr. Cahigas? There's questions here right now.
Mr. Bernard Cahigas is Resort Security Manager. He acted as the leader of the Special Reaction Team from RWM. While waiting for police arrival, we deployed this team and he led that team from RWM.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
if I may, sir, could we possibly have this script so that we would be able to investigate? Because I think there's some, because it's so foggy also and smoky, maybe the PNP would be able to come up with the investigation with regard to this of what really happened then.
Videos with us, right?
Yes, Your Honor. But we can also provide the PNP if they need this same video.
Okay. Thank you. So you can get your copy
Thank you, sir.
from Resorts World. Okay, so can we now proceed? Are you done? Are you going to make one more? No more, clarified. Okay. Can we have the lights back on? Yes. The co-chair Lucy Torres Gomez has a question.
Mr. Chair, while we're showing videos, I'd like to ask Resorts World if there are any other videos that you'd like to show for clarification. No more. You've shown all that needs to be shown. For now. Okay.
Okay. The Honorable Obrigado still has the floor.
Mr. Chair, that was not taken out of my time.
It was not.
Okay. Mr. Chair, I just wanted to clarify because there were so many incidents and misencounters that more or less we were getting confused. Now, my next question. At 1:44, it said that the PNP personnel and RWM personnel manned the abandoned CCTV room. When they manned it at 1:44, did they abandon it again or they were manning it all throughout? Because earlier you were showing me, Mr. Sian was showing us a picture at 1:44 that there was a police officer and there was a Resort World personnel in that particular office. From that time forward, was it abandoned again?
Your Honor, they entered the room at 1:44. They left at 5:56.
They left at 5:56. So how come when Chief PNP arrived at 2:20 and he was stating that the only thing that was offered to him was the one at Resort World, when at 1:44 the two CCTV monitoring rooms were already operational? How come the Chief PNP was misled and led to Remington and not to the two CCTV rooms that were already operational?
During the time that, Your Honor, that was the nearest area because they were they put a command post near the entrance of the casino, and when the PNP chief asked for it, so we just led them to that secondary CCTV, Your Honor.
I just want to make it clear that starting at 1:44, the two monitoring rooms at Maxim's or Resort World was operational and it was not abandoned until 5 o'clock in the morning.
The police, Your Honor, were the one who took over the other two because we were not allowed yet to go inside the civilian personnels like CCTV.
Mr. Sian, you showed us a picture of a Resort World personnel inside, and you showed the time 1:44. And so that's very important because the police say they were blind. They were not given the correct information. But if a person, a high-ranking security personnel of Resort World was inside the monitoring room, all the information could have been given.
Yes, Your Honor. The picture that we showed you is showing Mr. Jun Kinol together with some of the police inside the main CCTV room at 1:44 a.m.
That led me to ask the question, why wasn't Chief PNP led to that room? Anyway, my main point really in my second round is more or less the crisis management. In my first interpolation last week, I said, in a crisis, the police, I'm reading from the congressional report, in a crisis, the police are supposed to be in charge. He added that in smaller cities, the mayor takes charge of the crisis management. He said, which is me, that the situation was different because Resort World was under PESA as well as PAGCOR and not under Pasay City government. He said that, I said, to my mind, that this was not a lack of communication, but there was no crisis management. Now, if you look at the questioning of Congressman Batuil earlier, he asked about at what level is this crisis? Was this a national level? The answer was yes. Who should be the crisis manager in a national level? It should be the Chief PNP. But then, upon further questioning, it was Police Chief Superintendent Tomas Apolinario, who arrived at 12:30. That was the ground commander, even after Police Director Oscar Albayalde arrived at 12:45. Unlike the Bureau of Fire, the Pasay City Fire Marshal, Police Superintendent Carlos Dueñas was the fire ground commander at 12:55. But when the Regional Director, BFP Superintendent Wilberto Quantiu arrived, he became the overall ground commander. This is under the report of the Bureau of Fire. But the police was different. So who was in charge of everything? Was the police in charge of the fire? Or were there three commands? Resort World, police, or the fire? See, it's really getting confusing, especially now, since I have with me the memorandum of agreement between PESA and Pasay City. It says here, PESA shall limit its exercise of authority to administer the National Building Code only to such issuances of all permits under National Building Code and the annual renewal of such permits, including collection of prescribed fees relative to A, PESA registered locators, B, buildings and facilities established by PESA registered enterprises for the exclusive use of PESA. However, Pasay City now, in this memorandum of agreement, says the Pasay City government shall be responsible for the issuance of all permits under the National Building Code and the annual renewal of such permits, including the collection of prescribed fees relative to for A, non-PESA registered enterprises, and B, building structures and other facilities which are not for the exclusive use of PESA registered locators, even if such buildings and structures are established by PESA registered enterprises. So again, this all leads to the confusion on really, was there really a crisis manager? So more or less, I'm just bringing all of this up so that the committee can take this into account when we more or less have the next hearing or when we come up with our final report. Can the police, fire, and Pasay City and Resort World comment on what I just said? Were you all also confused?
BFP.
Your Honor,
we have our own management of a fire incidents. Once a crisis management committee is being established, automatically the BFP is under the command and control of the in charge of the crisis committee. If it's either the PNP or the local government units as a support unit for fire suppressions. Like for example, if the incidents involve bombing, the incidents involve collapsed structures, the incidents involve earthquake scenarios and tsunamis, and if the incident is a complex, primarily the in charge agency is the one who has the primary control of that complex situation, like for example an active shooter. But the BFP is always in support of that organization, especially focusing fire operation. Now on our management, Your Honor, under the chain of command concept, once a higher officer, especially the regional director, arrive at the scene, automatically the ground commander in the fire will turn over that command and control to the higher officers like me. That's why Colonel Dueñas turned over it to me when I arrive at the scene. And other than that, Your Honor, we also have our running card system that requires the response of the officers within the area of responsibility. So we are following that, Your Honor.
To go directly to the point, during the incident, did you know who the overall crisis manager was?
Not yet, Your Honor, when I arrive at the scene, Your Honor.
So you did not know. The whole time you did not know who the crisis manager was.
Yes, Your Honor, but I coordinate with the police organization, especially the higher officers, that I am already at the scene and that we are focusing on fire suppressions.
But to answer my question, you did not know who the crisis manager was.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, you did not know. No, you did.
The exact person, Your Honor, I did not know who's the overall ground commander, but our SOP is automatically coordinate with the higher officers. That's why I was at the side of General Apolinario, Your Honor, waiting for instructions if ever they will give instructions to fire suppressions. But the exact identity of who is the crisis commander at that moment, Your Honor, I did not know.
Yes, if the police follow your chain of command, when the police director Oscar Albayalde arrived, he should have taken over from Tomas Apolinario. And when Chief PNP arrived, he should have taken over as the overall commander. Resort World, did you know who the overall commander was in all this confusion during the time?
At the time, Your Honor, it was clear in our mind that the PNP took over when they arrived, and we provided all the support that they needed. Of course, the BFP, we also provided them with support, but...
John, what? Did you know who the overall crisis manager was, the name of the person?
I know General Apolinario. Yes.
That's all.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Lobrigat. The co-chair, Lucy Torres Gomez, has a question before we go to the next interpreter.
Still on the matter of security, Mr. Chair, I'd like to ask Resorts World, how long has Lanting Security been with Resorts World, or been the security agency of choice?
They've been with Resorts World since 2009, Your Honor.
Since 2009. So I'm just thinking, common sense would dictate that any establishment, especially one as big as Resorts World, would hire an external agency on the assumption that the said security agency is capable and efficient. This morning, I forget the name of the one who mentioned it, but somebody from Lanting Security said that at the moment it happened, there were 64 security guards. Is that correct?
More or less 68, Your Honor.
Okay, 68 and 30 were armed. 30 or 34?
Actually, Your Honor, dun po sa mismong mall, dun sa loob ng mall, we have only one firearms. Yun pong sinasabi ng officer ko kanina na 30, yun po yung deployed sa buong Resorts World Manila, including sa parking, perimeter, and all other areas po.
Okay, so if you have security guards without arms, I'd like to ask, do they have any special skills? Are they trained to suppress maybe an assailant? Because what is the purpose of an establishment hiring a security agency if they are just warm bodies? What are their special skills?
Your Honor, hindi po
Or
kasi...
what qualifies them as security guards or somebody who can safekeep or who can watch after the safety of the people?
If I may be allowed to answer your questions, Your Honor. I'm Mr. Warren Lidagupon. I'm the management consultant of NC Lanting. Previously, I was the operations manager of NC. So
Proceed.
from the beginning, I know the operations there.
So what happened? Why were you moved to consultancy from being the operations manager?
Yes, sir. Just for the continuity, sir, because I was with another agency now, but just for continuity, because our operations manager was took over my position as assistant general manager. So, in order for the continuity, because I have these clients during my time, so I.
How many
need to
years
handle.
so in Lanting? Ilang years ka na sa
For NC Lanting from 2009 to 2014, sir.
Okay, pakisagot lang po diretso.
Yes, sir.
Huwag na mo paligo-ligo yung sagot natin. May isa tanong ho ni Congresswoman Lucy Torres Gomez.
Yes, sir. We train our guards for unarmed combat, but of course, with that situation, it will not apply because the assailant or the suspect was armed with high-powered firearms.
Well, when you say armed combat, exactly what do you mean?
Hand-to-hand combat, wherein we can control the person through without the use of any equipment, ma'am.
No, because I'm thinking if there was a lone gunman and you have 30 people who can possibly suppress an assailant, because to be fair to an establishment like Resorts World, they have their own internal security, but they hire an external security agency so that they have one less thing to worry about. And in the event that somebody might invade the premises, then somebody can respond immediately. So when you license your security guards or when you train them, what skills do you look out for and how do you hone them to be good security guards?
Yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor. Actually, we have the rules of engagement, actually, during scenarios. But during that time, the assigned guard there was not armed, and is a lady. And the decision to deploy such guard without arms was the decision of the client.
So, ang sinasabi nyo, hindi naman kayo gumagalaw kung hindi sinasabi ng kliyente. So, lahat ito, didikta ng kliyente.
That our detachment at Resorts World is subordinate to the internal security, sir.
Okay, so, yung one lady guard, doon sa mall entrance, anong skills meron yun?
Yes, sir. May skills po siya sa frisking and hand-to-hand combat.
Yan siya yung katabi mo niya, no?
Yes, sir.
Yan yung katabi mo, yan yung lady guard. Ngayon, sino nagsabing isang gwardiya lang sa mall entrance? Kliyente o kayo ang nagdi-decide dyan?
We do not decide as to how many, where, and what's the uniform of the guard.
So, who decides? The client?
We get instructions from the internal security, sir.
Okay. So, hindi nyo trabaho ang deployment, manning is not decided by you, but by the client.
We just ensure that the required guard for that shift is complete, sir. And we get instruction and we make sure that their instruction is implemented.
Okay. So, it's clear. It's the client. Yes, Attorney Alvarez.
Your Honor, at the proper time, we will submit the copy of the contract of Lanting, and it will show that the warranty of Lanting is to give us 24/7 security services, and they have warranted that they will have trained, reliable, professionally trained and reliable personnel. And
Yes, Attorney. Ang pinag-uusapan na ho dito wag na ho naman tayo pumunta ron. Kasi, ano yan standard ho yan. Ang tanong lang po sino nagsabing isa lang ang babae, isang lang ang tao ilalagay doon sa entrance? Sila o kayo?
Your Honor, that was what I was trying to drive at. The other provisions of the contract would show that they are supposed to recommend what would be the best
But
complement.
alam mo, the client is always right. Kayo ho magbabayad Kayo magsasabi sa kanila, ito, 3 tao, itong 2 tao. Ang manning ho niyan, kliyente po nagsasabi nun. So ako, naniniwala po ako sa sinabi ng Lanting, hindi naman ho pwedeng, ang masama, sinabi yung 3, tapos naglagay ng 1. They can prove na talagang at that time, at that shift, 1 lang. As manifested by Mr. Gomez earlier, he said that since it was closing hours, the mall was closed, that's why they usually have fewer manpower manning entrances, especially the mall entrance. He manifested that earlier.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Just a manifestation also. Yes, I agree that I agree with what you were saying, but I think this brings to mind also that quality is more important than quantity. I think even if there was just one person, if that one person was capable of suppressing the assailant, it would be better than 5 people who can do nothing. That's why it's very important for the frontliner or the first line of defense to be really qualified. Maybe we watch too many movies, no? But quality is more important always than quantity. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So, at least,
Mr.
yes.
Mr. Chair, just a rejoinder.
Yes.
Thank you.
Ano po yun?
The last time during the hearing, I already asked
Yes.
that question. And I told Lantin that they must give recommendations.
Okay.
Nag-try po ba kayo na sinabi sa Resorts World na kailangan wag ninyong i-assign ng isa lang, gawin yung 2? Did you ever try?
We are bound by the agreement, ma'am, that the decision to increase or decrease the number of guards is with the
Correct.
client.
Correct. Pero kung ano po yung mas maganda at mas makakabuti sa inyong client and sa kanilang mga guest, dapat i-try nyo rin po, and it's up to them to
Okay.
decide.
We will, mamaya tatanungin ni Congresswoman Rubiano yung kontrata nyo at kung pwede ilabas nyo na. Okay, the majority leader is recognized. Silence is requested.
Before I proceed, we have been informed by the video operator or technician that they're ready to show the actual encounter. Is that correct, Madam? Ayan. Mr. Chairman, yung nagkabarilan daw, then I will just make a single point here brought out by Representative Bertis.
Okay, so we will now do the video presentation. May we turn the lights off, please? Silence, para marinig po natin. Yung mikropono, meron bang mikropono yung operator? Bigyan natin ng mikropono po yung operator para makapag-annotate po siya ng tama at marinig natin lahat. Pakilakasan po ang boses nila.
This is the ground floor.
Please use your
back
pointer.
of house.
Please use your pointer para nakikita po natin kung ano yung laser pointer po natin.
Ay, pause.
Please use Please use the laser pointers.
So this is the back of house of the ground floor. As you can see, Mr. Cahigas is accompanied by two officers. And this are the two officers accompanying Mr. Cahigas. They went up these stairs. And Mr. Cahigas is here. Ahead of him were two officers. And some officers are coming from here, the other way. And then when they saw each other, they fired at each other. These group of officer and this group of officers. They saw each other along the hallway. Opo. Again.
Ano po sinasabi po nyo na nagkabalilan yung yung mga pulis?
Nagkagulatan po sila, Your Honor. Yung dalawang groups po. Nagkasalubong, nagkagulatan.
Nagkaputukan sila.
Yes,
so
Your
sila
Honor.
nagkaputukan. Hindi na mahanap yung gunman pero sila nagbalilan
Ayan
na.
po, makikita niyo po yung nagkaharapan sila.
Mr. Chair.
Make it, can you slow-mo and then show the lower frame where Bernard fell?
Silence lang. So, wala namang tinamaan, no? Si Cahigas. Cahigas pa rin.
One screen lang, Alvin. One
Yeah, can we
screen.
just use one screen para alam natin sa tayo nakatingin? Yung screen na makita yung nag-enkwentro sila. Yan.
And again, we'll show the screens one by one for better appreciation of the videos.
Mr. Chair.
Okay, please proceed. Sandali na po. Patapusin po natin, ha?
Wait, ito lang, isa-isa. Ito muna. So, this is Bernard Cahigas and two other officers. And this is another group of officers. Yung isa.
Okay. This is another angle, ha? Another camera.
Mr. Bernard Cahigas going down the stairs. Well, falling down the stairs.
Okay. Are you done? Thank you very much. Can we have the lights on, the Honorable Lubrigat?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Looking at this screen, this now shows that perhaps in the confusion, this shows that there was more than one gunman. Diba? Because at this point in time, nobody knew what was happening. So since they were shooting at each other, both would probably say that there was more than one gunman.
Your Honor, if I can just make comment to your question.
Yes.
I think it does show there's a degree of confusion between the groups who are on the ground, communication between the groups on the ground. When it was mentioned a moment ago that Mr. Cahigas fell down the stairs, what actually appears was he was shot as he was entering the staircase. So just so we're clear. And that's why that video footage was shown.
Well, technically, the Honorable Lubrigat is correct. There was more than one gunman.
At that time, that would be correct.
Yes. Sa PNP,
Mr. Chair.
Ano pong masabi?
Colonel Obon is here, the RPSB commander, and I believe he has an explanation with regard to that. Colonel Obon, sir.
Colonel Ogon, you're recognized. Briefly, how do you explain two groups shooting at each other on the same side?
Mr. Chair, good afternoon, Police Senior Superintendent Obon, the Battalion Commander of the Regional Public Safety Battalion, BNCRPO. At that time, sir, my two rapid deployment company, Special Reaction Unit team, headed by my company commander, present today, Chief Inspector Mercado, they were entering the building through that exit. Tactical movement po sila, they were in complete uniform with Kevlar helmet, all black with police shield in front. And they challenged that gunman there, trupa, because as we know, Mr. Cahigas was in civilian uniform, although he has a escort of two police officers, but they are away. In their line of sight, it was the man with gun without in slippers or whatever that came into their line of sight, and they challenged them. He was in black.
No, and had there been a breathing apparatus, we could have saved them. So a while ago, you also mentioned that you have this breathing apparatus. However, it is limited, and during that time, you were not able to bring them. So it goes. I would like to painfully recall. No, I would just, Mr. Chairman, I would just. I really do not want to bring this up because a daughter of the former colleague and even a speaker at that was also a victim because we were not able to produce this breathing apparatus. However, in fact, the brother of the victim is already a representative right now. I'm speaking of Representative Tof de Venecia, no? So during that time, Speaker de Venecia, who was the head of Congress right now, really allotted a lot of funds for this purpose. So I am now bringing to question this one because I will research your budget at nakikita po namin ho dito 12 billion. So Mr. Director Barbela, yung pa sa 12 billion po, ilan po ang allocation ho natin? This is very important, Mr. Chairman, because we are about to conduct deliberation of the budget. So kung kulang po yan, o yung 12 billion ba, meron ba ho tayong allocation ng mga breathing apparatus ho nun? Because if purchase were sufficient, then the necessary equipment were distributed to our firefighting units and save these 37 innocent people.
Sir, if I may, sir, I'm Chief Superintendent Banyago. Sir, as of now, we are in the process of procuring a CBA. Our status of our CBA as of now, we only have 867 serviceable CBA nationwide. So we have a shortage of about 8,265. So ito po yung ating shortage. So as of now, we are in the procuring process. We have awarded 1,700 units of CBA at PSDBM. So the procuring entities, the PSDBM. So hinihintay natin yung delivery ng ating procurement. So mayroon kaming program to complete the requirements of our CBA, at least one per truck for CBA. So mayroon po kaming 5-year target to complete the requirements. Yun po ang ating status sa ating availability ng CBA.
So, thank you for that information. Pero lumalabas ho dito, it is very sad to note that the Bureau of Fire never learns, no? Ilan po ang magagaya ho dito, no? Ilan pa ho de Venecia ang mangyayari? Ilan pa ho na 37 po ho ang who would perish needlessly before we realize this thing. So sana naman po, we should always be in the guard so that we will be preventing this very tragic occurrence in the future. Another thing, Mr. Chairman, that I would like to bring up is the fire alarm. Yung fire alarm ay number 1 lamang po yan. Yung po ang pinaka-lowest that you declare on that fateful night. Tama ba ho yan?
Yes, Your Honor. The City Fire Marshal advised
Last
me
question.
advised me that he tapped the first alarm. And considering the number of fire trucks already around, I think it's around 25 already, Your Honor. No need to raise the alarm considering that it's a confined fire inside the building. What I did, Your Honor, as the overall ground commander for fire, I keep calling the necessary equipments like the SRU, the ladder truck, which is not part of the first alarm, but I called immediately the in charge that ladder trucks and SRU units will respond. And there are CBAs on that truck, Your Honor, that we use. But unfortunately, the first responding fire truck that arrived at the scene, which is the Malibay, don't have any ECBA because of the limited number of ECBA.
Don't you think, sir, if we increase the alarm to the maximum, there will be a lot of fire personnel there, and some might have this very important breathing machine that could penetrate the trapped individuals so that they will be rescued? Don't you think that's...
As I said, Your Honor, the 25 fire trucks is already first, second, third, fourth, fifth, task force. It's already on the task force Alpha to Bravo, Your Honor. So no need to raise the alarm because the number of fire trucks is already categorized as task force Bravo.
One last, Mr. Chairman, the funeral. There is a serious allegation that some policemen try to monopolize the funeral services to the detriment of those victims. Is the owner of the funeral parlor here?
Good afternoon,
Because there
Your
are some
Honor.
complaints.
I
Kayo,
am,
ma'am. How were you chosen, ma'am? How?
because we are the accredited PNP, NBI, legal,
Can you,
medical legal.
Can you please, ma'am, identify yourself
Oh, yes.
first and
Ano
the
pong
funeral
full
parlor?
name nyo at saka full name po at saka pangalan ho ng punerarya?
I am Remedios Restrivera Espiridion. I am the CEO of Veronica Memorial Chapel.
Kayo po may-ari?
Opo.
Gano'ng katagal na po kayo accredited muna ng PNP, NBI?
Matagal na po. But
Gano'ng katagal?
then,
10 taon?
mahigit pa po. But then, I only assumed office last 2009 as CEO.
So
Okay.
to the PNP, do you really practice, General Albayalde? Do you practice OSOCO? Do you practice the accreditation of funeral parlor? Wala ba hong choice ang victim to choose their funeral parlors? Yun ang sinasabi po ni ma'am, na accredited daw siya. Meron bang accreditation ng PNP? Ngayon ko lang po narinig ho yan.
Ay, hindi ko po alam yan na, Your Honor. I think that can be best answered by SOCO, Crime Lab. Yes, sir.
Crime Lab.
Sino ho nagpapa-accredit ho sa inyo? Meron bang...
Ang SOCO po, Your Honor.
SOCO. The Director
SOCO.
of Crime Lab is here, Your Honor.
SOCO, do you do that as a policy and a practice that you accredit funeral parlors that would have business in your jurisdiction? Yun ang sinasabi ho nila.
Yes, I'm the Director of Crime Lab. Meron kami ni accredited for purposes na doon magagawa sa funeral parlor ang autopsy.
Kasi pag kami accreditation po, the tendency is that you will corner the businesses and they could be able to dictate the price to the detriment of the victims. So parang bidding ho yan pala, parang bidding.
We just accredit for yung facility nila magamit namin for purposes of autopsy.
So pag outside the accreditation ng funeral parlors, they cannot have them service the relatives, cannot avail of other funeral parlors. Tama ba ho yan?
In this case, Your Honor, meron kaming iba na dalawang case yata na pinayagan namin dalhin ang bangkay doon.
So hindi naman binding yon, hindi naman pwersahan na
pero
dapat.
hindi lang sa kanila.
Kung sakali lang pwede sila.
Yes, yes.
Okay. Who paid
Thank
for
you.
the funeral parlors, ma'am?
Your Honor, it is the Resort World who will pay for the funeral services.
Who will pay? That means hindi pa ho kayo bayad?
Not yet, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Nag-bill na ba kayo?
Your Honor.
Nag-bill na ba kayo?
Yes, Your Honor. We already submitted our billing this morning lang po. Opo.
Palagay ko, yan ho dapat pag-aralan natin. Bigyan ho natin ng choice. Yung mga namamatay, hindi ho pwedeng
Correct.
kontrolado.
That
Kasi
has already...
marami hong mga reklamong ganyan.
I would agree to the chairman because that has already been the problem in my district, sir. That there are some hospitals, funeral parlors, police who corners
At ang serbisyo
lucrative funeral
binibigay ay
services.
hindi maganda dahil rason naman ng mga ang sinasabi ng mga punerarya wala naman pupuntahan niya kundi sa amin din eh. So I think they should be allowed to be given the best service and they should have the final say at hindi po ang SOCO.
Your
Anyway,
Chair,
pag-aralan po natin.
Mr. Chairman, would you please allow me to speak further?
Yes.
Hindi naman po obligadong sa amin kumuha ng service. Sa amin lang po dinadala for autopsy. And then after that, pwede naman pong mamili ang mga pamilya.
Okay. May tanong po ako, doon sa 37, ilan po napunta sa inyo?
Sa amin po, we were assigned 18 bodies and we were able to finish it within 24 hours. And
Yung sa serbisyo, ilan ang serbisyo nyo?
lahat po yan in autopsy.
So autopsy tapos punerarya, yung service sa inyo na rin?
Ay, meron pong 4 na hindi.
Okay, so
And then,
14.
Opo.
14 doon sa 18.
And then we got also 3 bodies from Rizal Funeral Homes because medyo nalilate po sila. Kami po ang sumalo at gumawa po nun.
So may nag-import pa kayo?
Opo,
Okay, may importation pa to. Okay. Yung isa, Rizal, 2 ho kayo. So naghati kayo ng Rizal.
Yes, Your Honor.
So 2 punerarya. Anyway, we now proceed. Thank you very much, Honorable Castedo. The Honorable Batocab is recognized.
Dagdag lang sa ganung sitwasyon, paano pinipili yung patay? Sa Veronica o sa Rizal?
Hindi po kami ang nagde-decide. It is the investigating body. Usually it's SOCO po or the PNP.
Okay, salamat. Tutuloy ko na po yung question ko kanina. Good afternoon po, Chief Superintendent Apolinario. Nasaan si Chief Superintendent Apolinario? Kanina po, na-identify po kayo na kayo ang ground commander ni PNP Chief Bato. Totoo pa po tayo? Kinukumpirma po ba ninyo to?
Yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor. I acted as the incident commander.
Incident commander. From the time you went to the scene at 12:30 and up to what time?
Up to na-retrieve na po lahat ng body at normal na po yung situation, meaning wala na po yung threat, wala na po yung suspect.
Okay. Bilang incident commander, ano po ang mga duties po ninyo?
Sir, primarily, ang role po namin is to manage the incident. Meaning we should be able to, if possible, neutralize the suspect immediately. We also assist in the rescue of the casualties or injured, and to secure the area, sir. Basically, yun po yung aming mandate.
Okay. Nung una po kayo pumunta, ano po ang sitwasyon? Sino po ang nag-brief sa inyo?
Pagdating ko po, ang nag-brief po sa akin ay si Mr. Armin Gomez. Yun nga, sinabi po na merong pumasok na gunman, di pa po sure. At nandun po sa second floor. At nagpapaputok sa taas. And they look like ISIS.
Gunman or gunmen and look like ISIS. At that time, noong 12:30, may sunog na po doon sa second floor. Tama?
Meron na po yun.
Tama. Ano po ang una niyong ginawa?
Kinausap ko po si Inspector Barameda. Sinabi ko to secure the area, primarily all exits and entrances. My instruction is, yun nga, assist to evacuate at saka yung suspect. Not to let anybody enter here, enter the compound. Then pag merong lalabas, idala po doon sa advanced command post area for debriefing and for any tactical or intelligence information that we may get. Then pumasok po ako and lahat ng police na available, sabi ko, sige, ano nyo na, puntahan nyo na kagad yung second floor. Kasi that is where the incident started. But nakita po namin na mausok. So I noticed they cannot enter the second floor.
Bago dumating, let's say at or about 12:45, bago dumating si Director Albayalde, ilan po ang tauhan po ninyo doon?
Yes, sir. That time, sir, we have around siguro 28 because the Pasay precinct, they were 12, and the Pasay tactical motorcycle unit, there are 5. So around, tapos 3 po ako at saka yung aking dalawang security, so around 28 po kami.
28 po ang sinasabi sa inyo, 2 o 3 gunmen. Pagkatapos, tinanong po ba ninyo yung location plan ng building?
Sir, that is part of our query. But at that time, we were already informed that the gunman is at the second floor and the incident started at second floor. So yun na po kagad ang aming gagawin in order to immediately neutralize the suspect.
So before 12:30, ang order po ninyo pumunta agad kayo sa second floor. Tama po ba?
Opo.
Ano pong nangyari?
Nung umaakyat po sila, hindi po makaakyat kasi because of the thick, heavy smoke. So hindi po makaakyat kagad.
So anong ginawa po ninyo?
Kasama po doon yung tinawag ko po lahat ng available SWAT sa aming unit. Nagtatatawag po ako. And mga adjacent precincts to proceed in the area and to assist in the containment of the situation.
Bilang incident commander, ikaw ba under mo rin po yung Bureau of Fire? Nasa manual ba ninyo sa protocol ninyo na bilang incident commander, lahat po, pati yung sa Pasay, dapat under your command? Yun po ba? O may kanya-kanyang commander po yan?
Based sa aming organization, yung Critical Incident Management Task Group, only within the PNP, but there should be a Crisis Management Council, and it was also activated, headed by the city administrator. So dito po yung group na to oversee all the forces and resources.
Anong oras po na-activate to sinasabi mong city, Crisis Management Council?
When we established the advanced command post po sa main south entrance of the Resorts World Manila, it was also activated.
So what time po?
At 12:41.
So 12:41 bago dumating si Director Albayalde, meron na po tayong crisis team po. So in other words, ito pong team ninyo bilang incident commander, may coordination na kayo sa fire, may coordination na po kayo sa disaster unit ng Pasay, o kung sino pa po ang dumarating. Tama po ba yon?
Tama po, Your Honor.
Okay, so ano po ang particular order bago dumating si Director Albayalde, ang pinag-orderan po niyo itong mga elements na to?
Well, my instruction is samahan ng SWAT yung fire sa second floor para in case kung nandun yung suspect, man-neutralize and the fire can immediately bring out the fire and rescue the whoever, kung sino po na-trap doon. So yun po ang aming
Okay,
instruction.
did you set up a central communication system wherein everybody will report to you?
Meron din po. Doon po sa advanced command post, doon po yung aming nandun po lahat ng mga representatives, nandun din po yung debriefing area.
Sino po ang nag-handle ng central communication?
Ang representative po namin doon ay sa PNP side is the Pasay City Police Station.
Hindi po isa. So, yung gustong sabihin, kung may nagraradyo, iba-iba po.
Sa PNP po.
Sino po ang in-charge po ninyo sa communication kung meron man po? O direkta po ba sa inyo sila nagre-report?
Meron din po kasi yung po lahat po ng representative ng fire, ng local government, nandun po sila. So ako rin co-located po dun sa advanced
Can you
command.
specifically name the person or the officer who is in charge of the communication?
Sir, I will inquire the name from the
And you can you
police
please
chief.
cite the names also of the people from Resorts World who have been coordinating with you? Sino po ba nakikipag-coordinate sa inyo sa Resort World?
Yes, sir.
Sa
Si
committee niyo?
Mr. Armin Gomez, sir, ang siyang
Okay, siya po
ka-coordinate.
ang kausap niyo sa Resort
Opo.
World.
Si Senior Inspector Barameda ang nag-in-charge sa PNP doon sa advanced command post.
Yung naunang dumating.
Opo, siya po.
Okay po. So, nandun po kayo, yung kanina yung tinatanong ko yung chief communication, yung kumukuha ng mga lahat ng communication.
Opo, duty na po rin nila yon to document everything, set up the communication and coordination.
Okay, nung dumating ko si Director Albayalde 12:45, ano po ang sinabi niyo sa kanya?
Sir, Your Honor, I briefed him the situation at saka yung aming personnel on the ground. In-update namin ang situation.
And what was his order?
Ayun sir, tinignan po namin kung ano yung mga deployment, kung ano yung kulang pa, and we nag-coordinate po kami.
At that time po si Director Albayalde dumating, ilan na po ang taho mo?
Sir, I cannot exactly say, but medyo marami na rin po. Dumating na ho yung iba-iba naming mga SWAT. SWAT from the Southern Police Districts, SWAT from the different police stations like Taguig, Makati, Parañaque, Las Piñas. Marami na rin po doon.
Meron po ba kayong mapa na pinapakita kung nasaan nakadeploy itong mga tao para makita ho niyo doon sa command post? Pasensya na ho, yun ang nakikita ko lang ho sa mga pelikula na merong ganon. Pagkatapos, ang una din tinatanong, yung CCTV, nasaan ba yung CCTV? Tingnan nga ninyo. Nangyayari ba yan sa tunay na buhay din?
Meron po. Pero during that time when
Last question.
Yung incident is very critical para magano. Ang actions po namin is based on the intelligence report. Based on the report being given to us by Resorts World because sila po ang merong communication from inside because some of their personnel were trapped inside. So, ang information na binibigay po sa amin, yun po ang priority na in-action na namin. Like, may mga natatrap sa basement, may natatrap sa butik. Yun po kagad. But they do not want to get out or leave because natatakot po sila. So, we immediately give a SWAT team. Yun po ang immediate na ginagawa namin.
Did you not ask to get to Remington doon po sa CCTV at that time?
Sir, I didn't know na there's a Remington, there's a CCTV na Remington.
Hindi nyo tinanong?
At that time.
At that time nung dating si Director Albayalde?
At the same time, our coordination was okay because they were giving us targets. Like people trap, where the gunman is. So we immediately provide personnel and they provide the information, they provide the guide, and we immediately provide the personnel.
At the peak po, nung nandun yung lahat ng mga tauhan, ilan po lahat ang tao under your command?
Last question na po yan.
Yes, sir. Sir, we have, in my computation, at least naging ano po, mga 180.
That is only PNP.
PNP lang po
Bureau
yun.
of Fire po?
PNP lang po yun.
What about Bureau of Fire?
I think they have 10 fire trucks.
What orders did you issue to the Bureau of Fire, if any po?
Sir, my order was to immediately enter whatever area that is burned. Pasukin nyo na. Kung kailangan nyo ng security, ang dami naming SWAT.
Okay.
And to assist the rescue.
Maraming salamat. Huwag ko kayo mag-alala. Meron pa tayong isang hearing. Kaya reserva po natin yung mga ibang tanong natin. May mga magtatanong pa ho.
Isa na lang.
Kung pwede, wag
Mr.
natin...
Chair, isa na lang. Mr. Chair.
Oh.
One last.
Basta wag lang kay Veronica, ha?
Hindi,
Ang
oh.
tanong, ha? Okay.
Sa taxi driver, oh. Sa
Okay.
taxi driver. Nasaan na yung taxi driver?
Taxi driver.
Ate,
Last question.
Ito, sa taxi driver, para kapagsalita ako si Mr. Lucena. Mr. Lucena, magandang hapon po. Bicolano ka?
Okay.
Lucena, Bicolano yan eh.
Yes. Okay. Kayo po ba ay taxi driver?
Opo.
Saan sumakay yung si Mr. Carlos?
Opo.
Kayo ba ay nakapag-oath na?
Opo.
Okay. Okay. May isang tanong sa inyo si Congressman Patocabi. Nangako po siya isang tanong lang. Go ahead.
Mr. Lucena, nung sumakay ho sa inyo si Mr. Carlos, nakita po ba ninyo na may baril na po siya? At kung nakita po ninyo may baril na po siya, bakit hindi po kayo nag-report agad sa pulis?
Nung sumakay po siya nung gabi sa akin, medyo madilim po noon at nakabag lang po siya. Nung sumakay po siya sa akin, nakaganyan po siya sa bag niya. Pero wala naman po ako nakitang baril.
Okay.
Pero nakahood na siya. Nakahood na siya.
Meron siya maskara.
Maskara
Wala
na.
pa po.
Kinakausap ka niya, hindi naman.
Kinakausap niya po.
Anong sabi niya sa'yo? Kumakanta? O
Hindi-
ano?
hindi
Talaga
naman po.
nagwawala na? O ano?
Medyo ano,
Kainom ba? Tingin mo nakainom o
normal
nakadroga?
naman po. Normal po.
Okay, so anong sinasabi niya sa'yo? Anong pinag-usapan niyo?
Bali, ang ano lang niya po sa akin, nung gabing yun, napansin niya yun sa radyo po. Nasa FM kasi ako, pinalipat niya sa ano, sa balita. Sabi niya sa akin, may balita ba dyan sa radyo mo? Ang sabi ko po, ano pong balita? Yung AM sa radyo, sabi niya sa akin. AM po, nilipat ko po sa AM. Tapos nung mailipat ko po sa AM, yung unang istasyonan na nabuksan ko po, tungkol po sa Biblia. Sabi niya po sa akin wag dyan, spiritual conversation yan. Kaya habang tumatakbo po ako, nililipat ko po yung radyo hanggang sa may masaga po akong balita dun sa radyo. At tinanong ko po siya, Sir, pwede na po ba yan? Sabi ko.
Okay. Maraming salamat, Congressman Batocabe. The Honorable Amy Calixto Rubiano for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before I proceed, I would like to request a copy of the contract
Okay.
between Resorts World and Lantine to be submitted to this
Okay.
joint
May we
committee.
request a copy?
Thank you very
from,
much.
From Resorts World. Okay, that's it?
Thank you po. Hindi po. Based on the report of the Bureau of Fire Protection submitted here, yung origin of fire noon ay on the second floor, gaming table, yun po yung dalawa, di ba kanina tinanong ko. And then, second floor, yun namang furniture, leather furniture. Po. And meron dito sa room 510. And the fourth one is the fifth floor hallway. So malaki po ba yung sunog sa fifth floor hallway? Kasi nagtataka ako at ang mga daming taga-Pasay na bakit ang daming smoke doon sa top floor ng hotel. Thank you.
Yung, Your Honor, and Mr. Chair, yun pong sunog sa fifth floor, yun pong napuntahan ng ating bombero, yun pong sa hallway, ay maliit lang po yun. Yung usok po na lumalabas doon sa taas po ay galing po siya sa second floor. Dumadaan po sa mga vents at saka doon sa ventilations po.
Okay. Pero ang dami nang lumabas, ang dami pa rin na-suffocate.
Yes, Your Honor, kasi nga po yung kapal ng usok, kapal at itim ng usok na nagmula po doon sa mga nasusunog na mga materyales ay talaga pong enough para po yung tao na nandun sa loob na tuloy-tuloy po na nilalanghap yung mga usok na yon ay pwede ho talaga silang masuffocate, Your Honor.
So yun pong nasabi ko dati na if you need a smoke suction machine ay pwede po kaming makatulong dito sa Congress kung kulang pa yung inyong budget na sinasabi ni Kong Winnie Castelo.
Thank you so much, Your Honor.
Dito po sa report ninyo, time fire started 12:30 of June 2017. Hindi synchronize, ano?
Your Honor, yun pong unang report namin. But we already have the rectified new report. It's 12:31 po. Tinignan po namin, ni-review ho lahat yung...
12:31,
It's just a matter of 1 minute lang po yung naisulat kasi magkaiba po yung orasan ng bawat ano po namin. Station po, Your Honor.
Tapos po, nag-report kayo na contained na yung fire. When you say contained, hindi pa yun fire out. Controlled nyo pa lang.
Yes, Your Honor. Wala na ho siyang posibilidad na mag-spread pa into other adjacent area po, Your Honor.
Okay, so 9:56 po yun. Ibig sabihin, from 12:30 to 9:56, dun lang na fire out.
I will check my data, Your Honor.
O, kasi nakalagay dito, 9:56 fire out by Pasay City Fire Marshal. Pero kasi po, habang nanonood ako ng television, nire-report sa DZMM by DJ Richard na past 12 pa lang, sinasabi na po na controlled na yung fire. At meron siya mga ini-interview na mga authorities from BFP, from PNP, at naka-flash sa TV, fire out of fire contained, pero past 12. So pwede din natin mahingi po yung video na yun from DCMM para baka magamit natin dito sa hearing.
Your Honor, if I may, yun pong scenarios nung past 12 na po yun. Ang hindi po siya confined fire po ang tawag natin doon, Your Honor. Ibig sabihin po, Your Honor, doon lang po talaga siya sa area na yon at wala na po siyang tsansang lumabas or mag-spread or lumaki pa. Kaya nga po yung level of alarm na tinap natin ay only first alarm. Kasi nga po, alam na po ng responding team natin na hanggang doon na lang po talaga siya. Unfortunately, hindi pa natin mapasok kahit first alarm lang siya, Your Honor, because of the heavy thick smoke at saka yung init po.
Okay, pero ang tagal po, 9:56, pakicheck po Pakicheck po niyo yung report.
Yung fire out po natin, Your Honor, is 9:56 kasi po pag mag-declare tayo ng fire out, Your Honor, is totally na map out na po natin. Wala na hong chance ang mag-rekindle at overhauling na po talaga overhaul na po talaga yung area na talagang wala ng embers na pwede yung pagsimulan ulit ng sunog. Kaya nga po, tumatagal yung fire out natin. Ang vital po dito, Your Honor, is yung pag nag-under control na po tayo. Pag yung fire out, Your Honor, at sinisiguro namin, up to the last embers, Your Honor, ay talagang wala na po.
Opo, pero dito 9:46, fire under control.
Yun po yung sinabi ko, Your Honor, under control na po siya. Pero yung confinement fire po na sinasabi natin is maaga po, confined na ho. Alam na namin na confined fire na po siya.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Dito naman po sa PESA, ma'am, oo, sabi niyo po kanina yung gaming area, hindi sa akop, sa PESA. Pero you've submitted your certificate, fire safety inspection certificate, and building certificate of annual inspection. Tanong ko lang po sa Resorts World, ang Maxim's Hotel is different from Maxim's Entertainment?
Last question.
Your Honor, it's the same po, and we confirm that our fire safety inspection certificate, as well as occupancy permits to operate the mechanical, electrical, and electronics equipment, certificate of annual inspection, and fire safety inspection certificate are all from PESA. The only permits po that we get from the LGU would be the mayor's permit for the normal business.
Oo. So sa casino, included, issued by PESA?
Yes, Yes, Your Honor. It is included because it is just one system. It's called the BMS, or the Building Management System. And all the fire life safety are included in that system that was passed upon and approved by PESA.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The Honorable Calixto. The Honorable Sandy Ocampo is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to ask Resorts World about another matter. I'd like to know, how many employees do you have? And Mr. Chairman, obviously these people will lose their jobs until Resorts World would have rehabilitated and reconstructed. Is there anything that you will do to help bridge? Obviously, our employees, they have families as well, and they've been with you for a long time, and they always thought that this was a really permanent and good job that they had with Resorts World, and all of a sudden, the rug has been pulled from under their feet. Is there anything that you have prepared to extend to your employees?
Your Honor, we have 6,500 employees at Resorts World. Only this very morning, 2,000 of our employees took to the streets just outside Resorts World to offer their full support to the management and to continue with Resorts World operations, so our team are fully behind us. With regards to their compensation, obviously at this time we do not require all of our employees to report to work, because that becomes another logistical issue we have to deal with. However, all staff are on payroll at this time, whether they are at the workplace or told to stay at home.
for the PAGCOR, what will it take for you to lift the order to suspend operations? What are the things that they will have to comply? Because as much as we mourn the death and the devastation that has happened and its effect to tourism, and obviously the income of government from gaming will also be affected. What are we waiting for? What will you be waiting for to see for you to impose their authority to operate?
Yes, right now, several departments are working together. Our security department, legal department, and
Please
compliance,
go closer to the mic.
and compliance department. We will check everything, the reports that we gather. For example, the complete CCTV footages, the PNP reports, SOCIA reports, and then based it in study with respect to the legalities in their contract, provisions of their contract, taking into consideration also other factors such as aside from the investment commitments and the contributions to government, and again, the employees' concerns also. So we will take everything in consideration, but we just assure everyone that all securities of our casinos right now are being reviewed, and in fact, we even ask everything to be submitted so that this incident will never happen again.
Mr. Chairman, that's all, except for me to say that as of 12:44, there was actually 2 gunmen because of the missing counter. And even there were 4? 4 gunmen. Meaning to say, there was really clearly not just one gunman that actually made it very difficult for the police and the people from Resorts World to respond, to go after the lone gunman, as it appears in the end at 6 o'clock in the morning when they found the lone gunman. So, Mr. Chairman, there was confusion that was brought about by all those bullets that were exploding, and that's, I guess, a reason why the fear factor that created the situation for those that died to not come out and continue hiding, and as a matter of fact, barricading the doors. So I guess, Mr. Chairman, that's all for now, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. So,
Mr. Chairman.
the Honorable
Mr.
Yasu is
Chairman.
recognized.
Can I just make a clarificatory statement
Yes, ma'am.
regarding the question of Congresswoman Rubian
Yes.
about the permits to Resorts World? Per our PESA record, the hotels of Resorts World was constructed in 2005. So they got the building permit and the fire safety permit from the LGU. Then in 2008, that was the time that Resorts World Hotels registered with PESA. So starting 2009, PESA already was doing the annual ocular inspection and provide certificates and require Resorts World to do twice a year the drills. So, Your Honor, that is per PESA's record po.
Okay. We take note of that. That the original building permits came all from the LGU.
Yes, and
Thank you.
accreditation to PESA is 2008 already.
And they were already operating then.
Yes.
Since certificate of completion, galing din sa LGU yun.
Opo.
Thank you. The Honorable Biason, silence is requested.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The earlier point that was discussed, the friendly fire that occurred. Mr. Chairman, I was going to point out that in the manual of Resorts World, there are procedures that are to be followed by its personnel whenever law enforcement personnel enter its premises during crisis. And this highlights my point earlier about the drills that they are supposed to be doing to train their personnel. Because Mr. Bernard Cahirom or something should have responded in accordance to what is written in the manual. How to respond when law enforcement arrives. That's in page 22. If they had been doing their jobs in training their personnel and drilling them properly, then that misencounter wouldn't have happened. And Mr. Chairman, again, that goes to what Mr. Armin earlier said, that they do the drills twice a year. You have 71 incidents in this crisis manual. I don't think you can reach a level of proficiency by just doing 2 drills a year of 71 incidents. Anyway, may go now to the point of the fire safety inspection. May I ask Resorts World, because you said earlier you consider yourself having been issued a valid fire safety inspection certificate. Is that correct?
Your Honor, we have with us fire safety inspection certificate that's valid until October of 2017.
Do you consider that as a valid certificate covering even the casino?
Yes, Your Honor, as explained, the BMS and the Fire Life Safety is just one system that was submitted for PEZA to check versus standards.
But on more than one instance, PEZA has said that their fire safety inspection certificate does not cover the casino.
Your Honor, I'm sure that we can show that the BMS was just one system that we had them pass upon and get approval of.
But the supposed authority is already saying it does not cover the casino.
Your Honor, can I have my turn? It does not cover the casino because casino is not registrable, or how do you call that? It cannot be accredited under the PESA's mandate.
So as far as PESA is concerned, the casino is not covered by
Yes.
FSIC. PAGCOR, will you allow them to operate without a valid FSIC?
Of course, PAGCOR will not. If there's it's not a valid FSIC, then one of the requirements for a casino, according to manual, is a valid FSICs.
May I ask PESA if Soler's casino is covered by your FSIC?
So we don't inspect it, we don't provide fire safety permits.
With that statement, PAGCOR, will you still allow Soler to continue to operate?
Just to confirm, Soler or Resorts?
Soler.
Soler.
Yes, Soler.
In that, if we'll just check our records about Soler, about all the requirements submitted by Soler with respect
Yes,
to
may I just point out to a letter from the, may I point out to the opinion given by the former Justice Secretary, which confirms that Soler puts itself under PESA. It's denying BFP the authority to issue the FSIC. But PESA is saying that Soler is not covered, the casino. So are you going to allow them to operate?
Just for clarification, the previous licenses were granted before past administrations. So we will check now based on the records on the current.
No, let's ask PESA now if they have a valid FSIC. The casino.
No, we don't. Definitely no, because it's not our mandate.
It's
Your
not the
Honor.
current administration saying this, PAGCOR. Mr. Chairman, this is brought about by the confusion in the interpretation of who implements the fire code, which is being arrogated by PESA upon itself. It is our firm belief that Bureau of Fire has the authority. PESA, have you gotten or have you ever applied for a memorandum of agreement with the Bureau of Fire to implement the fire code?
Thank you for mentioning that, Your Honor. Since 2013 or 2012, if I'm not mistaken, PESA has already been asking for a MOA with BFP because we honor the fire code of the Philippines, which says that in Section 5E, that BFP can enter into MOA with the other agencies, departments, and even private institutions.
In other words, PESA is recognizing BFP's authority.
Of course, it's in the law. But
Were you
it's
able to
also
get?
in the
Were
law.
you able to get a MOA?
No, sir, because BFP does not welcome that idea. So
Then
until
PESA should not have been issuing FSIC because you do not have a MOA with BFP.
well, it The fire code, however, does not also say that it abolished the power of PESA or the authority to PESA. And it's not only PESA, Your Honor. All the economic zones authorities like SBMA, BCDA, etc., are enjoying that same authority for the reason of giving ease in doing business by our investors. And so they will not be victims of red tape in the bureaucracy.
May I reiterate, Mr. Chairman, that the fire code was passed in 2008 and the PESO law was passed in 1998. It has effectively superseded the authority of PESA in enforcing the fire.
Sir, that's your interpretation. We also have our own interpretation because the Supreme Court decision that I mentioned in the last meeting acknowledged the authority of PESA to issue building permits. And we are in fact submitting to the DOJ this morning our motion for reconsideration of his DOJ opinion, which is actually is just an advisory. It is not yet final, and we are asking for a motion for reconsideration as a rule of the court. And in fact, I would like to inform the body here that immediately after the DOJ reply to our request, actually we asked for a DOJ opinion signed both by BFP and PESA, and we asked that in February this year. It just came out now, the opinion of DOJ reversing the previous DOJ Secretary's opinion, and that's why we're asking for a motion to reconsider. And sir, for the information of the body, when that opinion, which is just an advisory of PESA's request for a legal opinion from DOJ, immediately BFP personnel from Tanawan and Santo Tomas, Batangas were already going around, and I'm still getting the report of our ecozones. They were already going around the ecozones and demanding for the list of the industries inside the ecozone. So this brought worries and fears to the investors, especially our foreign investors who are not used to be working with the BFP with undergoing so many red tape. So I hope our BFP director here will tell his people not to implement anything yet because DOJ was just an opinion, an advisory, or a response to our letter. It's not yet. If ever there is a directive, it should come from the ILG, not the DOJ.
Mr. Chairman, with your indulgence, I'm not a lawyer, but I did my homework. The Supreme Court decision you were mentioning is a case brought about by the local government of Baguio against PESA, and it talks about the building code. There's no mention of the fire code in that decision. So it is our position that the law passed by Congress in 2008 is the one that's prevailing over the law of PESA, which was passed a decade before the fire code.
I'm not also a lawyer, Your Honor, but again, the Supreme Court decision was very clear, upholding the authority of PESA.
For the
and
building code.
The national building permit. And before you can issue the national building permit is the fire safety permit. It goes with it.
Mr. Chairman, we really should look into this issue deeper because it really now falls into a situation where there are PESA accredited entities which are operating without a valid fire safety inspection safety inspection certificate. And a precise example now is Resorts World, as admitted, and now we have another one, Soler. What other institutions are like that now?
So we will look into this, and as I stated in my opening statement last week, that the law creating PESA should be studied, and we still feel that the law passed by Congress should be respected over the interpretation by the DOJ of the previous administration, stating that it is if you're under PESA, you cannot be touched and you cannot be under the wings of the Bureau of Fire Protection. Parang ganun po, di ba?
Sir,
So anyway,
if I
pag-aaralan
may.
po natin, huwag po tayo
Sir,
dito magdebate.
Magsasubmit po kami ng report sa inyo.
Hindi po dito dapat tayo
Yeah.
magdebate po dyan. No?
We
So
will-
please submit your position paper
Yes.
on this.
And our letter to DOJ
we will also,
for MR.
we are about to prepare the proper legislation for this.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, just a clarification. Mr. Chair,
Yes.
just a clarification about the CFSIC issued to Resorts World, Maxim's Entertainment. Sa PESA, ito pong Maxim's Hotel Fire Safety Inspection Certificate that you issued. May I read it? Okay. Is hereby granted the Fire Safety Inspection Certificate for the following building or occupancy to wit hotel/office area, etc., etc. Signed by Engineer Dominador Zagada Jr. Andito po siya. Okay.
Okay.
So when you say office and hotel, syempre, yung ba excluding the gaming area?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
Your Honors, I am Engineer Dominador Sagada Jr. I've been working in PESA for almost 20 years already, handling building official and fire safety positions. Regarding that permits that you mentioned, Your Honor, it is clear there that there's no mention about the casino area because we do not inspect a non-PESA registered locator like
Okay.
PAGCOR.
Thank you, sir. How about this another fire safety inspection certificate that stated that it is hereby granted the fire safety inspection certificate for the following building or occupancy to wit entertainment slash
Your
office
Honor,
area. Ano naman po yun?
Travelers owns 3 buildings, the Maxim, Marriott, and the Remington. The entertainment area mentioned there is the cinemas and other entertainment, but not exactly the casino area. There are many cinemas there at the 5th floor and 3rd floor, right at the Maxim building. The Marriott and the Remington, these 2 buildings are all hotel buildings, so it's only the Maxim that has this entertainment area.
Okay. Ang gawin ho natin, we will prepare for the next hearing. Unahin namin ang iyong mga tanong, Congressman.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you
The
very much,
Honorable
Chair.
Akop is now recognized before we decide to suspend the hearings, being one of the last interpreters. The Honorable Akop.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just like to make a manifestation insofar as the issue raised by the Honorable Biazon is concerned. The law creating PESA did not mandate that the PESA would issue certificates of fire safety. Section 9 of that law states, the PESA may provide and establish the ecozone's internal security and firefighting purposes. That is the law. But in their IRR, it's stated here under Section 5 of their implementing rules and regulations, the PESA shall maintain a firefighting force to ensure the enforcement of existing laws and regulations governing fire prevention, protection, and safety. So it is in the IRR, but not in the basic law of PESA. If we read further, Section 48 of the same law states applicability of national laws. National laws shall prevail vis-a-vis ecozone rules, regulations, and standards unless there is a clear intent in this act or other acts of Congress to vest the ecozone specific powers and privileges not otherwise allowed under existing laws. That is my manifestation. So I would deem it is the humble position of this representation that Section 5 of the implementing rules and regulations is considered an ultra vires provision. It is not provided for, supported by the provision of law.
Your Honor, can I give some clarificatory statements?
I'm not here with,
No, no.
for a debate,
Hindi na
Madam
po.
Chair. I
We
just
will
stated
not,
my manifestation.
yes. Sige po. The Honorable Acop still has the floor.
Yes. May I ask the Philippine National Police if they have taken the statement of the wife of Mr. Carlos? May I know where she is?
Sir, good afternoon, sir. Police Chief Inspector Joey Gofford, sir, member of the SITG High Roller. Yes, sir. We have taken the statement of Mrs. Carlos, sir.
And what did she say about the state of mind of her husband?
Sir, at present, sir, they are not living together, sir. That they have unpleasant relationships, sir. That's all, sir.
So she did not say anything about this state of mind of Mr. Carlos, the
She
husband.
did not state anything, sir.
But did you ask them insofar as your questioning is concerned?
Yes, sir. But she answered that they are not living together anymore, sir.
Thank you. May I ask the Southern Police District Commander, how many firearms were recovered from the crime scene?
Sa crime scene.
Sir, for the suspect, sir, there were two firearms that were recovered, sir, inside the room 510, sir. One is a high-powered rifle, sir, M16, and the other is a 380 pistol, sir.
And may I know if these firearms were registered under the name of of Mr. Carlos?
Sir, based on the verification, sir, no, sir.
No.
Yes, sir.
Were there other firearms recovered from the fire scene by the Southern Police District?
None, sir, except for the two, sir.
Did you not recover the two M16s owned by Lanting Agency for ballistics examination, which is supposed to be part of your operational procedure in investigation?
Yes, sir. We did requested for the ballistic examination, sir, for ballistic examination.
How many firearms from the aside from the firearms of Mr. Carlos did you get for ballistic examination?
Sir, there were four, sir. Three from the Lanting Security, sir, and one from the PNP, sir.
There were four. One from the PNP. Kanino po yun?
Chief Inspector Bulan, sir.
May I know the reason why you got his firearm for ballistic examination?
Sir, subject for ballistic examination, sir, for because of the encounter, sir, the alleged encounter.
Misencounter.
Misencounter, sir.
Okay, thank you. And the three firearms were from Lanting?
From Lanting, sir.
Are you sure about your data? May I ask the Lanting Security Agency, how many firearms were taken for ballistic examination on your end?
Actually, there were two firearms that were turned over to the SPD, sir. Those two firearms were the one used by Mr. Bernard Cahigas and Mr. John Quinol during the incident.
Two firearms. Tama?
That's correct, sir.
But there's another firearm. According to the report, there were four. One from the PNP, two from Lanting. There's another firearm. Which firearm is that?
Sir, Senior Superintendent Pernitos at the head of SIT. Correction, sir, there were two firearms from Lanting, and there's another firearm from the PNP officer, sir, Senior Inspector Bulan, sir. And then another two from the suspect, sir, at the crime scene.
In the statement of your security officer, Mr. Banyas, there were 3 firearms taken by the Southern Police District. Would you, Gerald Spino, would you please clarify kung alin ang tama sa kwan, SITG or the statements of the security guards?
Sir, it is true, sir, that the SITG turned over 3 firearms for ballistic. 2 were identified belongs to Lanting. 1 is with the PMP. But based on the statement of Mr. Banyas, he admitted in his statement that he used a rifle, AK-1000 5.56, owned by their office. So I do not know, sir, if
Do you have the
this,
serial number of this firearm?
we just base our facts on the statement submitted by Mr. Banya, sir. It was not stated there, the serial number.
It's 104605.
The 104605, I just confer with the SITG that based on our verification with the Firearms and Explosive Office, this is registered with the City of Taguig, and it was issued or for use of the PMP Southern Police, Mr. Bulan, Senior Inspector Bulan.
And may I know where Senior Inspector Bulan is so that we can ask him why the issued firearm to his person is or was found in the crime scene?
He's not around, Your Honor, but we can request his presence, Your Honor.
And may I know why, as the SITG head, did you not consider this in so far as your investigation is concerned?
That was part of our investigation, Your Honor, because the firearm recovered subjected to ballistic examination, and it's part of the investigation, ongoing investigation that we are conducting, Your Honor.
Kasasabi mo lang kanina na 3 lang eh. It was only confirmed by Gerald Spino na merong firearm na hindi sa Lanting. So, I do not know whether you're hiding something or not.
Sir, for correction, sir, based on our request for ballistic and cross-matching examination request for, it appears that there were 3 firearms from Lanting Security that were turned over to the crime lab.
Yes, but a verification from the Firearms and Explosives Office, which is the depository of all licenses insofar as firearms are concerned, would show that there are only 2 firearms which you got, which are licensed to Lanting. 1 is licensed to the Taguig government. Why was it there?
Your Honor, I suggest that we can call the one. He is now subject for evaluation, Your Honor, just called a while ago. And accordingly, the firearm was included in the recovery, Your Honor, because of the injured security guard. So they were together at the time, Your Honor.
Could you please kindly provide these 3 committees copies of precisely the exact circumstances why that firearm issued to Taguig government was found in the crime scene?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. May I go to PAGCOR? Is it a wise decision to approve that there should be a casino nearest the airport?
Your Honor, sir, that decision was made by the previous board, the wisdom of which we cannot...
Attorney, what do you think? Being if ever you're a member of the board now, what do you think? Was it a wise decision for the previous board to approve the construction of a casino nearest the airport, Terminal 3?
Business sense, Your Honor, I think it is a good decision.
Thank you. And was the bridgeway constructed where we passed necessary for such? Kasi kung titingnan po ninyo, from the airport, you can go to the casino because there's a bridgeway. Considering safety and precaution, was it necessary to construct the bridgeway?
Your Honor, I beg your indulgence. I am not a security expert. For a business decision, I leave it to our board.
Thank you for your candidness. Last question, Mr. Chair. Would the PAGCOR allow licensed casino operators? Can you require these casino operators to register their internal or in-house security unit or department with the Philippine National Police, specifically SOCIA, as a company guard unit, and all security personnel employed in internal security shall also secure the necessary licenses to exercise security profession, because that is precisely what they're doing, guarding the casinos.
Your Honor, yes, Your Honor, we can do that. We can require them to register their guards with the PNP SOCIA.
If we come up with a legislation, would PAGCOR not disagree with this?
Definitely not, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. That would be all.
Mr. Chair, I just have one or two questions directed to PESA.
Yes, the Honorable Batocabe.
Yeah, may I just clarify if this is, again, you're supposed to issue a fire clearance certificate with respect to tourist facilities, but not casinos. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor, because our mandate on what type of businesses that will be accredited by PESA is there. So, and the casinos are not part of our mandate. So we only focus on those that we
income from
accredit.
casino, do they enjoy, the incomes from casino, do they enjoy incentives from PESA?
No, sir.
So in other words, that's separate.
They're separate.
Don't you think it's absurd that casino inside a building, it's not covered by a fire insurance clearance from PESA? Most likely, it is one building, house in one building.
Yes, sir. We actually have two types of economic zones. The horizontal, this is the land, and the vertical, the building. Usually, vertical economic zones are of mixed use. So we only give accreditation, fire safety permit, and annual inspection permit to those that are accredited by PESA. So like, for example, BPOs, call centers, and then hotel facilities, because hotel is one of our mandate. I mean, tourism facilities. We even have medical tourism. Okay? So, kung sino lang po yung accredited ng PESA, yun lang po ang mag-enjoy ng incentives, and we provide the building and fire safety permit and the annual inspection permit.
At any rate, Mr. Chair, I join the manifestation of Congressman Akop that this should be a subject of a separate hearing. I think we have to
Yes, sir.
delineate the functions of PESA vis-a-vis our casino and other facilities, Mr. Chair. Because
Sir, if I may suggest further that we invite also SBMA, CDC, BCDA, and all the economic zones authorities, because we enjoy the same authority and power.
thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, unless you want me again to...
Okay. I thought that was only one question. I'm not used to to short questions from the Honorable Batocabe. Okay, so I think we have one more, hopefully one more hearing. That will be next week. Okay? Tentatively set on Wednesday.
Mr.
I will
Chairman.
give us 1 week. And to ensure that your chairman would be present and other resource persons that will still be needed to clarify several issues that other members may have would also be invited. And it may not only be limited to your chairman, you might receive also another letter of invitation for other officers of your establishment.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes. The
Mr.
Honorable
Chairman,
Biason is recognized.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, there's a question left unanswered by PAGCOR.
Go ahead.
I brought out an issue about another gaming institution which does not have an FSIC from PEZA and does not have an FSIC from the BFP. Now, earlier they had a statement that they will not authorize institutions to operate without a valid FSIC. So that's a hanging question to PAGCOR. They can answer it now or they can answer it in the next hearing. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so may I request that that be answered in the next... Are you ready to answer now, or would you prefer to answer it in the next hearing? Okay? So, okay, next hearing. Okay, so they will reply to that question in the next hearing. So...
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, may I just ask PAGCOR?
Yes.
You know, do you think you have a power to sanction, let's say, a gaming operator for violation of a building code? Let's say, for example, assuming violation of safety building code, is it within your powers?
Your Honor, that is within the jurisdiction of the local government code. The determination whether there is a violation of the building code. The moment they report that violation to us, we can ask the board to suspend or penalize or sanction the integrated resort.
So you mean to say it is within your powers for violation of a building code that you can sanction a gaming operator? Or is it the LGU which has that power?
We also have power or jurisdiction. If we read the provisional license of each integrated resort, we have a provision there that violation of any law, ordinance, or rule issued by government agencies is a ground for suspension, revocation, termination of the provisional license. But they can remedy it within 90 days.
And now the cease and desist order that you issued against Resort World, that is only good for 30 days. Am I right?
In fact, that's indefinite, Your Honor.
Oh, I thought your chair said that you can issue as his CDO good only for 30 days, after which, if you want to extend that indefinitely, you have to comply with the due process requirements. Is
Yes,
that
Your
correct?
Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
So in
Yes.
other words, because I noticed the CDO that you issued has no time frame. So does it mean that this has no time frame? Or this is good for 30 days?
Your Honor, 30 days, and then we will have an investigation. They will have a due process.
So when do you start the investigation? So do you have a committee for that purpose, to investigate such violation?
Yes, Your Honor.
What is this committee?
This committee is composed of the legal department.
What do you call that committee? Is that under your internal rules or what?
There's no name to that committee. It's an ad hoc committee, Your Honor.
It's ad hoc.
Especially for this incident, Your Honor.
Oh, so you see. So in other words, without this incident, you don't have any committee purposely to discipline gaming operators.
There is a department, Your Honor.
So why don't you? What is this department?
We have gaming licenses department, and we have the compliance and enforcement department. But the chairman said that we have to have legal, we have to have security, GLDD.
Is it my understanding that there's a board resolution purposely creating this ad hoc committee to investigate the possible violations of Resort World? Is there a board resolution?
There's no resolution. There's no board resolution, Your Honor,
So-
but it is within the power of the chairman to create
So
such committee.
the chair purposely just created another committee to investigate.
Yes, Your Honor.
To investigate.
Yes, Your Honor.
So that is within the 30 days of the CDO.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So, before you guys leave, we want to feed you hamburgers. So I hope you enjoy the merienda on your way home. So, again, in behalf of the motion, the Honorable
Mr.
Lobrega.
Chairman, I move to suspend this hearing, and then we'll just send notices when the actual next hearing will be.
Okay,
Move
so
to suspend.
So there's a motion to suspend, duly seconded. I'll see you next Wednesday. So session suspended.